Chapter 518, Hopeless Sight. Afton had just caught Anya as she'd been kicked from the roof, and they both had plummeted into the cloud below. He'd done his best to help Anya alleviate the impact from the fall, but they both still heavily hit the ground. Afton didn't have time to be stunned, however, as he could immediately feel the cloud beginning to fuck with his power armor. That wasn't the more dire thing. However, Anya howls, her recon armor and Deathclaw leather duster only providing limited protection from the cloud. She tears her mask from her face as her skin visibly begins to corrode and melt from her body. Afton feels as if his heart is about to explode from his chest at the sight. His friend and companion was dying an agonizing and painful death right before his eyes, and there was almost nothing he could do about it. Panicking, he quickly looks around for any place that might be free of the cloud, but doesn't immediately spot one. Deciding that he had no other choice, he pushes material from his plant arm through the hole in his palm and quickly tries to form a protective shell around Anya. He picks her up, and in her fetal position, she's quickly covered by the wood-like substance. Cough, cough, cough. Afton splutters, beginning to feel the effects of the cloud. Fuck, I'm not getting infected by more fucking FOG, he shouts, ignoring the burning in his mouth, throat, and chest. He picks up the shell covering Anya and quickly runs down the street where the police station should be. Already, despite the shell having been created seconds ago, the cloud was already corroding it, eating away at it as if it were paper to a flame. And if things couldn't get worse, hundreds of ghosts were rapidly approaching him from all directions, their stuttering and slow movements not making apparent how much shit Afton had just found himself in. A ghost charges him with some kind of spear, but with Afton's hands currently full with Anya, he simply jumps over its attack, stamping on its face as if he were Mario against a turtle. He kicks off and lands on another ghost, its weapon skittering off of his armored leg as he lands on top of it, crushing its skull with his foot. Clang, clang, clank, clang, asterisk. More and more ghosts begin speeding up as they approach, all of them making fierce yet ineffective attacks against Afton as his armor deflects all of them. He ignores them and pushes fast towards the police station. He could barely make out the lights through the cloud, and, after fighting off a few more ghosts, eventually managed to reach the station doors. He kicks them open before slamming them shut again, dropping Anya at the side while grabbing all the nearby furniture and shoving it against the door as a makeshift barricade. The ghosts, without a living target, become slower, their attacks against the door seemingly as weak as a regular person. They wouldn't be getting through the barricade anytime soon, and the amount of cloud inside the building was far less than outside, meaning he and Anya were safe for the moment. Once he determines that they are safe, he tears apart the shell covering Anya so Afton could get a good look at her. He stifles the gasp, threatening to escape his mouth once he sees her. Her skin couldn't be classified as pretty even before this, her ghoul nature making her look like a necrotizing ball sack. But now, she looks as if someone had skinned a human alive, covered them in sulfuric acid, and finished them off with extensive blowtorch treatment. That wasn't the most horrific thing, however. Her eyes were gone, her sockets vacant and empty, with heavy scarring. By the looks of it, any attempts at transplants would be useless, as the optical nevis were too extensively damaged. Even cybernetics might not work. That wasn't all of the damage, though. All her teeth had corroded and disappeared, her mouth and throat heavily scarred, so much that Afton was surprised she was able to breathe at all. Without waiting another moment, he applies 2 stim packs to her, and the effects are immediately apparent, though somewhat disappointing. Her skin begins healing slightly, and the open wounds on her body stitch themselves closed. The damage to her eyes and throat weren't helped all that much, however. Afton looks around the room. It's a reception office of the police station, with cells nearby and doors leading to other rooms. He swipes an arm across the reception desk and places Anya on it, using a few stacks of paper as a makeshift pillow. She's stable for now, but once she wakes up, she'd be in terrible pain. Add her blindness, and he was worried about how she'd react. To make everything a bit easy, he injects some Med X in her side, the painkiller hopefully helping her sleep better. Once she was safe and secure, Afton releases a sigh and takes the chance to look himself over. The silver-bluish tint of his armor had seemingly rusted and begun deteriorating. He takes off his helmet and coughs into his hand, quickly realizing the red he'd just spit out. Further examination reveals that the air filtration systems of his armor had all become filled with some sort of red viscous fluid. It's like tar, but corrosive and slightly less sticky. He could still feel the faint burning in his chest, meaning that whatever damage had been done to him wasn't healing as quickly as he'd expect. His various regeneration perks somehow unable to combat whatever the cloud was trying to do to him. He rubs his face and begins thinking over his various plans and contingencies when he could hear steps coming towards him from the next room. He pulls his ultra-chained word off of his belt and ignites it, just as a ghost barrels through the door and thrusts a strange-looking knife at him. He deflects it with the back of his fist and plunges the blade into its stomach, twisting it and forcing it upwards, bisecting the top half of the creature. He then cuts off its arms, legs, and head, and places them at opposite sides of the room to prevent it from regenerating. Chapter 519, Trust Me Not. Dean and Veronica slowly make their way across the rooftops until they finally reach the back police station. Both stand just outside a third-story window and cautiously peek through the dusty glass to see if there are any threats inside. *BZZTCH. I never wanted to leave you, Veronica. Elijah says through Dean's collar, causing her brows to rise almost to her hairline in consternation. She scoffs. That's bullshit, and you know it. You left us all to die simply because things didn't go your way, like a child throwing a tantrum. I admit I did not act as well as I should have considering the stakes of the situation. But you know what it feels like, don't you? To have everyone's hopes solely on your shoulders until they suddenly deem you the cause of all their problems. They all forced me to leave. Elijah spits. Veronica just shakes her head. You can try to convince me all you want, but what you've done to Christine at Big MT is unforgivable. You know of Big Mountain? Elijah asks after a moment of silence, curiosity thick in his tone. Veronica doesn't reply, feeling as if she was getting dangerously close to revealing some of Bulwark's secrets. Then you must know of the horrific creatures and experiments that occurred there. You must know that I didn't have a choice over what happened to Royce. She was attacking me, and she got caught in my escape attempt. It makes me sick to think what those mad scientists would have done in my absence. Veronica scowls. What do you want, Elijah? I don't want anything. I just think that you've been told horrible lies about me. Maybe if I told you where Royce was, you'd trust me a little more? He asks, but this only confuses Veronica further. What? Elijah sneers behind the monitor he was talking through. At her question, he schools his features and speaks in the softest tone he can manage. Because despite it all, I still see you as a daughter of sorts, my daughter. You believe me, don't you? He asks. Veronica looks down at the floor with her hands balled into fists. Tell me where Christine is, and I might consider it. Of course, I would never willingly lie to you, Veronica. Christine is being kept in the medical district. You'll find her in a malfunctioning auto dock where she's unfortunately been trapped for weeks, he explains. Veronica frowns. Are you telling the truth? You aren't lying to me again, are you? Not at all. Believe me when I say you'll find Christine there. I only hope you'll find yourself able to trust me more once my words prove true. So long for now, my apprentice. *BZZTCH. Veronica releases a long sigh at this and takes a glance at Dean, who quickly shakes his head. Elijah could still be listening, so it was best to show his silent refusal to believe that bastard. Veronica herself was pretty confused about the whole interaction. She knew Elijah was probably lying to her, but there'd be no point in refusing to search the medical district since they had already planned to. Perhaps he laid a trap there? Or perhaps Christine was really there, and he had another sinister plan in the works? She shakes the thoughts from her head and breaks the lock to the police station third-floor window and forces it upwards, allowing them inside. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any cloud present on this floor. However, within the hallway, the duo was currently standing. There were two ghosts slowly approaching them. Veronica takes a sideways glance at Dean, who nods in response, before charging the two enemies. Her fist shotgun colliding with the gas mask of the nearest ghost, blowing a large hole in its head and turning it to mulch. It falls to the floor and starts squirming and seizing while a new head starts to grow in its place. Dean fires some shots at the next one, but it achieves almost nothing, small holes being created in the hazmat suits, which are quickly sealed by the cloud-like substance. It slashes at Veronica with a knife, causing sparks when it collides with her armor. In fact, the attack had even left a small scratch in the saturnite plating, which could only mean one thing. The knife was made from saturnite alloy. Veronica grabs the wrist of the ghost when it tries for another attack, headbutting it and giving an uppercut to its stomach, blowing a hole through its spine and back. Its legs go limp due to the damage to its spine, but that didn't mean it was out for the count. She grabs it by the neck and throws it at a nearby window, sending it flying out and plummeting to the ground from 3 stories up. Bang! 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 Asterisk. Dean attempts to shoot the healing ghost, but its head continues to form without obstruction. It jumps on Veronica's back once it does, but due to it dropping its weapon after losing its head, it ineffectively flails its limbs at her head, arms, chest, and back. More annoyed than threatened, Veronica grabs this one and tosses it out the window like the last. The other one softens its landing, but both collapsed into a heap, not able to move until their injuries heal. They wouldn't be a problem for them unless the duo wanted to exit out from that way. They certainly wouldn't be able to get back into the building. Veronica glances back at Dean with a smirk hidden by her helmet. "Thanks for all your help. You really showed them," she jokes. Dean chuckles. "Give me some armor like yours, and I might be more useful," he says with a shrug. Veronica laughs, and they both begin going through all the nooks and crannies of the 3rd floor of the police station, looking for anything that might be useful or any place Christine might be held. Despite Elijah's words, Veronica was wary over trusting him too much, so it'd be best to look everywhere they could in case they missed something. Chapter 520, The Point of Skills. Afton was still pacing around the barricaded reception of the police station, waiting for Anya to wake up so they could start moving again. Her state was a perilous one, and despite his wishes to find Veronica again, he didn't want to worsen her condition without something dire coming up. There's also the fact that if he left her, she'd be vulnerable to any ghost that managed to wander by. Even now, he could hear their almost rhythmic banging against the barricaded entrance. Gasp! Asterisk. Afton's attention is quickly drawn to Anya, who just sucked in a breath. She tries to sit up but finds herself unable to. Her body coughs, but yet again, she seems unable to. The sheer damage done to her throat and lungs might even be preventing her from taking an oxygen, in which case there was nothing he could do for her. "Anya, I'm here. Focus on my voice," he says, resting a hand on her shoulder and the back of her head. She trembles, her body twitching as if every pain receptor was activating at once, which Afton wouldn't be surprised if they were. "SS, sir. Everything H hurts," she stutters out, her hands slowly clasping each other, as if she was trying to feel if they were still there. "You got hurt, Anya, badly. I managed to stabilize you, but the damage you took was extensive," he explains, not attempting to sugarcoat it, as the pain she was feeling right now would make it obvious he was lying. "Yes, sir. I can't see," she fearfully mutters, her hands hesitantly approaching her face, brushing against her cheeks, and eventually towards her empty eye sockets. Her hands jolt away from her face as she realizes her eyes were gone, the painful truth surely screaming itself raw in her mind. Afton give a solemn nod. "The cloud destroyed your eyes before I could pull you out. But don't worry, the think tank are already designing implants. We could make you new eyes. Everything will be all right. Trust me on this," he reassures, deciding not to say that implants might not be an option due to the damage to her optical nerves. She slowly nods, her trust in him as great as it was when he freed her from the fiends. "Where are the others?" she asks, patting herself over, but only finding her saturnite knife and revolver. "When we got ambushed, I jumped off the roof after you. They were left with whatever attacked us. I think they're okay. If they'd meet us here, in the police station, We can stay here and wait if you're not feeling up to it, though, he offers. Anya slowly shakes her head, forcing herself up and cautiously finding her feet, hanging them off of the table and dropping onto the ground. We are still looking for your sister, right, sir? Afton nods. Yes, he states as they'd find Christine no matter how injured they became. Then, we should look around while we wait for the others to come. I might need help getting around, though, she says in a sad tone, seemingly more upset that she wasn't able to be useful than the fact she'd lost her sight. All right, hold on to my back. I'll lead. But before that, Afton slashes his ultra chain word at the nearest wall, leaving a message for Dean and Veronica to let them know they were here should they find the place empty. With that done, Afton leads Anya into the next room, walking through the hallways in an attempt to find the basement. If Christine was here, that's where he'd bet she'd be. They walk past a couple of empty interrogation rooms and a staircase leading to the second floor, but he ignores all of these for now. They do encounter a few ghosts, but Afton easily disarms them, as well as dislegging and disheading them. Once their body parts are scattered a good distance from each other, he continues to move. The only real place of interest would be the armory. Someone seems to have tried to break inside, judging by the scratch marks, scorch marks, and other dents visible in and around the lock. All the reckless attempts seem to have completely destroyed the lock, making it impossible for most to get inside. Afton wasn't most. With a clean slash of his energy blade the metal parts, the armored gate slowly opening wide and allowing the duo entry. Afton takes the time to look around the place for anything of interest, but the armory is only filled with crappy bullet-resistant vests, badly maintained revolvers, nightsticks, flashbangs, and other miscellaneous equipment. He did, however, find a dusty comic book of Grognak the Barbarian, a skill book to be more accurate. The only problem was the fact he'd already maxed out his melee weapon skill and wasn't sure what it'd do if he used it. Shrugging to himself, he just decides to use it to see what would happen. Skill points to points, 3/15. Huh, that's unexpected. He needed 15 skill points to gain another point to use on anything else? Isn't that kind of overpowered? There were still hundreds of skill books lying around the wasteland. If he used all of them, he'd basically become a god. Wouldn't he? He's lost in thought for a couple of minutes until he feels a tug on his back. He almost jumps in response, having forgotten that Anya was still here. It's actually fortunate that she's unable to see the skill book turn to dust in his hands due to her condition. It'd be a massive pain in the ass to explain it to her, and eventually the others when they hear about it. I'm still here. There's nothing of interest. Let's move on, he says, leading Anya out of the armory and towards where the basement should be. Chapter 521, Horror Cell. The duo slowly makes their way down to the basement, Afton mentally remarking about the blood-stained walls that seem to lead down there. Once at the bottom, he's greeted by the overwhelming scent of death and decay. The floor was coated in bloodstains and also whatever the fluid the ghosts produce. There's a jail cell in the middle of the room. Inside, there's a bucket filled with what is most likely piss, but that's not even mentioning the human-looking shit scattered all around the room. However, the most damning piece of evidence is the litany of bones present. Human skulls and other gnawed-on skeletons are present, with absolutely no flesh on their bones to be seen. He glances behind him at Anya, who seems to be struggling with the smell. Her sight might be gone, but that only proves to heighten her other senses. Nearby the cage is a radio playing a strange signal. This should be the one capable of triggering Elijah's collars, meaning that whoever was kept in here was probably another victim. Though, judging by the state of the place and the fact the jail cell isn't locked, they were more accomplice than victim. Afton just shakes his head. There's nothing down here. Let's head back up, he states, not feeling the need to wade through shit and bones just to confirm this. They head upstairs and back to the reception where two familiar faces are already present, both looking at the message he'd left for them. Veronica and Dean quickly turn with weapons ready when they hear the door open behind them, but they quickly relax once they see who it is. Afton, I knew you'd be all right, she quickly says in a relieved tone, though this doesn't last long once she looks at Anya. Gasp! Asterisk. Anya, what happened to you? Veronica exclaims, walking up and clasping the ghoul's arms comfortingly. I was caught off guard. It's my mistake, Anya solemnly admits. If I was paying attention, then Sir wouldn't have had to save me. Veronica shakes her head. Don't say that. It's all of our fault for not noticing. That guy who attacked up was big and heavy enough for us to have heard him coming. Afton nod with crossed arms at the side. Not that Anya could see him, of course. He turns to Dean. Anything happen on the way here? Dean rolls his neck as if he'd just been asked a loaded question. Other than fighting off that big blue bastard, our mutual friend seems to be trying to persuade Veronica here that he's not all that bad. You know, if we ignore the collar, the kidnapping, the evil genius playbook, etc., etc. Afton raises a brow under his helmet. You know he's listening right now, right? Dean nods with a sneer. I know. That old man can lick my wrinkly, necrotic testicles for all I care. Beep, 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 asterisk. His collar rapidly beeps, indicating it was close to detonating. Dean just laughs, however, instead of looking horrified like Elijah would expect. You need me. You would no less kill me than you would yourself. Unless, of course, you wish to forget about the treasure. The collar stops beeping, making Dean smirk victoriously. Afton just watches this happen with a strange expression. There is clearly more going on than what first meets the eye. Judging by what he'd heard so far, Elijah was most likely trying to find some sort of treasure contained in the Sierra Madre casino itself. Though, what would be worth coming to this damn hellscape, he didn't know. He could make some inferences, though. Judging by Elijah's character and his past actions, he was most likely looking for some sort of technology. Now, what technology present here could be used for absolutely destruction and control if used properly? Ping pong, asterisk. The cloud. Elijah was trying to gain control of the cloud. Fuck, if that wasn't a scary thought, he didn't know what was. Afton shakes those thoughts from his head momentarily while looking at Veronica. You came from the upper floors, right? Did you find anything? Veronica shakes her head. Nothing but ghosts. Anything down here? Afton sighs. Nope. Nothing but a cell filled with bones, piss, and shit. Guess we can cross this place off of the list. Can we go to the medical district next? Elijah said Christine was there. I don't think there'd be any harm in looking. Veronica sheepishly says. Afton raises a brow under his helmet. You mean other than the litany of traps, ghosts, and other deadly things he has there waiting for us? Veronica glances sideways. Maybe. He sighs again. Fine, but I retain the right to say I told you so, regardless if Christine is there or not. He states non-negotiably. Veronica shrugs and escorts Anya to the stairs leading to the higher floor, as Afton leads at the front like an immovable shield. He follows the duo's directions to the window on the third floor they'd initially entered by, climbing out of it and walking along the rooftops. Once outside, it was left to Dean to lead them. Fortunately, the medical district wasn't all that far away from the Villa police station. This meant that they'd have probably gone there next, regardless of Elijah's prompting. Had the man taken this into account just to try and gain some trust? Or was he simply trying to trap them? All Afton knew was that he'd be punching through Elijah's skull once he found him. Not just for what he'd indirectly done to Christine, but also because of his actions at Helios 1. If anyone was responsible for what happened to his parents, aside from the NCR, it was Elijah, but his mismanagement, poor strategy, cowardice, and reliance on technology that may or may not even be functional. Putting all your hopes on an orbital laser, one that was 200 years old and may have been hit by meteors, space debris, or other objects. Foolish. Chapter 5:22. Dry remnants. It takes a couple hours to actually reach the area where the medical district apparently sits. Due to them primarily using the rooftops, they almost never encounter ghosts. The only time they did was when they had to scale over a rooftop villa restaurant, which was almost completely infested. Fortunately, Afton easily cleared the area, collapsing the staircase leading to the roof with a few hard punches while tossing all the ghosts off of the roof. By now the sun had already set, bathing the entire place in further darkness than it already was under the cloud. Usually, you'd be able to see somewhat in the night with the moonlight, but none of its light managed to breach the cloud overhead. In actuality, The cloud overhead seems to become more erratic and tumultuous during the night, which was quite disturbing considering the effects it had already had on Anya. Every now and then you could see orange lightning flashing overhead, providing a flash of sight before disappearing. This, of course, was followed by the loud crack of thunder. Afton and Veronic had activated the lights on their power armor to see where they were actually going. Anya would too, if not for the obvious. Dean seemed fine using the others' lights to navigate, however. Soon enough, they reached the medical district. If Afton were honest, it looked less like a proper district and more like a collection of relatively large buildings. Of course, most of it was obscured by thick cloud and shambling black figures, so perhaps he was missing something. The only actual indication that they were where they were supposed to be was the flickering red and green medical sign. Dean takes one look at the place and frowns. This place is full of ghosts. Are you sure you want to try this now? We can come back tomorrow when the cloud has thinned and some of the ghosts have migrated. Afton shakes his head. I'd rather not spend more time than we need to in this place. Anya still needs extensive medical treatment, and I doubt this place will have the equipment we need for it. She needs to be taken back home, but first we gotta find Christine, he states, hopping to the next roof. Dean audibly lets out a long sigh. Whatever you say. The group make their way towards the district, hopping across rooftops until they finally reach it. They climb through a hole in the roof to get inside, and are immediately attacked by a ghost that spotted them from the hallway. Afton immediately kicks it and accidentally sends it through the wall and plummeting to the ground below. Wah, I didn't even kick it that hard, he says with surprise still present on his face. Dean just chuckles. Don't be too surprised, this whole place is barely held together with spit and glue. I dare say if it ever rained here, it'd melt like a sandcastle, he jokes. Afton hums at Dean's words while looking around the hallway, quickly spotting a strange device in the far corner. It looked like a speaker mixed with a camera of sorts. Dean spots it too and unconsciously takes a step back, clearly avoiding it. Another detonation signal, huh? Afton asks, already guessing its function. Dean nods. I have no idea what purpose they serve. Back in the day, they were used for announcements and such, but now they only play that single signal that'll blow my head off, he says, making sure not to mention the fact that his collar was disarmed. Afton shrugs and draws his revolver, firing a single shot that causing the speaker to explode. Well, just try to keep your head cool, he chuckles before beginning to look around. Veronica, of course, continues to assist Anya in moving around. They weren't about to risk leaving her alone in her current state. Not to mention the fact that Dean had never been in this part of the medical district before, partly due to disinterest and partly due to Elijah setting up shop and collaring him. The group begins slowly exploring the place, occasionally finding medical supplies, but more often than not, they had already passed their expiration date, that or the cloud had rendered them useless or dangerous. Afton does eventually stumble across something of interest. He pushes through a doorway that seemed to have some trash fallen behind it. Once inside, he finds an operating room of sorts. Old black blood still stained the equipment around the place, but more importantly, there are some clothes presumably left by the last patient. Afton gapes as soon as he sees it, and this feeling is mirrored by Nick's. He lifts it to straighten it out, and is confused when he finds a suit looking remarkably like the stealth suit. The only difference was the fact it contained no electronic components, meaning there wasn't an AI contained within. Aside from that, the materials looked almost identical. Well, it would have if Afton hadn't upgraded his own slightly. Nix, what is this? Why is it here? Sir, that is a previous version of the stealth suit, one without the components that make me so valuable. It's from Big MT, she states. Obviously, this means Christine had been here. He doubted Elijah would try wearing this, as it seemed to suit people with smaller frames. He glances behind him at the others. I found some of Christine's clothes. We must be getting close, he states, tossing Veronica the clothes so she could hold on to them. He doubted Christine would want to be walking around naked. Veronica almost drops Anya as she catches it, her eyes still angrily scanning the various blood stains covering the operation room. If she found out Elijah was responsible for this, she'd tear his damn heart out. The group continues moving, the new discovery spurring them forwards at an accelerated pace. In all honesty, Afton and Veronica were slightly frightened by the amount of blood they discovered. Chapter 523, Scarred. After 3 hours of searching the medical district, slowly clearing out ghosts, destroying speakers, and avoiding the ever-moving cloud, the group eventually stumbles across a hallway with a peculiar sound being emitted from it. There were a couple doors on either side of the hallway, which meant the sound could be coming from any one of them. Not to mention the few shambling steps Afton could hear coming down from the end of the hallway. Afton picks up a rock and tosses it hard, grabbing the attention of the ghosts, who start slowly stumbling down the hallway towards them, both not having noticed the group yet. Afton thrusts his right hand forward, shooting a grappling hook of wood from his plant arm, which smacks the closest ghost in the face. Once grabbed, Afton pulls his arm back while retracting his limb, which forces the ghost towards them and launching it off of its feet. Afton catches it midair with his ultra chain word, cutting its lower body off with ease. It lands on the ground with a wet flop. "I have the high ground," Afton shouts as he swings again as the half-torso ghost. His strike bisects it, and he kicks the pieces far from each other to prevent it from reforming. For the next ghost, he just draws his revolver and fires a couple shots through its head, its heart, and its kneecaps. It falls to the ground, squirming, quickly beginning to regenerate, but Afton quickly dismembers it. He turns towards his group and sends a thumbs up at them. "Shall we check out that sound now?" Dean, who's still surprised by the sheer martial abilities Afton possesses, just numbly nods. Afton looks at Veronica with a smug smirk under his helmet. "Bet you're wishing you had one of these now?" He gestures with his chain word. Veronica shakes her head. "I admit it's more effective with these kinds of enemies, but I'd rather some fist-type energy blades. I bet it'd be way easier to do that than whatever you did to create the swords," she states. "Huh. Oh yeah, I was planning on doing that, wasn't I? We'll talk about it when we get back, all right?" he says as he approaches the first door along the hallway, trying the handle but finding it locked, and then immediately forces his foot through it, smashing the door open. Inside is another operating room. Kinda. Instead of the typical operating bed, there was simply an auto dock on standby, awaiting a patient. "Hey, couldn't this help Anya out?" Veronica immediately asks, but Afton shakes his head as he approaches the machine and starts opening its software and noticing a couple discrepancies. "No way. The hardware on this thing is too damaged to perform any difficult operation. Plus, I don't trust any of the old machinery around here. One wrong zero from a 1, and it'll cut your head clean off. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a piece of junk," he says, tapping his gauntlet against it, causing a metallic sound to ring out. The rest of the room doesn't contain anything of interest, aside from a few Expire vitamins, chems, and a couple stim packs that look sort of usable. Afton would save those for himself, as only he would be able to survive them if they were found defective. If a good stim pack can save you from lethal wounds, a defective one could end you faster than a bullet. There's pros and cons to everything after all. The next couple of rooms contains around the same thing: broken auto docks, not fit for purpose, and expired chems. However, the further they went, the more pronounced the peculiar sound was becoming. It sounded strange, like the humming of mechanical components mixed with a hair trimmer and the sound of a butcher's shop. Perhaps a ghost had accidentally stumbled into one of the defective auto docks. Eventually, the group reached the last door and enter inside, finding an auto dock that was currently running. Its door was sealed tight while it operated on something, but Afton wasn't able to use the machine's internal cameras to see who was caught inside. He had a really bad feeling about this and wanted to find out what was inside, regardless if it was a ghost or some other unfortunate victim. Using his maxed-out science skill, he attempts to hack it and take it under control. Unfortunately, it had locked him out until it was finished with its operation. This was actually a security measure to prevent assassination via this method. It'd be far too easy to modify the operation and have someone gutted while inside the auto dock. So, he tried the next, more effective method. Bang! Asterisk. He smashes his fist through the terminal, immediately causing the humming to halt. He pries his fist out of the electronic scrap while it sparks ineffectively, still attempting to conduct its operation. With that sorted, he gets a grip on the door, and using his superhuman and power armor enhanced strength, he slowly pulls it open. Grrrr, asterisk. Thunk, asterisk. He slams the door to the side, but is forced to catch something as it falls out of the machine. Looking down, he raises a brow at the thing he'd caught. It was a person, there was no doubt about that, but they were bald and completely covered in blood and wounds. The autodoc hadn't actually done anything to their body, instead focusing its brutal attack on the person's face and throat. Though, judging by the scratched and scuffed explosive collar, this was another of Elijah's victims. He cautiously picks the person up and turns towards a group. Ere I found, he glances at them and spots breasts. This woman in the machine. He mutters, the bad feeling punching him in the face with a particularly worrying idea. Was this Christine? He couldn't really tell due to the thick slayer of fresh and old blood coating their face. The scarring was horrific, as if their head was an eggshell that had been fractured all over. She even had a reverse Joker smile, the scarring making her look like a permanent frown instead of smile. Chapter 524, Roiling Emotions. Jesus Christ, he did a number on you, didn't he? Dean mutters, actually feeling sympathetic to his fellow victim's plight. It seems as if she'd got the short end of the stick, having been shoved into this autodoc and forgotten. The woman herself looked utterly exhausted, but despite that, her blue eyes scanned each of them as if trying to find a threat. Veronica scans the woman's emaciated form with a look of horror. They wore a patient's gown and nothing else. However, her words get caught in her throat when she notices a small mole on the woman's knee. See, Christine, she stutters out, taking off her helmet and shoving it into Dean's arms for a moment. The woman's blue eyes widen at the tone and voice of the person, even more so once she sees the armored person's face. She tried to open her mouth, but finds no voice coming out. Scared, she raises a hand to her throat and trails a finger along the vicious-looking scar running over her jugular. Veronica, realizing who this is, sends an alarmed look to Afton. Quick, she needs Med-X and a stim. We need to stop her bleeding before she loses any more blood. Afton, nodding, jabs a Med-X into the woman's neck fast enough for her to not react. She seems to be very well trained, but too weak and exhausted to put up much of a fight. Not that she really wants to, Veronica's presence has put her to ease pretty well. Next, he stabs her with a stim pack, injecting the materials and letting it do its work. She'd be more exhausted as it comes into effect, but better tired than dead, right? Once he was sure Christine wouldn't drop dead, he walks up to a nearby chair and sets her down in it, afterwards removing his own helmet. Remember me, sis? I hope you do. You did abandon us after all, he says, his eyes focusing on her collar. Nix, already knowing what he wants, stops Elijah's connection to it for a moment as he begins trying to fiddle with it. Christine tries to push his hands away, but Veronica restrains her for now, trusting Afton to remove any leverage Elijah has over Christine. It takes a couple minutes, but his prior experience with Dean's collar allows him to easily remove all the explosives. He pockets the C4, just in case he might need to use it in the future. Once done, he gives the duo a thumbs up. Job done. Elijah won't have any hold over you anymore. Veronica gives a smiling nod and looks back down at Christine. You know how much I want to slap you silly for leaving me? But I'll leave that for later. Are you okay? She asks. Christine looks up at her former lover and slowly shake her head, pointing at her throat while opening her mouth soundlessly. Afton raises a brow and retrieves some papers from around the room, handing it to Christine. Can you write? After glaring down at the paper for a moment, Christine attempts to write something. It starts off in a probably, but the letters eventually devolves into spirals, backtracked lines, and scribbles. It looked like the start of a Picasso painting, potentially pretty, but not helpful at all. Christine crushes the pencil she was using and throws it away, clutching her head in her hands while tears dripped from her eyes. Veronica takes her up into a tight hug, not letting Christine suffer alone. Afton just looks on with rage slowly building. Elijah and Dalla had done this to Christine, he had no doubt in his mind. Christine had always been a strong person, and he'd never seen her cry aside from a couple particular moments. Seeing her like this now made him want to run through the cloud and pile drive Elijah into the concrete floor. He wanted to snap that old piece of shit like a twig, seal him in a concrete box with a tiny hole to deliver air, and wait until he starved to death. Or maybe feed him to the baby deathclaws. That'd definitely be slow and agonizing enough. Or maybe just toss him into the cloud for the sheer irony of it. He feels a tap on his side and is about to attack whoever it was in response when Dean's voice tears him from his thoughts. "I'm sorry to say, but you look as if you were about to tear apart and eat us," the ghoul states. Afton shakes his head and looks at him. "Sorry, just thinking about things," he admits, taking a glance at Christine and Veronica, who were still comforting one another. He nods his head at Dean and escorts Anya out of the room, so the duo could have some privacy. What happened?" Anya asks after they exit the room. Afton sighs. "We found Christine, but she's been tortured. She can't speak, and she seems completely unable to write or formulate words. I doubt she is even able to read at this point, though maths is another thing to test. Brain injuries like the one that she's currently afflicted with are notoriously finicky things." He solemnly says, "Will she be okay, sir?" Anya wonders aloud, feeling sympathetic due to her past experience within NCR hands. "I don't know. I hope so, but it's hard to tell," he admits, beginning to pace along the hallway to ease his anxious feelings. Inside the room, Veronica continues to hug Christine as if her life depends on it, though still making sure to be gentle for the frail and tortured woman. After the group leaves the room, she looks up at Christine's almost unrecognizable face. "Why did you leave us?" "The only reason any of this happened was because you left. Who knows what we could have been doing now if you'd only stayed." Christine just slowly shakes her head, still unable to say anything. Even if she could, she doubted it'd soothe Veronica's roiling emotions. Chapter 525, Restlessnesses. Christine had felt herself slowly dying inside since she left her family all those years ago. Her parents completely and utterly rejected her relationship with Veronica once it had come to light, and the rest of the Brotherhood looked at her with complete disgust whenever they saw her. Nobody attempted to hide their feelings towards her. That's just the way it was supposed to be. To be honest, she was actually lucky she was lesbian compared to what happened to homosexuals. The look of disgust and suffered isolation wasn't much when compared to execution. That's why when Elder Elijah offered her a position among an outside group of the Brotherhood, a fresh start, she accepted, not knowing at the time that he was the one responsible for orchestrating the whole debacle concerning her and Veronica. The man was obsessive in everything he did, wanting to be in control of everything, which is why, when his apprentice started going off on her own, skipping work and coming to work looking disheveled, he started to intervene. Hints here and there, directing people where Christine and Veronica would be, starting rumors. Of course, Christine only realized this many years later, when she was given the order by the Circle of Steel to track down and assassinate Elijah. She had been trained as an elite assassin for many years, capable of killing someone for so far away they looked like an ant. So, when she received Elder Elijah as a target, she did as she would always do, gather information. As she had been in close contact with the man for many years, it wasn't difficult to question everything that involved him and go through her own memories with a fine-tooth comb. This is how she eventually came to the conclusion that everything bad that occurred back then was solely due to Elijah, just to get her away from Veronica. She hadn't acted like the trained assassin when she realized this, more like a child having a tantrum. She spent 2 full days destroying dummies and training herself into the ground, and only stopped due to direct orders from her seniors. Soon enough, she had numbed those feelings towards her former friend and elder. She was sent off to hunt him, tracking him all over the wasteland, from California to Big MT to the Sierra Madre in Mexico. Her journey had been long and arduous, and only got harder when she was captured by those mad scientist creatures. Even now, she could feel the effects they had on her, making her completely unable to read or write. Yet, even with her injuries, she continued to hunt Elijah, following him all the way to Mexico, to the Sierra Madre, where she was ambushed by some sort of super mutant, which is how she ended up in the auto dock. She didn't know how long she'd been there, but it had to have been months at least. Occasionally, she was taken from the auto dock and forcefully fed before being shoved back inside to continue her torture. She was prepared to die, yet the next time the auto dock opened, it wasn't the scarred face of the Nightkin that greeted her, but instead a strange helmet atop an even stranger suit of power armor. She almost had a panic attack when she saw the big MT logo displayed across the person's chest piece, but she quickly calmed herself, realizing that the logo was dramatically different to what those creatures use. Then the next surprise, Veronica and Afton. Had she died and gone to heaven? Did that mean Veronica and Afton were already dead? Had she finally lost her mind? Back with Afton, Dean, and Anya had been waiting outside the room for around 30 minutes now, and were all wondering what they should do now. Afton knocks on the door a couple times and slowly opens it when he doesn't get a response. Inside, he could see both Veronica and Christine still holding one another. However, the latter had fallen unconscious, most likely due to sheer exhaustion. Veronica puts a finger over her mouth, indicating for them to be quiet. Afton nods. I think it's best for us to get some rest. Hopefully the cloud won't drown us while we're asleep, he states, beginning to use furniture to block the doorway to prevent ghosts from entering. After all that's done, he walks over to the wall opposite the door and rests his back against it, not daring to leave his armor in case he needs to immediately jump into action. Veronica, on the other hand, strips out of her armor and gathers up any scrap clothing, cushions, or paper to create a makeshift bed for her, Christine, and Anya. Once the three are comfortable and falling asleep, Dean drags a chair over to sit next to Afton, his revolver never leaving his GRP. You know, as a ghoul, the hardest thing to come by around here is sleep. I don't really need food or water, but sleep was always tough. He spins the wheel in his revolver for no particular reason. With you in that armor, I think I'll sleep like a baby, he says with a quiet chuckle, propping his legs up, and he slumps in his chair, eyes closed as he holds the revolver close to his chest. Afton just shakes his head at the ghoul. Dean had obviously been living here since before the war, and Afton couldn't really imagine how that would feel. Living for 200 years would probably be tough enough in a paradise. But here, in the Hell's Cape called the Sierra Madre, he wondered if he had the willpower the ghoul had. Regardless, despite his regeneration, it was best for him to get as much sleep as possible before they have to move again. Who knows when next they'll get to rest? Chapter 5:26, Vertifugt. Elijah frowns as he listens to the group go to sleep. It seems as if his initial fears had been realized. That malfunction when the group first met Dean wasn't a malfunction at all. This became apparent when the same thing happened when the group met Christine. This could mean a few things, but the direst of all the options would be that the signals were blocked while his collars were modified. This would also be the reason why that damned ghoul wasn't afraid of his ire any longer. What was there to fear when the collar was ruined and Dog was dead? Elijah knew it was only a matter of time before the group retreated to their vertibird and escaped, leaving along with any chance of him gaining the treasure he so desired. Fortunately, he'd considered this eventuality. He sneers to himself as he changes the monitor view to the plaza where the vertibird had landed, using the controls to fan the cloud into it. He watches with rapt attention as the cloud envelopes the vehicle, and after an hour or so, he allows the cloud to leave the area. Upon looking at the vertibird again, he smirks at the rusted, melted, and utterly ruined sight of the vertibird. The outside might look potentially reparable, but Elijah knew the machinery and internal components had been completely ruined. It was nothing more than scrap metal shaped like a vertibird now. Now that the group had no way to escape, his plans could continue. He may have failed the last time he attempted to breach the casino due to the unexpected traps laid by its former owner, but now he knew what was needed. Elsewhere, the next day, Afton's eyes flutter open as he awakens from his sleep, his gaze immediately looking towards the barricade that had gone unmolested during the night. He releases a sigh at the fact everyone was still alive and well before getting to his feet. He glances at Christine, Veronica, and Anya, who were still sleeping somewhat peacefully, somewhat due to Christine's occasional shudders and twitches. He checks the time with his Pip-Boy and finds that it's around 9 a.m. He hadn't checked what time it was yesterday, but this was probably a good time to get moving. He claps his hands, his gauntlets clinking and ringing out, awakening the group. Dean shudders with a start, immediately pointing his revolver at Afton before lowering it once he realizes where he was. It takes around 10 minutes for everyone to get ready to move, Christine equipping her assassin's armor that they'd found yesterday. Veronica had helped wipe the blood from her face, yet she still looked terrible. Her bald head covered in so many scars that it'd be a wonder if she was able to grow any hair at all. Regardless, they could try and heal her once they escaped the Sierra Madre. Afton was somewhat curious about what the treasure was, but he'd rather get out and save Christine than potentially lose her looking for Elijah and the treasure. Veronica gave Christine her plasma pistol as the group starting backtracking through the medical district, Veronica still assisting Anya due to her blindness. All right, we're heading back to the fountain where we landed. I don't want to stay long enough for Elijah to trap us or fuck us dash, Afton starts, but is stopped when Christine claps her hand to get his attention and rapidly shakes her head. You don't want to leave? Afton questions with a raised brow. Christine nods, dragging her thumb across her neck while gesturing at the collar, indicating that she still wanted to kill Elijah. Afton sighs. We can always come back. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure you're safe. I think Veronica will agree that your vendetta can wait. When we're home, we can outfit you in the best equipment we have. We'll even come with you to hunt Elijah, he states, but his words don't seem to convince her much. Veronica grabs Christine's shoulder. Look, we know that you want revenge. We do too, but running in head first will get you and all of us hurt. Do you want to make getting Anya treatment harder, just for Elijah? Is he really worth that much? Christine looks down at the floor, her hand trailing along her throat as her expression gradually changes to one of hate and rage. She nods adamantly, twirling the plasma pistol on her finger, ready to fight. Afton, upon seeing this, releases a long sigh. He's about to speak, but Anya starts first. Sir, don't mind me. I can wait. If Christine feels like Elijah is a bigger priority, then I can wait, she says, a small smile on her lips. Christine, upon hearing this, looks surprised, her eyes wide as her top lip quivers slightly. She looks to the floor once again before looking to Afton, shaking her head and gesturing at Anya. Air, does that mean you want to leave or kill Elijah? For the latter, nod twice. He says, confused at her meaning. Christine shakes her head and nods once, meaning she wants to leave, a dramatic change compared to her earlier intentions. Seems like Anya's heartfelt words had reached her. Huh, and Afton thought he was the one with maxed out speech? Dean shrugs. Looks like you're leaving, he states, continuing to lead the group back outside the medical district and towards the plaza where they landed. The group cautiously makes their way over the rooftops, eventually reaching the plaza where they'd landed the vertibird. Unfortunately, despite the lack of ghosts, something seems to have happened to the vertibird. Afton facepalms with a hand resting against his helmet. The cloud. The cloud fucked my vertibird. I hadn't even named it, and it still got destroyed. What the fuck? He exclaims, wondering why the world hated his vehicles so much. Maybe he should name the next vehicle Definitely Going to Die Bird. Maybe then it'd be spared from the world's wrath. Chapter 527. Trap Yet Sprung. Asterisk BZTCH. Asterisk HM. Seems like the cloud caught you off guard like it has so many others. Elijah's voice states from Christine's collar. Christine herself immediately tenses at this and furiously glares down at it, as if she were mentally commanding it and him to explode. Dean chuckles at this. Yes, how strange considering you have control of the town's systems right now. Let me guess, trying for round 2? He asks, sneering with crossed arms. Round 2? Afton questions, having already expected Elijah to be responsible for his ruined vehicle, though there's a small chance of using Mechanicus to fix it. Still, that would reveal his supernatural abilities to everyone here, included Elijah. Who knows what that man would try to do if that was revealed? Dean shrugs. It means the old man wants to try and breach the casino again. The ghoul is correct. The only way to get out of the Sierra Madre is to gain control of the casino and, more importantly, the system's held inside. Elijah's gruff voice explains. Afton frowns. And what stops you from lying to us? For all we know, the key to our escape is out here amongst the town. Maybe where you're currently located? Elijah chuckles through the radio. Believe what you want, but if you ever wish to leave this place, you'll listen. Now, do we all understand each other? The group glances at one another, excluded Anya for obvious reasons, looking to see if anyone had a better plan than simply following what Elijah says. Unfortunately, simply walking out of the Sierra Madre isn't possible with the cloud blocking all possible pathways. Good. As you all know, I've been in this place for a while now, and have slowly been unlocking the secrets to this place. The door is the casino, but finding the key is the hard part. The casino's security systems are on almost permanent lockdown, reinforced doors, windows, and walls that even mini nukes wouldn't be able to breach. And those are just the defensive measures. Offensively, the casino is fitted with thousands of auto turrets, for machine guns, laser fire, and even missile turrets. That's just the beginning of it, however. Thousands of holograms patrol the outskirts, vaporizing anything that steps anywhere near the casino's boundaries. The only way to destroy the holograms is to destroy their emitters. Unfortunately, their emitters are protected by a sort of force field, one no doubt provided by those creatures at Big MT. Elijah lists off the various defenses, the group's eyes all going wide at the picture Elijah just verbally painted. For all intents and purpose, it sounded impenetrable, and if you add the ever-present cloud to all the defenses he'd listed off, not even the Brotherhood of Steel's headquarters could even match up to it. If what Elijah said was true, it was probably the most well-protected thing in the entire world. Nothing even came close to it. Afton scowls. And do you want us to break in somehow? Yeah, fat chance, he scoffs at the man. Elijah growls over the radio. I said, listen. Fortunately for you all, the Sierra Madre wasn't built to be a fortress, but a casino. This means there's an avenue of entry, though this one is only possible due to the Great War occurring on its opening day, he explains. The gala event. Dean states. Indeed, Elijah grouses, the grand opening event. Once started, the doors to the casino swing open. The holograms are set on passive, and the automated defenses are temporarily turned off. Access to most of the casino's rooms, halls, and apartments are granted to all who enter, though some people of interest still hold higher permissions. He trails off ambiguously. And I suppose we need to open it? Afton asks, feeling like they were playing to Elijah's tune. Correct. For more information on your tasks, speak with the ghoul. He's done this once before, after all. Asterisk BZTCH asterisk, Elijah states before turning off the modulator. The group all look at Dean with appraising looks, wondering whether or not the ghoul had more secrets that he wasn't telling them. Clearly he hated Elijah, and the collar around his neck made it obvious that he wasn't his ally, but that didn't mean he was their ally either. Dean just limply shakes his head at their suspicious gazes. Before you ask, yes, I've been trying to get the Sierra Madre treasure for many, many years. And no, I've never willingly worked with him. Didn't stop you from failing to tell us about this. Veronica sniffs, Christine slowly nodding her head in agreement. Dean shrugs. What do you want from me? My life story? All you need to know is that I've spent 200 years trying to claim the treasure of the Sierra Madre, obviously with not much success. To think it took a madman with explosive collars to crack the first layer, only to fail on the second. He chuckles with a hand over his face, clearly resenting that fact. All right, enough of this. What do we need to do to trigger the gala? I know we don't all trust Elijah, but I think getting inside the casino is probably the best place to start looking for an exit. Afton says, not mentioning his intentions to find whatever system controls the cloud. Well, there are 4 components to it that need to be attended. Puesta del Sol switching station needs someone versed in technology to reroute the power elsewhere. The south of Puesta del Sol has a damaged cable, which would require repair, or someone to connect the circuit with their own bodies. I wouldn't recommend this one lightly, he states with a shiver before continuing. The south of Salida del Sol has a fenced-off switching station, for what I remember, The switches are heavily rusted and corroded, meaning we need someone with immense strength to operate it. Dean says, sending glances at Afton and Veronica. Last but certainly not least, the actual activation switch, which sits in the most dangerous part of the Sierra Madre by far. The north of Salida del Sol. The switch itself is atop the bell tower, but getting there in the first place is the hardest part. That should be everything unless something else has been damaged since the last event. Dean explains. Chapter 528, Emitting Your Mistakes. Afton, upon hearing Dean's word, releases a long sigh, takes his helmet off, and runs a hand through his hair. He looks towards Anya and Christine, both of which were still heavily injured from their recent and not-so-recent injuries. The only uninjured people here were Afton, Veronica, and Dean, meaning either Christine or Anya would have to play an active role in this. Though, it'd most likely fall upon Christine, as while she was injured, she could still see and get around on her own. Would it be possible to repair the cable? We haven't exactly got the best team for something like this, especially with Anya and Christine still being injured. Afton asks, I've tried many times to repair it, but nothing works. I think it's made of special material or something, definitely not copper. Dean retorts with a shrug before continuing. As for our numbers, the Puesta del Sol switching station is very secure once you get inside. Your friend Christine would be safe while operating it, if she can operate it. Afton and Dean both look toward Christine for an answer. She just gives a confident nod in response. Afton had already expected this. Most members of the Brotherhood were required to know a good deal about tech to get any significant position at all. All right, let's get Christine to the switching station first. Then we can think about everything else. But first, he trails off as he steps towards Christine, hand reaching for her collar. She allows him to begin fiddling with it, having already trusted him with removing the explosives earlier. It takes a couple minutes and a bit of trial and error, but eventually, Afton accomplishes what he wanted to do. Nodding to himself, he looks down at his Pip-Boy and clicks onto the radio tab, selecting the new unknown broadcast option. Once done, both his Pip-Boy and Christine's collar begin emitting audible signals. Testing. 9 plus 10 is equal to 21, he says, and his voice is transmitted from her collar. Afton grins. Nice, Christine. Now you try dash. Fuck, I didn't think this through, he exclaims, having completely forgotten that Christine literally cannot talk. She looks amused at this and taps her collar a couple times with a finger, the sound of which is clearly broadcasted. Afton raises a brow in thought. Christine, do you remember how to do Morse code? He asks as most Brotherhood members are drilled to know it. Christine shrugs and has a look of concentration overtake her. She taps once on the collar before scowling and shaking her head. Guess not. All right, how about this? Tap once for no and twice for yes, cool. Christine nods, tapping twice on her collar. Afton looks to Dean. You want the same? He asks, and the ghoul nods. 10 minutes later, and the group is on the move, hopping atop rooftops while Veronica assists both Anya and Christine. They slowly make their way to the Puesta del Sol, so they could try to find the switching station. Dean knows around where it is, but isn't completely sure, as the last time the gala was activated, it was someone else's responsibility to operate it. Puesta del Sol itself doesn't look all that different from the other areas of the Sierra Madre Afton had seen, with the only exception being the large amount of cloud present and, strangely, the lower amount of ghosts. However, the reason for this quickly becomes clear. Afton peeks his head over the edge of the rooftop as he looks toward the strange blue glow. The light quickly flashes red, however, once a hologram in the distance notices his presence. The holographic person places both hands on their head as something appears to be charging up. Afton's danger sense flares, and he throws himself backwards just as a large laser flies past where his head had just been. Well, that clears up the lack of ghosts, I guess. He mutters before waiting a moment before peeking again and firing a shot from his anti-material rifle through the hologram's head, which does literally nothing. It's not like he hadn't expected that, but he wanted to see just how the holograms worked. The fact that they are completely immune to ballistic weapons was impressive, to say the least. Next, he fires his sonic emitter at it, and yet again, The projectile goes through the hologram without achieving anything aside from making the hologram flicker slightly. Afton shrugs upon seeing this and look at the rest of the group. Well, that's me done. Any ideas? Dean just stands, aims his revolver for a moment, and fires a shot off, hitting the hologram emitter that's somewhat concealed behind a pillar and causing the hologram to disappear. You need to use your eyes, not to bash your skull against a wall until something works. You knew where the emitter was beforehand, didn't you? Afton retorts, well, no point destroying them when they get rid of the ghosts in the area. Hopefully, this will be the last time the gala event needs to be started. Otherwise, I'll have to fight my way through a horde of them. Dean states. Afton nods at this. Dealing with the holograms would probably be easier for most considering all you had to do was avoid the area where their emitter was. Ghosts, however, would roam around and appear in unexpected places, making the area far more hazardous than usual. After all, a known danger is easier to deal with than an unknown one, even if the holograms are more lethal in most situations. Though something Afton definitely wants to do is to acquire one of the emitters without damaging it. The tech could be analyzed back at the think tank. Afton could already think of the possibilities of such weapons. Maybe he could design a drone that flew far above the clouds with many emitters below it. It'd be a mobile, immortal army capable of going literally anywhere. Ooh, just the thought was giving him shivers of anticipation. Chapter 529, Switcheroo. Soon enough, the group finds the switching station and quietly enters inside. Quickly, the aesthetics of the place change from a usual villa to a more technological feel. Steel-reinforced concrete walls, metal floor, and very durable lighting. Afton enters a room filled with servers and an occasionally sparking circuit breaker. He glances at the hallway leading further into the building and notices that the lights in the hallway weren't activated, meaning the power was shut off, most likely from the circuit breaker. Fortunately, Afton was well versed in repair, plus his jury rigging. Perk allowed him to use some scrap electronics as materials to fix it. After a couple of minutes of fiddling and carrick, the lights flicker on. However, the lights aren't the only thing that was turned on. The dull sound of a speaker operating at a specific frequency causes both Dean and Christine to tense for a moment. They quickly calm, though once they realize that Afton had disarmed their collars. Still, best not to give Elijah the wrong idea. Afton walks into the hallway and fires a shot at the speaker, causing it to explode into a shower of metal pieces and electronics. The next obstacle is in the generator room. Almost the whole place had collapsed, leaving only a couple of reactors left to power the city. Afton isn't quite sure if there were any more inside the casino, but thinks it was inevitable due to the place's sheer size. The cloud is also thick amongst the floor, making it impossible for any normal person to traverse. This is easily solved as Afton uses his plant arm on a support beam and swings himself across like Spider-Man. After a bit more time investigating, he finds the speaker control systems as well as the ventilation that still seems to somehow work. Next to the speaker systems, Afton finds a headless corpse next to a stealth skill book. The man probably had been another of Elijah's victims who weren't needed anymore. Skill points to Perk, 6 out of 15. Afton slowly leads the group through the facility, occasionally taking out turrets and the stray hologram. Veronica was very careful to make sure Anya was with her at all times. The walkways were very, very dangerous for someone who couldn't see where they were going. One moment of inattention, and she could be plummeting to the ground below. Eventually, they managed to reach their destination. Another headless corpse was lying in front of the elevator. It looks like they were trying to escape from the elevator, but didn't get far before Elijah turned on them. Afton glances at Dean, who still seems to be looking around, making himself comfortable with the various machinery and systems, and hacks into the terminal next to them, but quickly finds that it's not the one required for the gala. I think the elevator takes you to the systems we need to access, Dean states. Afton nods in agreement, but is unsure how to go about it. His power armor would barely fit inside, let alone allow him to repair anything. Though, if it was between sending Christine down alone and taking off his armor, the choice was obvious. He slowly pries himself out of the cloud-ravaged power armor and enters the elevator under the others' watchful gazes. If he hadn't already ventilated the place and moved the cloud outside, he'd not dare do this. The potential of the elevator dropping straight down into the cloud was too high. Once down there, he quickly finds a small maintenance terminal, but is annoyed once he starts investigating. To start the gala event, someone needs to be down here waiting for the button atop the bell tower to be pressed. If not, the event will fail. He goes back up and delivers the news to everyone, getting frowns and anxious looks as a result. Dean just shrugs. Can't we send one of our injured to do it? He points at Christine. All you'd have to do is wait for the signal. The other can't do it since she's blind after all. It's better than lugging around more invalids, he coldly states. Afton frowns, not at Dean's insults, but at the fact he was somewhat agreeing with it. The place was almost completely safe from harm, so leaving Anya and Christine here would keep them safe while allowing the rest of the group to speed up their progress. Still, it makes him wary. Who knows what could happen between now and then? Could the cloud finally erode through the building? Could ghosts break in and climb the place? Could Elijah kidnap them for leverage? Christine, upon hearing Dean's words, quickly shakes her head with wide eyes. She points at the elevator and taps once a couple times on her collar, meaning she did not like going inside at all. Well, that puts a chink in his plans. If Christine wasn't willing to go inside, then they'd have to leave someone else. Anya was blind, and even if she wasn't, she didn't have the technical skills to operate the terminal properly or repair it if it crashes or something else goes awry. We aren't just going to leave them here, right? It's almost like abandoning them. Veronica mutters, better than lugging around dead weight. Dean adds non-committally, angering Veronica. You're going to be the dead weight if you keep talking like that, she warns, cracking her knuckles. Dean takes a step back with a hand on his revolver, already knowing he'd lose the fight if it starts. He'd seen what she could do against that big blue mutant. The group starts arguing amongst each other until Afton slams his unarmored fist into the concrete wall, cracking and denting it. Once they're silent, he sighs. I think leaving Christine and Anya here is our best bet. Shit is only going to get more dangerous the further we go, so taking them is risking their lives as well as our own. For all intents and purposes, this place is safe, he states. Chapter 530, Jerry Rickied. Veronica shakes her head, but Christine clearly doesn't want to go inside. Are you going to force her down there? She asks, emotions peaking. Why doesn't she want to go down there in the first place? Afton locks eyes with her. Do you have claustrophobia or something? Are you afraid because of its similarities with the autodoc? Christine looks away at his words, confirming that she was indeed afraid and feeling shameful about it as well. Clearly, she wasn't taking her own current fragile state well, doing her best to present a strong front while avoiding the things that truly scare her. Afton releases another sigh and begins ruminating about what to do. He takes another glance around the room and focuses on the terminal, eventually getting an idea. Here, give me a moment, he mutters before going down the elevator again. Another 10 minutes, and Afton returns, a bead of sweat on his forehead, and he points at the terminal across the room. Christine, try that. It should be linked with a maintenance terminal. Christine does just that. The terminal's monitor flickers slightly as if it was about to blue screen, but soon enough the maintenance terminal screen opens up in a sub-window. A small, grateful smile appears on her face as she turns and gives a thumbs up at Afton. Veronica looks relieved, and Afton mirrors her. Can you look after Anya while we attend to the other systems? Afton asks, and Christine nods in response. All right, I'll leave this stuff here in case it takes us a while, he says, tossing a couple bottles of purified water and power bars. It wouldn't do to have them starve to death while waiting for the event, would it? Afton bids farewell to Christine and Anya before stepping out with Dean, letting Veronica have a private word with Christine. An hour later, they left the switching station and head south, toward where the cable break supposedly exists. Strangely, the cloud was thick in some areas but not others, meaning some kind of ventilation system was still activate. Afton notices many hologram emitters around, but none were activated. Obviously, someone had turned them off, but for what purpose he didn't know. The trio followed along the rooftops until they drop onto a balcony overlooking a large plaza. There were a few inactive hologram emitters on the walls along with some sirens, but all were deactivated. Dean walks over to a wall and gestures at the two cut sparking wires. This is our destination. He sighs, last time I was here I almost died after getting swarmed by ghosts. Once the gala event starts, music starts blaring over those speakers, attracting every ghost in the Puesta del Sol. Afton rubs his chin. Sounds rough. Mind if I take a look at those cables? Dean shrugs. Help yourself, plant boy. Afton shakes his head at his newly acquired nickname and couches over the wires. They have been cleanly cut, and no one had stripped the rubber from the metal internals yet, meaning that would need to be done. Though unlike other wires he'd seen, they aren't made of copper, but something else. He gives the wires a tug, but finds that both sides are too short to be connected, which is likely what forced Dean to connect the circuit with his own body. This would be difficult to fix. Fortunately, Afton's power armor was pretty well insulated at this point, allowing him to hold the wires without issue. He produces a wooden wire stripper from his plant arm and attaches a razor to it to act as a blade. Afterward, Afton begins to strip the wires. Once done, he walks through some nearby rooms and eventually finds a boiler room. Dean chuckles as he spots Afton walking towards them with a pile of copper pipes in his arms. Pipes he'd obviously just torn out of the walls. I don't think that'll work, he muses. Afton shrugs and tosses the pile on the ground while keeping one on hand. He begins using his superhuman and power armor enhanced strength to easily twist the copper pipe. Obviously, unheated metal is difficult to alter, but copper wasn't saturnite or steel, so it was easier than most think. The copper pipe crumples and twists under the force of his hand and slowly begins thinning into mangled, splintered, and slightly thread-like material. He strips off all the thread-like metal that had splintered away from the metal and begins twisting it all together, forming a makeshift wire. He's about to use the new wire to connect the circuit when Dean quickly stops him. Wait a minute. Did you forget what I said? Afton pulls back and rubs the back of his helmet. Eric, my bad. He admits, having forgotten that the circuit may activate the music. The speakers weren't only used for the gala event, so they might just pick up a radio signal and start blasting out songs. All right, you two get to the roof and wait for me to connect the circuit. I have a feeling this is going to be loud. Dean doesn't need any other confirming and quickly begins climbing back up. Veronica gives him an unsure look. You sure? We could try and find the hologram control terminal before then. Afton nods, 100%. I'll come straight up once it's activated. Don't worry about it. It isn't like the ghosts will sabotage the wire. At most, they'll destroy the speakers, which isn't a problem. Veronica nods and climbs back up. Once she'd gone, Afton ties the sparking wires together, completing the circuit and allowing the speakers to start playing an old pre-war song, one that almost makes Afton have a seizure. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. He's so stunned by the song that he almost forgets to retreat and only remembers as Ghost starts literally crawling out of the vents to get to the sound. Perhaps they're as shocked by the music as he is. Chapter 531, Mutative Mutations on Mutants' Mutagens. Afton scrambles up the roof as Rick Astley blares over the speakers. Already the entire plaza was full of ghosts, and Afton was sure there were ghosts from other districts as well. There were so many that they could probably use one another like ladders to reach higher places, which is an incredibly unnerving thought. Come on, let's get moving before we catch the horde attention. He quickly says to Dean and Veronica as they start jogging away. Clang, asterisk. Unfortunately, it seems as if they'd attracted the boss with the racket they'd created. The group timidly turn around at the sound of heavy, rattling metal and heavy obstructed breathing. Afton's eyes focus on the figure that's standing directly opposite them. It's tall despite being hunched over, almost taller than Afton was even in his power armor. It had crimson skin and the words God scarred across its chest. Its arms and legs were covered in rusty chains that it seems to be used as weapons, and it's wearing a gas mask, one that looks as if it were pried from one of the other ghosts. Super mutant, Afton mutters, utterly confused by its presence. Dean backs away slightly with a fearful look on its ghoulish face. It's him again. That damn dog. I thought he was killed in the cloud, he shouts, pointing towards the familiar collar that's still around its neck. Veronica shakes her head. Looks like he was mutated. She mutters, knowing that she'd barely won the fight last time. If it had gotten stronger, then she'd need both Afton and Dean to work together on this. Afton glares at the rasping figure, wondering when it'd decide to attack. For now, he uses living anatomy to see how it differed from the other ghosts. Ghost Mutant Reaver. Health, %. Stamina, %. DT, 30. Strength, 17. Perception, 3. Endurance, 17. Charisma, 0. Intelligence, 2. Agility, 3. Luck, 0. Ailments. Cloud-ridden, an unfortunate soul, complete contaminated by the cloud, forcing them to live in agonized and tortured resistance. Unable to die through most conventional means, regenerative capabilities enhance strength and endurance, while everything else is significantly reduced. Blood-crazed hunter, massively enhanced agility when attacking, mental derangement. Super mutant, immune to most diseases and radiation. Well, fuck. This thing was strong as hell, though Afton didn't know if his various perks and power armor would put him above it. Regardless, its regeneration would be a problem. Afton draws his Ultra Chains word and taps the unactivated blade against his thigh. Well then, come on, he taunts with both arms spread eagle. With an angry grunt, the ghost bursts into movement, far faster than any of the other ghosts were able to. It flies towards Afton with a spin to gain momentum for its chains. Afton just ignites his blade and slashes down at the offending chains, though, easily cutting through them and destroying the mutant's weapon. He hadn't expected the creature to be absolutely unrelenting, however. He'd thought it'd be taken off guard by the loss of its weapon, but the unavoidable fist to the side of his head begged to differ. Clank, asterisk. Grit is in effect. The punch would be strong enough to knock him off of his feet, but his Stonewall perk prevents anything like that from happening, instead forcing him to stand upright as the mutant tries to attack again. His danger sense niggles in his mind at the slight damage he's taking, but before he has the chance to retaliate, Veronica was already upon them, coming down from a leap and slamming her fist shotgun into the back of the mutant's head, blowing a large hole into it and covering Afton's helmet with the gory contents. Strangely, though, the mutant just stumbles instead of falling unconscious like most ghosts usually do once their brain is destroyed. It tries to look around, but is unable to due to its lack of eyes, but the hole in its head quickly begins to heal up. Dean shoots it from behind, but his bullets basically bounce off of its skin, displaying just how tough its skin actually is. At its regeneration, and Afton was sure it'd destroy any task force the NCR or Legion could send. Perhaps even the Brotherhood and Enclave wouldn't be able to fight this thing. Dean's shots don't achieve anything aside from drawing the mutant's attention. Dean gives a womanly-sounding shriek as he flees in the opposite direction, the mutant hot on his tail. Afton gives a short sigh as he and Veronica chase them. Dean's agilely hops across the rooftops while juking the mutant, barely managing to keep out of its grasp. That doesn't last for long, though, as it eventually grasps Dean by the throat. Dean tries to retaliate by shooting the mutant in its eyes, but it doesn't even flinch at the loss of its sensory organs. Dean can feel darkness quickly overtaking him as the grip increasing in strength, feeling as if his eyes are about to pop from his skull. Slash! Asterisk. Dean's let go as the mutant's arm drops to the floor, attracting both it and Dean's attention. Afton had flung his chained word forward with his whip-like plant arm, and was now retracting it back to normal. The mutant growls and gives Dean a fierce kick, which launches him off of the roof in response before jumping back onto the roof where Afton and Veronica were. Veronica runs to intercept as Afton throws his plant arm out again, this time to intercept Dean's fall. The cloud wasn't present below, but a horde of ghosts certainly was. Afton feels his rope arm wrap around something, but Dean was now out of view and out of time. So he takes the risk and pulls it taut before tugging it up, pulling the ghoul back to them. He glances to the side as Veronica fights the super mutant, both of them trading blows, but Veronica clearly being on the losing end of the trades. Sure, she was more skilled, but the mutant was far stronger and had utterly ridiculous levels of regeneration that not even Afton could match. Even its arm had already grown back, making it feel like an unwinnable fight. Chapter 532, Dog Given a God's Death. The mutant punches Veronica in her chest plate, a shockwave rippling through her body and knocking her away as it charges back at Afton. It throws a heavy punch at his helmet, and Afton is forced to allow it to connect due to the risk of dropping Dean. Clunk, asterisk. The fist strikes him in the side of the head, but again his Stonewall perk allows him to hold his ground, even with the tremendous force that had just stuck him. If he were anyone else wearing this armor, his neck would have immediately broken. Afton's palm strikes the mutant in the solar plexus with his other, then while giving one final tug to bring Dean back up. The ghoul managing to grab a hold of the edge and pull himself up, though Afton's rescue of him had dislocated his shoulder. With Dean saved, Afton turned his full attention towards the mutant, dodging another punch and using his plant arm to wrap a long wood-like rope around its neck, tightly pulling it so it couldn't attempt to tear it off. Afton twisted behind it and pulled as tightly as possible, hoping to render it unconscious. It continues to struggle in his grip, but he holds it still while Veronica comes over to assist. And by assist, he meant pummeling the mutant with as many shotgun fist-fueled punches as the mutant's body allowed. She spent a minute straight wailing on the unfortunate creature, and by the time she was out of breath, it looked like a charred, bloody pile of flesh. Its regeneration was struggling to keep up with the amount of mass its body had lost. And with it not looking close to going unconscious, Afton determined that the creature didn't need air to breathe. So he instead just twists its head like a Looney Tunes cartoon, breaking its neck and allowing it to fall to the ground. Veronica and Dean walk and stand either side of him, both looking down at the wriggling pile of flesh that was still trying to reconstitute itself. Afton considered for a moment just tossing the corpse into the horde of ghosts and using his sonic emitter and meltdown perk to annihilate them. This thought was quickly squashed, however, when he realized that such an action would also destroy the wiring system needed for the gala, as well as any other hidden subsystems. Perhaps he should just toss the thing in the air and detonate it there? The other ghosts weren't really a threat compared to this one. They weren't able to climb rooftops and certainly weren't anywhere near as strong. If he didn't kill it now, he had no doubt it'd bite him in the ass later. All right, you wait there for a minute, he says before getting out of his power armor and pressing his hand against the floor. For this, he'd need the full capabilities his arm granted him to make sure everything went off without a hitch. His arm melded to the rooftop and grew towards the mutant. One at arrived roots immediately began burrowing inside, its flesh taking the place of the mutant's vital organs to make sure it wouldn't regenerate. After that, he exerted more power into it, causing a large wooden pole to form with the mutant's body sitting atop it. Afton pulls his arm back and wipes the sweat from his brow. He'd never done anything so grand with his abilities before. It was surprisingly quite exhausting. Fortunately, his regeneration was also recovering the stamina he'd exerted. I thought you were weird before, but that's just freakish, Dean mutters, holding his injured shoulder. Veronica unconsciously nods. When have you been able to that? Afton shrugs. Have most of your body devoured by mutative plant life and survive. Maybe you get a chance to do this. Still unlikely, though. I was a lucky case. He states while drawing his sonic emitter and pointing it at the mutant. You guys should back up slightly, he warns as he begins firing. The explosive effect caused by the sonic emitter would only occur during critical hits, which is why he couldn't just toss it in the air and hope to get lucky. The shots caused bits and pieces of the mutant's body to explode into red paste, but his roots held it together so it couldn't escape its binding. Soon enough, a crit occurs. Boom! Asterisk. An explosion shakes the rooftop they were standing on as a fireball enveloped the mutant's body. This is quickly followed by another explosion, which causes a large green plasma shockwave to ring out, literally incinerating anything that comes into contact with it. The pole the mutant's body was sitting atop is almost completely destroyed, leaving only a stump and the smell of burnt flesh in its wake. Did you kill Dash? Dean starts but stops halfway as time freezes around them, Afton being the only person left aware of it. Welcome to level 53. Points 1. Stats. Perks. Mutations. Afton doesn't even have to think about what he wants, as he'd already decided long before this. Boviria mordicana resorium enables user to form incredibly sharp blades on their arm. This would essentially make him a living weapon. The whips he'd been using to grab things could now be used to attack. He could even change his fingers into claws or form a prototype blade if he wanted. There were so many options, yet all he needed now was to extend these abilities to the rest of his body. He needed to search for something like that next level. For now, confirm. Once time resumes, Afton grips his fist and rolls his shoulder, not noticing the duo looking at him strangely. What? He asks as Dean coughs in his fist. Is it dead or not? He asks, Afton having ignored his earlier question for some reason. Afton nods. Yeah, definitely. He states with confidence it wasn't unfounded either. He just leveled up from killing it after all. You okay? Veronica asks after a moment. Afton nods, realizing he must have looked odd ignoring Dean's earlier question. Yeah, just thinking about things. Chapter 533. Sit back. Relax. After the group's battle against the ghost mutant, they began moving again, this time in the direction of the Salida del Sol. Obviously, Afton didn't forget to push Dean's shoulder back into its socket, but maybe he should have just left it alone. That ghoul's bitching about it made it difficult to decide. During the journey, Afton had just to flex his new abilities, but found it difficult due to the fact he was wearing power armor. The small opening in his gauntlet allowed him to produce a whip covered in razor barbs, but he wasn't able to explore the mutations as much as he may have wished. Perhaps after his next mutation, he'd be able to forego power armor on his plant arm completely. As it is, an anti-material rifle could still punch through it, making it a massive weakness in any large-scale battle. Even if he was always focusing on his danger sense, he couldn't be 100% sure he'd get out unscathed when an attack did come. The next mutation he'd get would be one that reinforces his plant arm's defenses, allowing him to change it into a steel-like substance. After that, he'd probably focus on reinforcing the rest of his body, or maybe trying out telekinesis. Technokinesis sounds pretty cool too, as well as a good combination with his current skill set. Soon enough, they reached the outskirts of the district, and Afton could see the bell tower looming in the distance. Afton had already unconsciously started heading in its direction when Dean stops him. Hold up, we got the switching station to get to first. Only then can we activate the event, he states, gesturing in the southern part of the Salida del Sol. Afton just shrugs at him, lead on. The group begins to move again, but Veronica doesn't notice herself walking over a more ragged and fragile part of the rooftop. Veronica SD-, Afton calls out, but is too late, the combined weight of her body and the power armor easily breaching the roof. She falls straight down with a high-pitched shriek, tumbling through the first floor she hits, then the second, then onto the ground floor. Fortunately, there wasn't any cloud down there, so she should be relatively unharmed. Hopefully. Afton and Dean crowd around the hole. You okay down there? He calls out while shining a light down at Veronica, who is lying in a heap. Ugh, yeah. Oh shit. She exclaims but quickly quietens down after nothing happens. What is it? Afton asks, ready to jump down and defend her. Veronica glances back up the hole and gestures at something not visible to them in the room. There's a hologram here. It isn't attacking, though. Dean's eyes light up at this. Must be a hologram trader. I haven't even found that one yet. Good job. He chuckles while flashing a thumbs up, while Veronica flips him off in response. Afton glances at Dean questioningly. Hologram trader? Dean nods, yes. Old Frederick didn't think paying for hostesses and staff was worth the effort, so he just had holograms made instead to serve their functions. If he got any pre-war cash, we might be able to buy something useful. Afton shakes his head. No, only thing I use dollars for nowadays is toilet paper. He sheepishly admits, only now realizing how ridiculous that would sound to his previous self-sensibilities. Dean bursts into laughter at this, wiping a stray tear out of his eye. Oh, now isn't that just a hilarious change of priorities? Whatever, use your platform thing and pull her up. I doubt scrounging for change and buying half a stim pack would achieve anything at this point. Afton nods and shoots a whip down to Veronica, wrapping it around her waist and bracing himself while pulling her up. Even a super mutant would find this difficult, but Afton just continues the task without a sweat. All right, now do I need to instruct you on how to not fall into any more holes? Afton asks Veronica semi-sarcastically. She just smacks him in the arm and begins walking southward again. That was one time, she retorts. Fortunately, the streets below them were relatively clear of the cloud. However, this wasn't the case for ghosts, which seemed to infest literally every street corner within view. Even the destroyed building had many on the ground level, promoting just how dangerous this area was. Afton couldn't imagine how difficult it would be if he was forced to travel via the streets. Yes, I'm throwing shade at the courier for not using the rooftops in the DLC. The group continues to travel for around an hour until they spot a large square next to a wide-open gate. Inside the gated area was an illuminated clearing that had a number of rusted electrical switches, which is presumably what they were here for. Unfortunately, the square and the gated area were both completely full of ghosts, not to mention the egregious amount of bear traps that had been laid around. Afton was unsure if the ghosts were responsible for those, though, especially since they seemed to instinctively avoid them. Afton just groans aloud. Ugh, why is this fucking town so fucking annoying? Can't they just give us a freebie for once? Dean snorts. I don't know who they are, but this is proper Sierra Madre hospitality. He chuckles. Veronica shakes her head. I have no idea how you have lived this long. We're struggling, and we're kitted out in the best armor and weaponry you can and can't find in the wasteland. Dean purses his lips. Just skill, a bit of starvation, and the best escaping technique you've ever seen. Now, both of you stop your bitching. You've got ghosts to kill, he states as he sits on the edge of the rooftop. Afton crooks a brow. What about you? Dean shrugs with a laugh. As your friend just said, you are far better equipped than I am, he says while lying back as if he were on vacation. Chapter 534, Scouting the Competition. Christine sits back in a swivel chair, monotonously spinning it and herself around while waiting for the gala event to begin. Afton and Veronica's ghoul friend, Anya, was sleeping nearby on a pile of scraps soft enough to be used as a bed. She releases a long sigh as her muscles still occasionally twitch from her long-time torture inside the autodock. She could still feel phantom pains from her scars, but ignored it all through sheer willpower alone. Despite her family coming all this way into what could potentially be hell itself, the thing pushing her forward at the moment was Elijah and her wish for vengeance against him. BZZTCH, asterisk. She raises a brow at the sound. Speak of the devil, she mentally spits as Elijah's raspy voice begins speaking through her collar. Enjoying yourself, Christine? He asked with a great deal of mirth. Silently growling, she taps her collar once after remembering Afton's makeshift method of communication. Oh, still can't speak? That's a shame. Still, it means you make a great listener. Plus, it allows you to silently contemplate things with this new skill. You've noticed it, haven't you? He asks ambiguously. Again, Christine just taps once on her collar, not knowing what Elijah was referring to. Ah, being willfully ignorant it is then? Tell me, are you still loyal to the Brotherhood? Even after they sent you on a suicide mission and abandoned you when you didn't return? He asks, his grin somehow audible in his words. She quickly taps twice, answering that she's indeed still loyal. The Brotherhood probably just wasn't able to track her. Big MT fried all their methods of tracking, and the Sierra Madre was essentially impenetrable. Elijah chuckles. You are? Oh, I have big news for you then, my dear. Your friend Afton, your family Veronica, both are no longer part of the Brotherhood. They told me themselves they have formed their own group that goes against everything the Codex states. Why else would they lug around 2 mutants with them? Christine's eyes widen at this, her eyes trailing to the sleeping Anya. She taps no on her collar, though, not willing to believe this. Or, if it true, put much faith in Elijah's words. This was just like him, trying to manipulate her, Why else would he try this while the others weren't here to defend themselves? Yeah, he's just trying to set them against each other. It's funny how you refuse to believe what's before you. I've even received news from the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood. Did you know Afton is assisting the NCR in capturing them? Christine shakes her head, covering her ears, not wishing to hear any more without speaking to Afton and Veronica about this topic directly. Surely if it was true, they'd have a reason, right? If you're unsure about my words, why not ask that mutant with you? The two seems close with it, enough to reveal their secrets, I'd say. He trails off. Christine looks over to Anya and slowly gets to her feet, determined to see if what Elijah says holds any truth at all. She walks over and slowly shakes Anya awake, nudging the ghoul with her foot. Anya slowly awakens due to being disturbed. She jumps slightly at not seeing anything, but quickly recomposes herself with memories of the recent events. Ashilo? Christine, Anya asks, her throat still raw from cloud exposure. All right, you can't speak, Anya sheepishly admits. Don't worry about that. Mutant, Christine here just wants some information about Afton and Veronica. Elijah asks through the collar for Christine. She taps her collar twice to indicate she agrees with the old man. Anya pauses for a moment at the fact Elijah and Christine were seemingly cooperating. If it was possible, her skin would be pale and clammy at the situation. What do you want to know? Elijah grins behind the terminal as he speaks, knowing that this could potentially be a turning point for his plans. What is Afton's current rank in the Brotherhood of Steel? Anya sheepishly rubs her hands together. None. He was exiled for stopping my execution. Christine crooks at brow at this. That wasn't actually out of character for Afton. He took the Codex more as guidelines than anything concrete, kind of how she and Veronica treated certain passages. Still, hearing that Afton had indeed left the Brotherhood was difficult. That also meant that Veronica was essentially in the same situation if she was traveling around with him. Elijah continues to question her, and did Afton make an agreement with the NCR? Anya thinks for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. I think negotiations fell through, but yes, he did want the NCR to capture Brotherhood members, instead of killing them, which is what would probably happen if left alone. She states, not wanting to throw Afton under the bus over a misunderstanding. Christine stands there silently upon hearing that, trying to process how she feels about it. Elijah doesn't have such conniptions, however. And Veronica? Is she still a part of the Brotherhood? He continues. Anya chews her lip. I don't know. I don't think so. Our organization isn't exactly friendly with them. She sheepishly admits. Elijah silently laughs to himself. Oh, what is your organization exactly? Anya shakes her head. If you want to know, ask Afton. You can still speak with Dean, can't you? I am nothing but a scout, she states, unwilling to say anything else due to the potential for her to accidentally reveal something secret. See, Christine, they are not the people you were familiar with, just strangers with ulterior motives. I wonder why they even came for you. Perhaps they need some leverage against the Brotherhood. Anya scowls. Afton and Veronica aren't like that. They came to save you because you're their family. Everyone in Bulwark knows this. Don't let that old traitor tell you lies, she growls. Chapter 535, Fire. Back with the clear-up trio, or duo more like due to Dean's complete reluctance to get his hands dirty, Afton and Veronica had given up trying to persuade their ghoulish friend. Dean continued to make excuses varying from, I'm too tired, to, I'm scared, to, I've run out of bullets. In the end, the duo just decided to go it alone and hope nothing bad happens. Both were basically immune to harm due to their power armor, but that didn't mean something unexpected couldn't happen. The Cloud, for instance, had obviously displayed the ability to mutate other creatures aside from humans. If it can mutate a super mutant, what would happen if it got a hold of a Deathclaw, or a Cazador, or even a Yaoguai? Just the thought made Afton reluctant to be arrogant or overconfident about their durability. He wouldn't mention these thoughts to Veronica either, for fear of pushing her into a D mindset. Afton leads the assault by jumping off of the roof and landing right on top of a ghost, his feet crushing its body as if it were a slinky. Crack, asterisk, squelch, asterisk. Afton flicks his hand and shoots out a wood-like tendril from his plant arm, extending it until it's a couple meters long before forming razor-sharp blades on it. Once done, he begins spinning it over his head. However, before he can get off his first attack, the ghosts were already upon him, sprinting like mangled fast zombies with various weapons ready to strike. In response, Afton ignites his ultra chainsaw in his left hand and bisects the closest ghost before kicking its slowly regenerating body toward a few other charging enemies. Once the razor whip spinning over his head had picked up enough speed, he swings it down around him, cutting a huge swath of ghosts in half. Many fall to the ground in halves or missing limbs. If they hadn't been immortal cloud control zombies, this would have been extremely effective. Unfortunately, for these creatures, losing a leg and an arm amounts to nothing but a scratch, as it'd regenerate soon after it was incurred. Now that the plant whip had halted against the bodies of the ghosts, they immediately started attacking it with their weapons. Their Saturnite knives, steel spears, butcher knives, and bear trap gauntlets easily damaged the relatively fragile whip, quickly destroying it and continuing their charge towards Afton. Veronica had already jumped into battle behind him, popping ghost heads with her shotgun fist weapon, occasionally getting a crit and causing an explosion with the unique weapon. In fact, her fist weapon's ability was one of the only things that permanently killed the ghosts. Its explosive effect was strong enough to completely annihilate the ghost that is detonated. Scree, asterisk, dink, asterisk, ping, asterisk. The sounds of metal bouncing off of her Saturnite plating rings out, but she ignores it and focuses on punching as many skulls as humanly possible. While her non-crit attacks may not put them completely out of commission, it does take them a while to regenerate a splattered skull. Up on the rooftop, Dean had laughed and clapped when the duo had first jumped down, but once he saw Afton's unnatural whip attack, his sunglasses had almost fallen from his face in shock. He tugs at his shirt collar nervously at the sheer amount of destruction the duo were causing. He thought they'd be fine dealing with the enemies, but not like this. He thought it'd be more like a drawn-out slugfest until they whittled down the ghost numbers. Indeed, these thoughts continued to plague him until he saw the need to start getting active. He stands and runs off to quickly collect some supplies. Afton gives a grunt as he smashes his elbow into an attacking ghost skull and causing it to explode into a bloody red mist. He steals the axe it was wielding and swings it at another ghost, cutting its head clean off before throwing the axe into the crowd, probably hitting another. There were so many that Afton wasn't actually sure how much of a dent he'd made in the group. He had almost been swarmed a number of times already, the ghost's numbers trapping him under their combined mass. Fortunately, his Ultra Chains word lends itself, well, to cutting his way out of sticky situations. He glances over in Veronica's direction, but doesn't see her. Instead, he just saw a pile of bodies with Veronica most likely underneath it all. Occasionally an explosion would occur from within, knocking a portion of them off, but the hole was quickly filled in by the others. He smashes his helmeted forehead into a ghost, literally causing it to explode while forming a razor-sharp wooden blade from his plant arm and beginning to wade his way towards Veronica. The only actual harm the group could do to her was suffocation, which wasn't likely due to the internal oxygen system contained within her armor. Still, one problem presented by the group was his inability to permanently keep the ghost's dismembered bodies apart to stop them regenerating while he dealt with the others. But smash, asterisk, splash, asterisk, foom, asterisk. Dean had tossed a Molotov cocktail into the pile of dismembered bodies left in Afton's wake. He'd taken into account the sandstone, spit, and glue buildings and found that they'd probably survive being on fire for a bit. Probably. Afton was grateful regardless, and hopeful that fire would actually be able to permanently kill the ghosts. Dean tosses a couple more firebombs, and soon enough flames had almost completely enveloped half of the clearing. Even despite that, literal flaming ghosts were still running out of the fire towards Afton. He just brushes them off, though, continuing to carve his way into the mound that is slowly gaining mass atop Veronica. "I never figured you as a bottom bitch, Veronica," he shouts. Bang, asterisk. Another explosion occurs as Veronica's voice shouts out a reply muffled by the ghosts. Fuck you and help me. Can you even speak with those dark blue balls anyway? Chapter 536. Copyright, right? Afton quickly but carefully slices through the pile of ghosts and pulls Veronica out of it, right into another horde of flaming ghosts who quickly charge straight at her. She retaliates with a punch, sending one back into the fiery hellscape that Dean had created, but is pushed back by the sheer numbers of them. Apparently, one of the downsides of using fire is the smoke it produces. Combine that with the smoke detectors scattered around the place, and you've got a shitstorm coming. Do asterisk. Fuck. Afton exclaims as more and more ghosts come crawling out of the woodwork. He was sure there were some even from the bell tower coming here, reinforcing the already sizable horde. Just slash asterisk fucking crack asterisk d thud asterisk. 3 hours of this pass with both Afton and Veronica fighting almost nonstop. Veronica was exhausted and on her last legs, while Afton was mentally tired from the whole ordeal. The fight had gone on for so long that the toughest thing about it was keeping the flames stoked so they could toss the dismembered bodies into it to finish them off. Dean had already fallen asleep on the top of the roof, judging by his loud snoring, which also served to attract more ghosts, so Afton was left continually chipping away at their numbers. Fortunately, by now the horde was nearing its end. With only a few ghosts occasionally crawling out of the vents, sewers, and alleyways, Afton was sure there were none left around this area to bother them. Though, he was somewhat worried about the burning corpses. They didn't burn like regular materials. Instead of releasing smoke, they released a cloud when burned. The corrosive fog slowly gets blown away from the area, but it just provides yet another hazard for him to worry about. He stomps down onto a ghost's head before tossing it into the fire with the rest of its kin, taking a deep breath while glancing around for more, only to realize that the earlier ghost was the last one remaining. Finally, he exclaims, causing another hand to poke out of a manhole nearby. With a growl, he picks the ghost up by the scruff of its clothing and tosses it into the fire without even slashing it first, allowing it to toss and turn while still attempting to attack then. He walks over to Veronica and lends her his shoulder just as she's about to stumble to the floor, exhaustion quickly overtaking her. You all right? Last time you looked like this, we were surrounded by legionaries. He jokes. Veronica shakes her head with a snort. Legionaries don't grow their heads, limbs, and bodies back, nor are they anywhere near as fast as these things. Let's just hope that's the last of them. Otherwise, I'm going on strike, she states, pushing off of Afton and standing on her own weakly. Afton glances around for Dean and notices the ghoul still sleeping, so he snaps off the handle of an axe that throws it at him, the wooden scrap performing a parabola before striking him clean in the forehead. Ouch! The fuck was that? Dean angrily yells out. Afton ignores him, though, and just pumps his fist in the air, afterwards giving Veronica a high five. Oh, sorry, mate. Looks like a ghost had it in for you, and tossed something. Dean sits up and looks down at the now empty clearing. Yeah, looks like it. He mutters, slowly getting up and climbing down. Good work dealing with those ghosts, team. He smirks. It was a good team effort. Veronica scoffs. Team effort, huh? I'll remember that if I see someone winning big in New Vegas. What now? She asks after a moment. Dean nods his end towards the gated area, still illuminated with a number of rusty electrical switches. Now, we wait there, while one of you heads to the bell tower to activate the gala. They need to be pulled in a specific order, but I doubt I'm strong enough to do it alone. That's what he needed, dog, for the last time, he states. Afton shrugs. It falls on me then, he says after some easy deduction. Veronica was still tired from the earlier fight, and Dean was required here, which left him to start the gala. You two wait here. I'm assuming it'll be easy to tell once I'm done. Dean sagely nods. Indeed, it'll be like a New Year's fireworks display. The angelic voice of Vera Keys will invite us inside, and music will blare from the casino. He hums with a smile before it drops into a frown. Of course, the racket will cause every ghost, goblin, and ghoul within 100 miles of here to head to the casino, so be ready to fight for your entry ticket. Afton sheepish rubs the back of his helmet. Yeah, He'd forgotten that the casino would basically be under siege as soon as the gala event started. By the time they collected Christine and Anya, the place would be swarming with them. He wasn't even sure if the defense systems could identify between ghosts and regular people. Judging by how the holograms attacked him earlier, he doubted they had such a capability. Right, well, I'll be off. He gives a mock salute before jogging away at a tame pace. Once he was out of the clearing, he thrust his palm at a nearby rooftop and produced a plant whip which grappled one of the railings, allowing him to begin to swing across the street like Spider-Man. Obviously, he only had one plant arm, though, so he was pretty limited in his swinging ability. One thing he appreciated, though, was the plant arm's ability to reintegrate material that had been created, allowing him to suck the whip in and pull himself around like a grappling hook. If he couldn't steal from Spider-Man, he certainly could Batman. Chapter 537, Gala Event. His small jaunt through the Salida del Sol was far easier now that he didn't have to worry about Veronica or Dean. That said, he had fallen through a couple of weakened rooftops due to his speed and momentum. Fortunately, no one was around to see that, otherwise he might have to silence them. Soon enough, he reaches the church where the bell tower is located. He looks over the rooftop at it and frowns at the cloud enveloping the place. The entire ground floor was covered and most likely full of the deadly substance. Still, it wasn't like he couldn't deal with this. He fires out a plant whip and attaches it to the bell tower, taking a run-up before leaping off of the roof and pulling himself towards it. He's pulled through the air towards the bell tower, but accidentally catches too much speed. Crash! Asterisk. Once he hits the wall of the bell tower, he goes clean through the wall, leaving a flailing humanoid shape of himself. He tumbles as he forces himself to stop, eventually skidding to a halt in a grimy dark room with a ladder at one side, leading all the way to the top of the tower. There weren't any ghosts around, probably due to the fact he needed to climb another ladder just to get to this point. Afton stands and rolls his shoulders while taking a glance at the wall he'd crashed through. I'm sure the owner of this place will take care of that. He jokes to himself, and afterwards begins scaling the ladder. Once at the top, he's given the best view of the Sierra Madre town he'd ever seen. He could see everything from here: the Puesta del Sol, Salida del Sol, medical district, and even the police station. He focuses on where his various companions were located: Christine and Anya, Dean and Veronica. Each area still looks relatively free from the cloud, which put him somewhat at ease. All right, better do what I came here for, he mutters while turning to face the switch which looks in the direction of the Sierra Madre Casino. He turns on his radio and speaks into it to confirm that everyone was ready. I'm about to start the gala event. Everyone ready. Asterisk BZCH asterisk we're ready here, just waiting for the light show. Asterisk BZCH. Asterisk Dean's voice says through his collar. Asterisk BZCH asterisk ready, sir. BZCH. Anya confirms for the both of them. Christine obviously not able to talk. All right, let's do it, he exclaims while pressing the big red button on the panel. Dioing, asterisk. The bell above him begins chiming, releasing loud, slow dongs every couple of seconds or so. Belong, asterisk. Afton jumps slightly, changing his focus from the bell to the casino, which had thousands of fireworks going off right now. It honestly felt like a New Year's Eve celebration, but all contained within this single fireworks display. From the tower, he could already see the vast groups of ghosts slowly shambling towards the casino, no doubt attracted by the cacophony occurring nearby. Honestly, their sheer numbers were kind of frightening. He'd already killed hundreds of them, but the light produced by the fireworks occasionally reveals the many shadowy walking corpses. He shakes his head and looks back at where his companions are, deciding it would be best to head towards Dean and Veronica first. They were the most exposed and could help with moving Anya and Christine if something obstructs them. I'm moving to collect you all. Try and stay out of sight while the ghosts are migrating, he states before jumping out of the bell tower window and using his plant arm to soften the impact. Half an hour later, and Afton arrives back at where Veronica and Dean were located. From the rooftop, he could see a couple ghosts bashing their heads against the locked gate where the duo was waiting for him. Apparently, they'd not managed to avoid all attention. He jumps down and cuts the ghost to pieces, tossing their individuals' parts far away from each other before looking through the gate. Yo, you're back. Good job with the bell tower. Thought it would take you far longer if I'm honest. Dean admits as they open the gate and step out. Afton shrugs. Getting you guys cleared here was harder than the tower. Veronica puts her helmet on and steps out, giving Afton a light punch to his shoulder. Stop jabbering and let's go get the others. The group climb back to the rooftops and begin moving again, following the route they took to get here from the switching station. Soon enough, they arrived back at where Christine and Anya were waiting. Unfortunately, it seems as if something had occurred during their absence. Christine's crossed arms, straight posture, and accusatory expression said it all. Afton rubs the back of his helmet. Did something happen? He asks, glancing at Anya. Anya nods. Elijah told Christine about us. Or you. To be specific, sir, she states sheepishly. Afton mutters in realization. Christine nods, tapping her collar twice and jabbing a finger at Afton and Veronica's chest plates, afterwards pointing at the bulwark insignias printed across them. She thinks you betrayed the Brotherhood. Anya adds, hoping to get this misunderstanding sorted so they can get moving. It was difficult to maintain her composure with her new disability and the loud sounds of the gala event starting. Afton scoffs, and Veronica takes her helmet off. Christine, we didn't abandon the Brotherhood. They abandoned us. Do you know that it was Elder McNamara that took Elijah's place after Helios won? She asks, and Christine nods. She'd occasionally gotten updates about the Mojave chapter while she was training in the Circle of Steel, though nothing specific, obviously. As far as she was concerned, the Mojave chapter was still hiding underground with McNamara leading them. She was conflicted about it, but wasn't sure what could be done due to the Mojave's current political climate. Chapter 538, Pecking Order. Veronica continues. Well, McNamara was ousted by Hardin due to incredibly dubious reasons. It was only on a technicality that McNamara lost the position, a technicality that he broke to save the chapter. She trails off. Afton crosses his arms and locks eyes with Christine. About a year ago, I left the bunker after having thought long and hard on whether or not the chapter was actually fulfilling their duties. During my time in the wasteland, I found the Brotherhood wanting. They abandoned their duties to the people and hid away to protect themselves. I won't lie. You leaving us was a considering as well, Christine. I wanted to find and bring you back to us. He states while taking many liberties with what constituted the truth. If he were honest, the main reason he left was to acquire the Pip-Boy the Brotherhood was hell-bent on taking apart. Of course, finding Christine, Veronica, and exploring the wasteland was also a consideration, as well as having some fun in this strange world he found himself in. Hiding away in a bunker in this world would be like living in a basement after going on vacation to a tropical country. The current situation in the Mojave is far worse than most would have you believe, Christine. The NCR are corrupt and vicious towards anyone who doesn't follow them absolutely. The Legion are barbaric slavers hell-bent on blazing a trail through the continent, raping, murdering, and conquering everything in their path. Even Mr. House, the ruler of New Vegas, allows prostitution, which in some casinos essentially amounts to indebted servitude, blackmailing, and manipulation of chem addicts. To fix this, I decided to make my own faction, Bulwark. We would take on the duties of the Brotherhood while not constantly deferring to the Codex. It may seem blasphemous to you, but let me ask you honestly, do you think that Anya and Dean should be executed? He asks with furrowed brows beneath his helmet. Christine just stares into his glowing red visor, contemplating her thoughts on it. The Codex firmly stated that the eradication of abominations was their first and foremost duty. As humans, it is their responsibility to safeguard humanity against such existential threats. At least, this is what they were taught. Christine herself was dubious over it despite her firm adherence to most other rules in the Codex. Her relationship with Veronica had been seen as a dereliction of duty, despite nothing of the sort being anywhere in the Codex. She takes a glance at the blind Anya, the ghoul who'd been assisting her the best she could despite her injury. Anya had been telling her stories about some of Afton and her adventures, adventures involving monstrous plants, fiends, and the NCR. It would be a lie to say she hadn't started feeling a friendship towards her, but that only left her conflicted due to what the codex states. Christine bites her lip and slowly shakes her head, feelings of confusion, betrayal, and despair overtaking her for a moment. To be honest, she'd never actually been confronted with such a decision until now. She'd been locked up inside for most of her life, the Mojave chapter, then the Circle of Steel. Sure, she'd been called on to assassinate the occasional ghoul in some communities. But there was such a great distance between her and her target, physical and emotional, that she never really thought about it. She tapes her collar once, answering no to Afton's question, though she was hesitant when she gives it. Afton takes his helmet off and holds it under his arm. Then, by that decision, you are a traitor to the Brotherhood. Simply for not killing an innocent and sapient being, you have broken the codex and can be punished. Demotion, exile, or execution. Do you not see how draconic such rules are? This is the primary reason I distanced myself from the Brotherhood. I still believe that technology needs to be regulated. After all, technology caused the apocalypse. But I think having a kill and burn all abominations rule is stupid and far too easily taken advantage of. Just what classifies an abomination anyway? A creature of human descent? A creature created by the manipulation of human DNA? The Codex is never clear on this, which is why some chapters regard ghouls as humans and others burn them at the stake on sight, he states. Veronica spots the indecision on Christine's face and rests a hand on her shoulder. Look, Christine, I didn't leave the Brotherhood lightly. Hardin challenged Afton to a trial by combat after he was exiled. Christine's eyes widen slightly at this. Quickly realizing the implications, Veronica nods in confirmation. Afton beat the shit out of Hardin without any power armor at all. He did this to save Anya from execution after we protected the chapter from a Legion assault, she explains. The Brotherhood had lost its way, and I feel that you can only trust yourself to make things right. I don't think waiting until someone punches it in the nuts to get it back on track. We'll be the ones doing the punching, and we'll make the Mojave a better place for it. Veronica states, determination burning in her eyes. Though, her words seem to bring Christine out of her funk and into silent laughter. Christine laughs at the way Veronica had framed it, the strange choking silence not even bothering her as her eyes tear up, quickly remembering why she'd fallen for Veronica all those years ago. It seems as if she hadn't changed a bit. Veronica pouts. Oi, I'm being serious. Stop laughing, she groans, but Afton and the others just begin chuckling at the side, all of them receiving a glare from the nut puncher. After Christine had finished laughing and wiped a stray tear from her cheek, Veronica looks in her eyes. So, are we still good? Christine doesn't try to say anything in response, instead, stepping on her tiptoes and giving a light peck to Veronica's lips. The victim's back straightens at this as Veronica blushes and looks at Christine with a dumb expression on her face. Guion. Afton claps his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. All right, you guys can make out another time. We've still got work to do, remember? Chapter 539, Promoted to Bodyguards. With the misunderstanding between the group and Christine temporarily solved, they begin moving towards the Sierra Madre Casino in the distance. The casino itself was actually a couple miles away, and to reach it you need to traverse a long path winding up and down steep hills. The terrain didn't slow the group down much, but it certainly slowed the ghosts who were stumbling over one another and stupidly trying to go over terrain that was too steep to traverse. Hundreds of those creatures might have gotten stuck alone, yet the numbers heading towards the casino still seemed never-ending. The group continued to try to sneak around and past the ghosts, the creatures' limited hearing and sight making it fairly easy for the most part. But the closer to the casino the group got, the denser the groups of ghosts got. This eventually made it impossible to continue without attracting the attention of the ghosts. They were still halfway up the mountain leading to the casino when a firework going off illuminated the area, causing all the ghosts around them to slowly turn around and look at them. Fuck. Afton spits when he realizes half the ghosts on the mountainside were now looking at them. Without waiting another moment, he grabs Anya and Christine and hoists them above him out of the ghost's grip before charging straight into the crowd like an American football player. He easily flattens the first few who get in his way and easily began rambling anything else that obstructed him. Veronica had done the same, grabbing Dean and following the trail of bodies Afton had left in his wake. Fortunately, the ghosts weren't as focused as they'd usually be. The fireworks going off above them must have been distracting them to some extent. Blades, claws, and other makeshift weapons skittered off of her armor as she followed Afton. This train of rambling continues all the way up the mountain, eventually managing to reach the casino before any of the ghosts had actually managed to. Afton sets down Christine and Anya while glancing at Veronica, who was gulping in deep breaths, obviously exhausted. Afton allows her to catch her breath and turns back to the casino, scanning it for any hint of hostility. Truly, it was much, much bigger up close. He'd never seen a building so big in this world before. Even the Lucky 38 would be dwarfed by its sheer scale. Along the walls were indentations that most likely hid the defenses the many auto turrets Elijah had spoken about beforehand. Fortunately, he hadn't lied about the gala event deactivating them. He looks towards the door, which currently had a red carpet laid out for the guests and many shining lights flashing around. He was lucky he didn't have epilepsy, otherwise he'd instantly be having a seizure at the sight of the entrance alone. Nix, any luck finding and gaining access to the casino systems? He asks his AI after turning off his microphone. I have made many attempts, sir, but it looks as if someone else is attempting to do the same. They have succeeded in some places, but the security of the casino varies greatly, she explains. Afton nods. All right, continue on that if you could, he says with a sigh, wondering if Elijah was already on the move. He turns towards the group and gestures them to follow him. Having just noticed a few ghouls shambling up the mountain, they'd reach the casino in around half an hour if they were lucky, so it was best to try and find a way to seal the doors. The group follows his gaze and quickly nods, following Afton as he jogs towards the casino entrance. There were a few holograms standing either side of the doors greeting them and attempting to explain the casino's rules, but the group just ignores them and enters anyway. Once through the doors, Afton feels himself gaping at the sight before them. An absolutely humongous room completely filled to the brim with holograms, casino tables, games, and other things. There were even hologram guards walking around. One actually approaches the group and looks Afton up and down. Weaponry is restricted. Please visit the reception and remove your weaponry or suffer potential disintegration, it states. Afton holds his hands out placatingly. All right, I'll get on that, he says, not wanting to attract the ire of all the holograms in the casino. Fortunately, it seems that the ghost would also be having a bad time upon entering as well. Afton coughs into his hands. Where is the reception, may I ask? The holographic guard just points at a desk right next to them with a blank look. Afton is about to walk over when Dean steps up, surprising the group. Now hold your glow-in-the-dark panties. Do you know who I am? The ghoul asks. The hologram nods servilely. One of the singers Mr. Sinclair invited, Dean Domino. Dean grins and crosses his arms. These people are my bodyguards. I am sure they have permission to keep whatever tools of self-defense they carry, he explains. Processing. The hologram states in a robotic manner, clearly trying to find whether or not this is acceptable. Processing. Confirmed. Bodyguards have been giving temporary permission. Enjoy your stay, Mr. Domino, the hologram says before starting to walk away, only for Dean to step in front of it again. Is something bothering you, Mr. Domino? Dean nods. There's a group of assassins outside, all wearing black suits, gas masks, and wielding weapons. I would appreciate it if you disallowed them from entry into the casino. Processing. Thump. Crash. Asterisk. The group's heads swivel towards the door where a black clawed hand emerges from the gap in the door. The ghost had arrived far faster than Afton had expected. Processing. Afton draws his recovers and starts firing as a couple ghosts shamble into the casino, blowing their brains out, and causing them to temporarily fall to the ground as their bodies move to regenerate the damage. Tiepse 500 für Casino Royale. Processing. Can't we just blow up the doors to stop the ghosts from entering? Veronica asks while getting ready to fight yet another horde. Afton shakes his head and continues firing. Not if you want to remain on the hologram's good books. Even as bodyguards, I doubt firing explosives and causing massive property damage is within our limitations. Processing. Dean himself had started shooting along with the rest of the group, but the number of ghosts coming through the doors was getting larger and larger every second that passed. In a couple minutes, they'd be completely overrun. A stray ghost stumbles in with a spear in hand and absent-mindedly throws it at Dean. The spear flies through the air as everyone follows it with anxious looks on their faces. Sook, asterisk. The spear finds its target and hits Dean in the arm, the spear going straight through his bicep and causing him to fall backwards with a strangled yell. Confirmed. Targets designated. The hologram guardsman suddenly says just as Dean is injured, holding up its arms against its head, and light begins gathering. Pee-wee, asterisk. A laser blasts out and strikes a ghost in the chest, instantly disintegrating a large portion of it. This is quickly followed by the other holographic guards in the room who join the fray, all launching a bombardment of lasers at the ghosts. If that wasn't enough, turrets pop out of the roof and begin firing a litany of ballistic and energy projectiles at the unfortunate ghoul, causing any that enter to get instantly annihilated. Afton holsters his weapon as he sees them and quickly heads to Dean, injecting some Med-X into the ghoul's arm to alleviate the pain slightly. "You all right?" "Erg. Of course bloody not. I've got a great big spear lodged in my arm," he exclaims while holding his shoulder still, not daring to move his injury. Afton nods and looks at the spear, scowling at its design. He doubted the ghosts were smart enough to create something like this. The spearhead was barbed, and parts of the handle were mangled enough that it'd be difficult to pull out. It was as if it were designed to cause as much damage as possible. Shaking his head, he pulls out his ultra chainsaw and quickly cuts the spear up before extracting it, following that up with a stim pack to clot the wound and begin the healing process. "All right, that should be enough," he adds as he's bandaging the wound. Dean growls, "Damned holograms." Sinclair held no expense on everything except their programming. "I wonder if I really had to get injured for them to do anything." He spits, obviously still in pain. Afton pulls him to his feet. "At least they're doing something now, though. If you hadn't orchestrated this, then the whole casino would be overrun by now." Dean smirks. "Praise me anymore, and I might think that you're hitting on me," he says before turning around and heading deeper into the casino. "Where are you going?" Veronica yells after him. Dean shrugs. "To get a drink," he grouses. Afton glances at everyone else and shrugs. "We can discuss our plans after we sit down, I guess," he says before following Dean. Dean had already pulled out a bar stool and made himself comfortable while he orders his drink. The holographic waitress wasn't actually able to make anything, so instead, a complex set of machines mix his cocktail for him. After around 10 seconds, a martini with an olive stuck in it is slid in front of him. "Drinks are on the house, Mr. Domino," the hologram states. Dean just nods and takes a sip, afterwards eating the olive. Afton sits down next to him and takes his helmet off, ordering himself a drink as the rest of the group get comfortable. Though, even now, they could still hear the casino's security systems fighting off the ghosts. Dean looks at the waitress and gestures at the group. "Drinks are on me," he shamelessly says, taking advantage of the fact all his expenses were covered under the contract he'd signed 200 years ago with Sinclair. Afton shrugs. We're in Mexico, so give me some tequila shots. Wine for me, and water for these two," Veronica says, gesturing at Christine and Anya. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to have them drinking. Anya's blood was currently like 50% painkiller, and Christine's throat was still fresh from having been cut apart, scrapped out, and damaged. Drinking alcohol would probably have her silently screaming on the floor in pain. Afton smiles to himself as his shots come out, a small packet of salt and some lime slices. This brought him a great deal of nostalgia. This was his preferred method of getting shit-faced in his previous world, and now having this stuff set out before him had him reminiscing like an old man. As always, you follow the procedure, Lick salt, drink shot, suck lime. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but the add-ons took your mind off of the terrible flavor of the cactus alcohol. Once done, he glances at his companions and leans on the bar to address them, but not before blocking Elijah's connection to their collars. All right, what's the plan, guys? I personally want to find where the cloud control system is, if it exists, but I doubt that'll be an easy or efficient thing to accomplish, he explains. Dean glances at them. I for one want to stop him from getting the treasure Sinclair supposedly hid here. Whatever it is, letting that madman get it doesn't sit right with me. Veronica and Christine nods. For all we know, the cloud control system might be the treasure. I think stopping Elijah should be our top priority. We can work on escaping this place after. Afton nods, agreeing with them. If Elijah gained control of the cloud, the first thing he'd do is use the ventilation system to drown the group in it. After that, he'd spread it around the world, threatening all those who don't comply with his terms with annihilation. Chapter 541, just needs a Kai. With that, the group split off to do various things. Dean, left to look around in areas he had exclusive access to due to his status as a singer. Though, Afton was cautious about giving the ghoul too much independence. He'd shown that he was more than willing to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Still, if he was ever worried about what the ghoul was up to, he could always contact him via his collar. If he didn't answer, it meant that he'd either betrayed them, gotten knocked unconscious, or been captured by Elijah. Veronica wanted to stay in the lobby to take care of Anya and Christine, even if the latter wanted to be active in hunting Elijah. In the end, she'd actually pulled Afton to the side and almost begged him to persuade Christine to stay behind and not do anything dangerous. Yeah, that surprised him. Fortunately, he'd ended up stumbling across something that could be useful. Apparently, there was an upper limit on the amount of cash you win in the casino. Once you hit the limit, you'd be stopped from playing and granted a VIP position. This might allow them to gain access to some of the more secure areas without having to fight through hundreds of holograms and auto turrets. With that, he'd left the trio at a blackjack table as they attempted to reach the VIP status. Afton wasn't sure if they'd manage it, as all of them had pretty terrible luck, but maybe they could overcome it with skill. Veronica could probably count cards. Christine probably could have before her injury. Now, however, he was unsure if she was even able to count. Obviously, Anya would be less than useless at this sort of task. The first problem was that she was blind. The second is that she'd never seriously gambled. That left Afton, who was currently clambering through maintenance tunnels with an annoyed look. He'd crawled down here to see if there was some kind of secret bunker that produced the cloud, but was thoroughly annoyed when he spotted the thick red mist lingering partway through. He could see the fans nearby, but none were working, meaning that the ventilation system was malfunctioning, which led to this obstacle. He sighs to himself. First things first is fixing the ventilation then. Though, how he was going to locate it in this monolithic casino was another matter entirely. Like this, 3 days passed with almost no progress whatsoever. The Sierra Madre Casino was simply so huge that navigating through it took hours alone, let alone trying to map out and figure out what is where. It wasn't like there was a map of the place lying around, so the group had to do things via trial and error. During this time, Afton had found a few things of interest. Aside from the dorms, which the group liberally used to rest in, he'd found a number of security rooms that controlled specific parts of the casino's holograms and turrets. The only bad thing about them was the fact that they weren't the main security hub, meaning anything in the room could be overridden if Elijah found it. Still, using his newly gained authority over local holograms, he started investigating the more restricted sections. These places in particular seemed to be more damaged and ruined than the rest of the casino. The reason for this? This was where the VIP rooms were, and these rooms had large balconies that looked over the Sierra Madre mountain range. Obviously, the cloud had come in through the doors left open by their former residents, making this place far more dangerous than the rest of the casino. Walls were chipped, cracked, and fragile. The floor had large holes in it leading to God knows where, and the overall structural stability was suspect. Afton was very nervous about walking through it while wearing his power armor. He weighed over half a ton with it on, and he was quite sure the floor was barely rated for that weight even before everything went to shit. Searching through the rooms, he didn't find much aside from a few malfunctioning holograms. He had to put them out of commission by destroying their emitters, but other than that it was uneventful. The cloud had peculiar effects on technology he'd found. While it corroded and destroyed most of it, sometimes it seemed to only target specific components, which didn't really make sense due to what he'd seen of it. He had found something interesting, though. A room affectionately labeled Vera Keys. He'd asked Dean about that name a while ago, but all he'd said was that she was like him, a singer invited by Sinclair to perform. Strangely, once he entered, he found a number of seemingly random things. Vera Keys' skeleton was lying in a chair in the corner of the room, still wearing her trademark starlet dress. In the next room, he'd found an autodoc. Afton scans through the pre-recorded data that had been collected 200 years ago and realizes that this was Vera Keys' personal autodoc. It held almost all the information about her body, from her DNA to her eye color to her hip shape. Vera Keys, it seems, was terminally ill and had had this autodoc secreted to her room so nobody would know about it. Judging by the many used dosages of Med-X next to her corpse, she was using chems to stifle the pain. Quite depressing, to say the least. *BZECH Dean, I found your friend, Vera, he states into the radio while waiting for a response. Oh, how did you manage that? The ghoul curiously asks via his collar. I located her room and found her dead in the corner. Did you know she was terminally ill? He abruptly asks, quickly silencing Dean. Dean stills at this, memories flashing in his mind while dots were quickly connecting. No, he hadn't known that, but it did explain many of her choices in the end. Choices that could have led to the deaths of both of them. Well, that did to one of them. Chapter 542, Vented Out. No, I didn't know that. I thought she was just another chem addict with all those Med-X's she was popping, but I see now that I was mistaken. He mutters through the radio, Thank you for revealing this to me. Afton, *BZTCH, he says gracefully before ending communications. Afton sighs, takes his helmet off, and rubs his jaw. What's with this place and confusing him? He just wanted to return to the Mojave where everything was relatively simple. NCR gray, Legion bad, house equally as confusing. Never mind. He glances back over to Vera Keys and taps his foot. I haven't been sheepish about looting before. Why should I start now? He mutters, walking over and stripping the skeleton of its dress. As long as Veronica didn't know its origins, he was sure she'd love it. The skeleton crumbles to the floor as he removes the dress, revealing the wall behind her. His crooked brow at the writing on it. Vera seems to have written a message in her own blood. Begin again, and let Geo. He wasn't sure what it meant, but maybe it was a message to Sinclair or something. Who knows? With everything said and done, he begins heading back down to the lobby to see how the others were doing getting the VIP status. They'd failed thus far, but Christine was actually pretty good, despite her inability to speak. Still, since he'd managed to gain access to the VIP rooms, the status was less of a priority. Elsewhere, Elijah was heavily scowling as he crawled through the ventilation ducts of the Sierra Madre Casino. He'd had this all planned out before Afton and Veronica had arrived. The ghost would breach the casino and put the place on lockdown. He'd use this opportunity to turn off the power and allow Ghost to continually harass the group to get them moving where he wanted. Yet, that ghoul had used his former relationship with the place to completely ruin his plans before they'd even started. Because of this, he was now forced to hide away and crawl through the vents to reach places he needed to go. It was inevitable, as if he was spotted by anyone, he didn't doubt that he'd be killed. Afton and Veronica had shown incredible combat capabilities, and he'd seen enough to know he stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Fortunately, knew this place like the back of his hand. The last time he was here, he'd almost entirely mapped the place out and discovered the vault. The only problem was the last security system in place, the system that prevented him from accessing the vault at all. All he was able to do was gain control of the turrets, holograms, and force fields around it. But no matter what he did, the vault was impenetrable. As much as he hated to admit it, he still needed those fools to succeed, even if using them could prove more dangerous than the cloud or ghosts had ever been. This was one of the main reasons he hadn't used the main security systems and turned the place completely against them. While Afton and Veronica might survive the initial assault due to their power armor, Christine would undoubtedly perish. This was unacceptable, as she was the most important piece in this puzzle. He claws his head in annoyance, not noticing the thick clumps of hair falling to the floor as a result, or the blood thick under his fingernails. 2 days later, Christine had finally broken the chip limit in the casino, as was quickly given access to the VIP sections of the casino. The trio had quickly made use of this, but had yet to find anything of use, though they had discovered a ridiculous amount of valuable items during this time. Sure enough, VIPs were very rich, and if you combed through their rooms, you'd find a litany of gold jewelry, expensive watches and suits, and large piles of pre-war cash. Other than that, nothing much had happened, aside from the confusing buzzing that'd occasionally occur from Christine's collar. Afton had investigated it, but found nothing, meaning it was either a glitch or something Elijah was doing. Afton hadn't been idle during this time either, having finally found the ventilation systems and hacked into it. Once he was in, he began expelling any and all cloud left within the casino. This would clear the blocked pathway he'd found days ago. To be honest, he had high hopes for it. Why else would that place be the only cloud-infested area in the casino? Everything else was clear of it. He suspected that someone wanted to protect it. In the end, he was right. Once he headed down the heavily corroded hallway, he found himself standing before a heavy Saturnite door, though it seemed to be lathered in something that actively resisted the cloud's effect on the metal. The Saturnite was very dense, tempered, and reinforced, so most attempts by anyone else would prove useless. Afton didn't have such issues, however. He ignites his Ultra Chain Word and easily swipes through it, his perks allowing the weapon to act as a more efficient lightsaber. Once he'd cut around the rim of the door, he gives it a firm kick, knocking the chunk of metal out and allowing him to step into the pristine yet dusty laboratory. His eyes were immediately attracted by the big MT symbols prominently plastered on everything, from the walls, containers, and even the glasses. Clearly, Big MT had some serious dealing here. Yet, Afton hadn't found any evidence of such in the scientist's database. Even GLaDOS hadn't noticed anything of interest, meaning that everything had been destroyed or intentionally deleted. He scans the room for anything dangerous, but only finds a couple of skeletons slumped in their chairs in front of a couple monitors. They had a few empty bottles of whiskey scattered around them, with even more empty bottles of painkillers. He takes a glance at the monitors and notices that they seem to have been observing the town below the casino. The town which had been utterly annihilated by the cloud. He sniffs. Seems like they couldn't live with themselves after what they had done. He mutters, not feeling an ounce of sympathy towards these people. Chapter 543, Future Tech. Afton continues investigating the room, going over the files in the terminals and looking over all physical files that were stored or hidden away. There was a bunch of machinery present as well, but Afton was wary of touching anything without knowing exactly what it did. He might just accidentally fill the room with a cloud if he presses the wrong button. Fortunately, he'd found quite a lot of information about what the cloud actually is. The cloud is a self-replicating toxin that can corrode and poison almost anything it comes across. The scientists hadn't actually discovered its ability to transform life forms into mindless immortal zombies, but that's probably because they refused to observe the destruction of the town and subsequently killed themselves. Strangely, it's actually possible to manipulate the cloud, to control it to some extent. The machine used to do this was a mixture of technologies that still somewhat baffled Afton. It had magnetic components as well as light and sound waves. Apparently, it took an incredibly delicate mixture of the three to manipulate the cloud. The machinery in the room would control what areas the cloud could access, where it moved, and how much it would replicate. Fortunately for the world, the replication rate had been set quite low. The cloud had been active for 200 years after all. If it wasn't limited, it would have enveloped most of North America, and most likely South America too. To be frank, The cloud was a weapon of mass destruction. He thought that the spores were bad. But the cloud is ephemeral and cannot be stopped if fully unleashed. It would just keep replicating, spreading, and devouring. At least with the spores you could fight against them, burn the plants, and kill the carriers. But this? It was an apocalypse waiting to happen. Still, now that Afton had gained access to the cloud control systems, it was possible for the group to leave this place. But if he did that, he'd be leaving this weapon in Elijah's hands. He needed to completely cleanse this place. And once it was secure, move his own forces in so they could map out the machinery enough so they could build their own cloud manipulator. Plus, he couldn't let Elijah know he'd found the lab yet. The last thing he needed was for that old bastard to sneak in and flood the place while he was busy elsewhere. Strangely, the cloud manipulator isn't the only advanced technology he found information about here. The place also held detailed information about the holograms and some kind of matter recombinator. Afton's eyes widen as he reads through the file. How had he not noticed this before? He'd spotted the weird vending machines scattered around the place, but ignored them for the most part. This is probably why he'd never noticed that they were some of the most valuable technology in the wasteland. These things alone could solve world hunger, he mutters in disbelief. The matter recombinators do exactly what it sounds like. They recombine matter, using energy to alter the fundamental composition of materials. As long as you had enough energy, you could literally create anything so long as you know the composition of what it is. Obviously, mapping out the entirety of an object would be rather difficult and time-consuming, but once done, you could infinitely create more. From chems to bullets to food to guns. The only problem most people would have would be actually producing enough energy to power it, which wouldn't be a problem for Afton since he basically has infinite energy with his glowing ghoul reactor. As Afton is thinking about all the potential possibilities these technologies could present, he's interrupted by a buzzing from his Pip-Boy. Asterisk busy. Asterisk hello again, Afton. I'm sure you are overjoyed to hear my voice. You have spent days searching for me, after all. Elijah states over the radio. Afton scowls. What do you want? What do I want? Well, that's quite a loaded question, so I'll shorten it and just say, everything. The older man says, confusing Afton further. You're going to have to elaborate. I don't speak in riddles. Afton spits, not wanting to waste any time dealing with this soon-to-be-dead asshole. Elijah's sigh carries through the radio as he begins to speak. Well, I've been watching you venture through my casino, and I've found that you are quite the loyal person. But I wonder how far this extends. Would you abandon your friends for revenge? How valuable are your friends compared to your family? Just spit out, you piece of shit. Afton growls out. Elijah pulls away from the radio and seemingly drags someone in front of it. A familiar, gravelly voice speaks into it. Ugh, you don't get me to talk, you crazy lunatic. Dean's voice states in a weak tone, obviously talking to Elijah. Dean? How the fuck did Elijah grab you? Afton asks while rubbing his forehead, was Dean really so weak to allow that old fool to nab him? Or had he been tricked? Plant boy? Huh. Guess he wants to give you one final show before he offs me. The ghoul chuckles before he's pulled away from the radio again, Elijah taking his place. If you want to see the ghoul alive, you will bring your friends to the VIP rooms in an hour. Take a minute over that, and I'll paint the room with the ghoul's brain matter. And after that, I'll take another of your friends. Asterisk BZZTCH. Asterisk, Elijah threatens before leaving. Afton palms his face, anger towards Elijah, and disappointed in Dean for getting captured. Most importantly, he felt rage at the fact Elijah was threatening his family. Dean was more or less an acquaintance, but to threaten Veronica, Christine, or Anya, that was a death sentence. He packs up his shit, stores the files he'd been reading, and locks down the room by picking up and sliding the heavy Saturnite door back where it belonged. Elijah probably wouldn't be able to move it due to how heavy it was, but Afton wouldn't place all his hopes on it. Once done, he races towards where the rest of his group is. Chapter 544, Hostage Stitch. Luckily, Afton quickly located the rest of his companions. Veronica seemed to be trying to subtly pry a hologram emitter off of the wall, while Christine took care of Anya nearby. The girls were lucky that Afton had taken control of the local security, otherwise the holograms would be trying to disintegrate them for the destruction of property. Veronica finally tears the emitter from the wall and stumbles backwards with it still sparking in her hands. Finally. You sure that's a good idea? Afton abruptly asked from behind her with crossed arms, causing her to jump in surprise, almost dropping the emitter in the process. Eep! Afton, don't you surprise me like that. I almost punched you in the face, she exclaims. Afton shakes his head, his expression turning dire as he cuts to the chase. Dean has been captured, and Elijah is threatening to execute him if we don't show up in an hour. 10 minutes of which has already passed, he states, causing the group to go silent. W, what should we do? I mean, I like Dean, but is he worth risking everyone else? We barely even know him. Veronica cautiously says, feeling ashamed for even considering it. We will get Dean. I don't know what Elijah had planned, but I'd rather walk into a trap than continue searching for him. It might take months to finally pin him down, and even then he might be able to escape somehow. Afton admits, wishing to use this opportunity to finally get Elijah. There was also the fact that if he let Dean die, he'd essentially admitted that he was willing to sacrifice friends to achieve his goals. Something that would basically put him on the same level as Elijah. Christine steps forwards and nods at Afton, sending a challenging look sideways at Veronica. Despite them making up slightly, Christine still held a deep resentment against Elijah, and it wouldn't surprise him if she was willing to sacrifice herself to end the old bastard. Afton taps his foot anxiously as he looks at Anya. He wants all of us to come. But I'm worried about taking Anya. I know you don't want to hear it, but you are vulnerable right now, he says. Anya frowns, but accepts it nonetheless. She knew her current limitations. Her lack of vision made her almost completely useless in a fight. I will come. He might do something if I am not there, she states with determination, wanting to rescue her fellow ghoul. Afton nods, all right. Leave the emitter. We can scavenge for shit once Elijah is dealt with. Let's go, he says while beginning to lead the group to the VIP rooms, all while fully armed and ready to fire upon anything that moves. 20 minutes later, the group eventually reach the VIP rooms and walk into the long, desolate hallway. At the end of it, they could see Elijah holding a heavily injured Dean. He seems to have cut off the ghoul's arms to prevent him from attempting an escape. The group can only grit their teeth at the sight as Elijah presses some kind of makeshift pistol against Dean's temple. Dean miserably looks up and spots the group, faintly smiling at the fact they actually came for him. Such loyalty certainly wasn't common before the apocalypse, and he doubted that had changed after it. So, you've finally come, Elijah states, pressing his weapon against Dean's head harder, making the ghoul grimace. Honestly, Elijah almost looked as bad as Dean. His thin white hair was patchy in places, with red, bleeding skin visible all over his scalp. His beard was thick and untrimmed, dirty and likely crawling with lice. His clothes were in a similar situation. He still wore the Brotherhood of Steel elder robes that he used to, considering how many years it had been since Helios won. Afton was surprised they were still usable. They were torn and stitched up in many places, covered in blood, dust, and oil stains, while the bottom robes were very frayed, as if they'd been caught in a wood chipper for a second. Still, Afton's eyes were drawn towards the many gadgets attached to his clothing. The pulsing glows of grenades and other unidentified technology made him wary, giving him an unconscious sense of dread. What do you want with us, Elijah? Afton demands, anti-material rifle ready to be used at any site of hostility. The elder gives a choking laugh, coughing and beginning to splutter halfway through. Right now, I want you all to begin walking towards me, he states. They don't move for a moment, but Elijah encourages them via shooting a strange holographic projectile from his peculiar-looking gun. It schemes the ghoul's skull and hit the wall beside him, thankfully leaving Dean with his head intact. Afton grits his teeth and leads the group by a few meters, hoping to take the brunt of whatever trap Elijah had laid. Strangely, there didn't seem to be any, though. Elijah commands them to stop while the group is standing outside of a familiar room. Vera Key's room, to be specific. My dear Christine, I need you to go inside the room and enter the auto dock, he states. Christine scowls and raises her gun in a rage, but is stopped as Afton places a hand over the pistol, preventing her from pointing it at Elijah. We will deal with him soon. Just do as he says for now. Please. Afton quickly whispers. Christine silently growls, fuming that Afton had stopped her, but nodding after a moment anyway. She knew that Afton wasn't stupid, nor would he be willing to let Elijah live, so she decides to place her trust in him for now. Afton nods and glances to Veronica. Head inside with her. She might need some encouragement to get back inside another auto dock. Veronica purses her lips under her helmet, but nods regardless. She'd be looking at the auto dock's configurations before she let Christine inside it. She remembers what Afton had said when speaking about it, but she'd double-check regardless. Chapter 545, Swapping Out. Veronica leads Christine through Verakey's apartment, going through the first room and into the second where the auto dock was standing ominously. At least, that's what it looked like to Christine. As far as she was concerned, these things were worse than any boogeyman, scarecrow, or monster you could think of. It was already activated, lit up in a dull blue light to signify that it was ready for use. The faint whirring sound it gave off made Christine want to drop her gun and flee in the other direction. Veronica rests an armored hand on her shoulder. Are you sure you're okay doing this? I mean, I could probably punch through the wall and smack the shit out of Elijah before he knew what was happening. She jokes semi-sarcastically. Christine just bites her lip and slowly shakes her head before walking over and beginning to access the subroutines of the auto dock. Veronica hovered over her shoulder as they checked that everything was okay and not likely to cut Christine's face off. It's only now that they finally understand why Elijah wants Christine to get inside this thing. The auto dock would rebuild Christine's destroyed vocal cords in the image of Verakey's, essentially granting Christine the former starlet's voice. Sure, many pre-war people would be willing to sell their souls for such an opportunity, but having a nice singing voice wasn't worth much after the apocalypse. Plus, it'd probably sound pretty jarring to suddenly start speaking with a completely different voice from your own. The auto dock's doors slowly open while releasing a sound similar to doors you'd see in Star Wars or Star Trek. A small amount of smoke and dust billows out from the machine, only making it all the more ominous. Veronica notices the wary glances Christine was occasionally sending her way. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye from out here. If anything even seems like it's going wrong, I'll tear you out of there in no time. Trust me, I lost you once. I'm not losing you again. Christine releases a long sigh before nodding. She takes one last breath before stepping inside the machine and closing her eyes, her hands trembling as she awaits the painful sensation of unanesthetized dissection. Clunk, asterisk. The doors shut, leaving Veronica standing there with a frown on her face as the machine bursts into action. The sound of saw blades, knives, the cutting of flesh, and faint dripping of blood fills the room. There's nothing she can do but wait, watch, and listen. Outside, Afton was still facing off with Elijah, Anya standing timidly behind him like a lost lamb. They'd stood here in almost complete silence for 10 minutes now, everyone waiting for Veronica and Christine to return. Elijah had begun to get a little antsy, occasionally loosening his grip around Dean's neck to scratch his scalp, tearing more skin and hair away, leaving bloody trails in his jagged fingernails' wake. The man didn't seem to take any notice of it at all, which disturbed Afton more than he'd like to admit. Trying to negotiate with a madman was like trying to sell a hairbrush to a bald guy, health insurance to a skeleton, a fleshlight to a woman. You get the picture, it just doesn't make sense. If Afton hazards to guess, he'd say Elijah's age combined with the large amounts of radiation he'd likely encountered, plus the effects long-term exposure the cloud has on people were the cause of his current condition. It had radiation poisoning written all over it, from his paper-thin skin and obvious sickness to his mental instability. How do you think this is actually going to end, Elijah? You think I'll let you go after all you've done? I doubt whatever treasure is hidden here will be enough. He threatens, his many intimidation perks working to make an incredibly unnerving show. Elijah doesn't seem to notice at all, though, instead rolling the wrist holding the makeshift weapon with a grin. Such hubris. None of us even have a clue what's stored down there. You've already seen the technology this place has. I've already bet my life on it. Afton gives a low chuckle. I get it, casino, but at least you still have some humor left. He says, trying to throw him off of his game, but obviously not expecting much from such a peculiar angle. What? Oh, no, I wasn't joking. I really have staked my life on this. Elijah states in a moment of lucidity, his age clearly showing on his face. Click asterisk. The door to Veracai's room opens up, silencing the budding conversation as Veronica steps out with Christine, fresh red, recently stitched up scars now displayed on her neck. She ignores Elijah for a moment and turns her head towards Afton. Hello, she quietly says, sounding as if it was her first time speaking, which it probably felt like considering the recent operation. Afton's features soften under his helmet momentarily, but harden again as Elijah begins speaking. Huh, you're just what I need. Ah, but before we can go any further, he jabs his weapon in Afton and Veronica's direction. You both need to get out of that armor. I think you're mad. Afton spits. Veronica nods. What next? You want us to strip naked as well? She asks incredulously. Elijah drags his nails over his scalp obsessively. I won't say it twice. Take it off. Fine, says as the sound of rapidly escaping air occurs as his armor unseals itself, the back opening up to allow Afton to step out of it. Veronica does the same, leaving her in just her recon armor. Afton was a little better off due to the presence of Nyx and all his other perks, but still not as protected as he'd like. Chapter 546. Cutthroat. Elijah nods with a morose grin and begins leading the group through the VIP apartments. Dean makes a feeble attempt to resist his captor, but Elijah just shoots him in the foot, the hologram-like projectile almost blowing his foot completely apart. Afton grimaces slightly at the bloody remains of Dean's foot, the bone and flesh of which had been decorated around the hallway. Of course, Dean screamed bloody murder, but Elijah kept firm control over the situation, pushing the weapon against the ghoul's temple when Afton starts to approach. Thus, the group continues moving, Elijah leaving a long smeared trail of blood as he drags Dean's shuddering body with him. Eventually, they reach an elevator that was intelligently hidden nearby a storage cupboard and the stairs. It doesn't have any labels detailing where it led, nor did it have any buttons that would allow you to access it. Elijah stops before it and points his gun at Christine. Speak. Say, let go. Say it. He commands as excitement shines in his eyes. Afton's plant arm tightens its fist as tiny roots begin traveling up his sleeve, through his clothes, and out the bottom of his trousers. Christine seems to be between psyching herself up to speak and glaring daggers at Elijah, which gives him plenty of time to put his plan in motion. Now that they were close enough, he could slowly approach with his roots, hopefully without the old man noticing. I'll let go, Christine says, but nothing seems to happen, causing Elijah to frown. Say it again, properly this time. Let go, Christine loudly repeats, and a light above the elevator door flickers to life. Elijah follows everyone's line of sight and glances at the elevator, giddily grinning as he seemingly ignores the group. The elevator hadn't arrived yet, but he was acting as if the exit was already there for him. Fortunately, Afton had already begun his plan. What's T-dash? Elijah mutters as he feels something slithering up his leg. Before he's even able to get out a sentence, he's pulled off of his feet, losing his weapon in the process. The root's girth swells as it strengthens and begins slamming Elijah into the hallway walls. Bang, 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 bang. Afton grins viciously as he continues bouncing Elijah from one wall to the other, all the while multitasking and unclipping the old man's belt that held all his hidden devices. This continues for around a minute until he finally stops the beatdown, hoisting the elderly limp body up by its ankle. Afton steps forwards and pokes Elijah in his chest, letting his body dangle painfully. I told you to deny. You're not leaving this place alive. Maybe I should take the opportunity and skin you, hang it up like a curtain to scare off anyone with similar ideas to you. I'm almost there. It's right there. Elijah roars, reaching for his utility belt but not finding it on his person. He growls and reaches inside his elder robes instead, pulling out some sort of remote control. He's about to press a button, but Afton snatches it out of his hand, causing the elderly man to give an angry and distraught shout. Aof tuf tun. Afton ignores the man's screams and examines the control, quickly realizing that it's linked to the casino's central security. Huh? A gift? How thoughtful, he says before turning and glancing behind him. Christine. You had some business with him? Christine nods. I do. She quietly replies, her new voice still difficult for Afton to get used to. She strolls up to Elijah with a hard look and draws a knife. With it, she presses the cold metal against Elijah's forehead before slowly beginning to cut the skin away from his face. The group watches with morbid fascination as Christine carves the same scars she has onto Elijah, all the while the mad former elder screams in agony, yet still not begging for forgiveness, but promising retribution. Afton wonders if the man was really so deluded to think that Christine would let him leave in one piece. She continues to carve long, bloody lines into his skull, face, and lastly, neck. She makes sure not to deal a lethal blow. Her cuts were efficient and measured. However, soon enough, even Christine seems to have had enough, dealing the final blow to the elderly man by brutally cutting out his vocal cords. She allows the corpse to slump to the floor as she tosses the organ away, taking a glance at Veronica, who looks both horrified and relieved at the fate of her former mentor. Honestly, it was hard to tell how Christine was actually feeling in this moment. She had a small, satisfied smile plastered across her face, yet both of her hands were trembling slightly. Elder Elijah killed. Quest complete. Reward for completion. Treasure. With Elijah dead, Afton turns his attention to Dean, who is still slowly but surely bleeding out from his mangled foot. He quickly applies a liberal amount of Med-X and Stimpaks while bandaging the wound tightly to prevent further blood loss. Ding asterisk. As if having waited for Elijah's end, the elevator doors finally slide open, revealing a cabin completely devoid of dust and looking spectacularly clean. Afton glances at everyone. Errol, I should let you guys know that I had already found a way out of here, but if you want to check out the treasure, then I'm not going to say no. He shrugs. We need to see if it's dangerous or not. Whether or not the treasure should be destroyed to prevent people like Elijah from getting their hands on it. Christine states, after taking a moment to compose herself after her recent execution. Afton shakes his head. It depends on what it is. You should be aware that in all likelihood, I'll be taking it for bulwark. Before anything, though, me and Veronica should hop back in our armor. No point going in unprepared. The group nod, and not long after they're gathered back around the elevator entrance. They had collectively decided to leave Anya and Dean behind, both having been heavily injured and would be pretty useless in a confrontation, though Dean seemed adamant on actually seeing what the treasure was. So, in the end, they decided that after it had been scouted out and deemed safe, everyone else would follow. Chapter 547, Vaulted Memories. Afton, Veronica, and Christine all enter the elevator, the latter of which seemed tense due to how claustrophobic it was with everyone inside. The elevator travels downwards for a minute or so until it finally reaches the bottom. The doors slide open, and the group are presented with the most heavily fortified area they'd seen in the casino thus far. Everything was plated in Saturnite alloy. Auto turrets were set up absolutely everywhere, from the floor, ceiling, and even the walls. The doors were covered in blue force fields that obviously originated from Big MT. Last but not least, there were at least 20 holograms slowly walking around the place, walking through the force fields while patrolling the area. One immediately turns their head towards the group and starts turning red and beginning to charge up a laser. Afton immediately points Elijah's remote control towards it and presses a random button, causing all the holograms in the room to freeze in place. Huh, he mutters, feeling as if he got lucky. There were many other buttons, and he just so happened to press the right one. Next, he needed to find the button for the turrets. Seems like Elijah already had everything planned out. Veronica says from his side. Afton nods, If he wasn't a crazy bastard, I might have been impressed, he says while pressing another random button. Zo asterisk. The force field all peter out as he presses the button, giving the turrets a clean line of fire at the group. The turrets quickly turn and start firing at them. Afton and Veronica having to step in the way to protect Christine with their armored bodies. Click, click, click asterisk. Afton presses a couple more buttons, accidentally causing music to start playing in the room, as well as causing the frozen holograms to start dancing on the spot. The last button he presses activates the sprinklers, which immediately starts soaking the room. God damn it, he exclaims. Just let me do it, Veronica states as she snatches the control out of his hand and confidently presses a button. Clack, asterisk. Shoo, asterisk. Barrels of some sort of weapon pop out of the walls and immediately start firing streams of fire randomly into the room. Water from the sprinklers sizzle and start steaming up the room, slowly but surely obscuring their sight. Why is that even a feature of the room? Veronica shouts in shock as she presses a couple more buttons to fix it. The flamethrowers turn off and the sprinklers shut off too. Another couple clicks and the auto turrets stop firing, but still follow the group as if keeping an eye on them. Afton takes the control back with a sigh, walking further into the room to check for any more traps. Fortunately, the current security seems to be everything. He looks to the side at some more heavy, Saturnite-plated doors. It was obviously the vault that contained the treasures that Sinclair supposedly left here. He walks over to it and examines it for a moment, allowing Nix to try and gain access to it to check for any more traps. Strangely, Nix is completely unable to even find the subsystems inside, let alone actually check them. You guys ready to find some treasure? He asks over his shoulder. Veronica nods with a grin hidden under her helmet while Christine simply follows them with a neutral look. Afton tries to push it open, but finds that it's locked, similarly to the elevator, without any indication of how to actually open it. This isn't a problem, though, as Afton quickly recalls the scribbled messages that Vera wrote in her room. Let go, which was used earlier, and begin again. He relays this information to Christine, who just says and speaks loudly towards the door. Begin again. Click, asterisk. Grind, asterisk. Mechanisms inside the door begin quietly working, eventually allowing the heavy door to slowly swing open towards them, giving them access to the room. Afton is the first to step inside, and is intrigued to find a hatch leading deeper underground in the corner of the room, as well as a simple terminal waiting in the middle of the room. Afton accesses it and is immediately greeted with a number of entries, Sinclair's personal entries, messages to Vera Keys, and other less interesting entries. Afton first decides to look at Sinclair's message to Vera Keys, as he was curious to know what he thought about her betrayal. The subsequent message was a long, heartfelt apology to Vera for the way Sinclair had acted, as well as allowing his dark thoughts to turn what was once a safe haven against the apocalypse into a trap for Dean. Apparently, Sinclair had rigged the terminal to shut the vault and disallow any attempts to escape if his personal accounts were accessed. The vault door would permanently close, and the elevator would go back to the upper floors before permanently restricting access to the vault. Despite it all, though, Afton was still curious over what Sinclair had to say to Dean. Nix, can you isolate the terminal and prevent it from affecting anything outside? I can certainly try, sir. Afton nods, allowing her to do so. He wasn't afraid of being trapped, as he could simply cut his way out of the vault. The only real issue would be the elevator, but he could just climb his way out and lower a rope for Veronica and Christine to use to get out as well. While Nix was isolating the terminal, Afton walks over to the underground hatch that Veronica and Christine were struggling to open. It was apparently too heavy for them to lift, meaning there was a mechanism nearby for it. But why would Afton refuse a time to show off? Chapter 548, Treasure. Afton dips down into a squat and begins trying to wrench the hatch open, the metal squealing as he puts all his strength into it. SQKUK, asterisk. A crack rings out around the room, and Afton is suddenly able to lift the hatch open as if it were on hinges. Looks like he'd broken the internal mechanism. Regardless, he was excited to see what's inside. He fully opens the hatch and quickly climbs down the ladder, the room below him slowly lighting up and revealing what was hidden inside. The trio reaches the bottom and gape at it all. Holy fuck, Veronica mutters, taking her helmet off and rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't hallucinating or something. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? I think so. Afton mutters, ideas of how to use all of this flooding his mind. Before them was a huge warehouse room filled to the brim with everything someone could desire. Food, water, wine, treats, snacks, TVs with every TV show ever aired sitting nearby in holodisks. Clothes for every occasion, in every size. The many shelves contained literally anything you could ever ask for. But that wasn't what drew the trio's gaze. Over at one side of the room were ingots, gold ingots. Hundreds, if no thousands, were stacked onto one another, shining in the light as if glowing. Beside them were other metals too. From what Afton could see, ingots of platinum, tarnished silver, copper, tin, aluminium, and even iron. Seems like Sinclair was hoping at least one metal would prove valuable in the post-apocalypse economy. It's amazing, but where's the technology Elijah spoke about? Veronica murmurs. She and Christine split off in search of it, while Afton walks over to the pile of gold and sits on the ingots with a greedy smile plastered across his face. This was more gold than anywhere else in the wasteland. There were so many things he could do with it. The NCR used to hold many stockpiles of gold that they'd inherited from pre-war America, but the Brotherhood stole and destroyed a large portion of it, leading to their collapsed and weak economy. If they got word that Bulwark held more gold than they had, even in their prime, war would be inevitable. Though, if he made his possession of so much gold known, he could start his own currency that would be backed by it. Caps were backed by water, as well as their own value as metal, though. So Afton was unsure whether or not it was worth creating a Bulwark currency. It would certainly allow him further control over places that used it, but security and faith in it would have to be managed. Regardless if the gold would be used to back any currency, it would always be useful as the material itself. Gold was incredibly valuable when electronics were concerned, and he was looking forward to see what the scientists could come up with when presented with such an abundance of resources. Eventually, while he's still in thought, Veronica and Christine walked back over to him with peculiar looks. Christine looked incredibly amused while Veronica looked a little sad. Afton raises a brow at them both. What is it? We didn't find what Elijah was searching for. I don't think it even existed in the first place, meaning he committed all those crimes for nothing. Veronica mutters. Christine smirks. Even his final actions were stupid and misguided. The story of his life. She spits. Did you find any interesting technology at all? He inquires. They nod. We found the communication system that's actually broadcasting to the wasteland. We already turned it off to stop it from attracting any more treasure hunters. That's about it, though. Veronica says, Good. I'm thinking that we should think about transporting everything here to Big MT. We could claim this place as our own, but it's already too well known amongst the wasteland. As soon as the cloud begins to fade, they'll come to this place in droves, so it's best to strip it of value before leaving. Veronica crooks a brow. The cloud is fading? Afton shrugs. Not right now, but will be once I disable the machinery controlling it. I can't leave something as dangerous as that here. We'll take it apart and transport everything to Big MT for further study. If it proves useful, we might end up using it as an extra defensive measure. Though, I'm unsure over whether or not it would be justifiable to use it as an offensive weapon. He explains. The reason Afton didn't want to use it was obvious. If the factions around the wasteland got word of the never-ending corrosive fog enveloping regions of the wasteland, one section at a time got out, people would use everything at their disposal to try and stop him. Armies, airstrikes, artillery, even nukes. The cloud was such a powerful weapon that if survivors from other continents got word of it, they'd jump into action as well. And even if Afton was willing, he still needed to think about Bulwark's image. The speech he'd made during the debate that Crocker had set up essentially made Bulwark out as a better alternative to the Brotherhood of Steel. Yet, if he was seen using the cloud, any goodwill he'd garnered among the people would immediately be lost. The reason for this was obvious. Fear. Afton couldn't think of something more frighteningly terrifying than an ephemeral, immortal, never-ending for capable of destroying entire cities with ease, washing over the country like a tidal wave with no end in sight. That was the kind of shit that'd make someone shoot themselves in despair. This would only be emphasized if people discovered the ghosts that the cloud created. Imagine discovering Deathclaw ghosts and super mutant behemoth ghosts wandering around. Yeah, scary stuff. Chapter 549, Extract Value. With that, Afton's time in the Sierra Madre was quickly coming to an end. After he, Veronica, and Christine had rifled through and confirmed everything of value in the vault, he'd left to go to the hidden lab that controls the cloud. But not before checking the now isolated terminal to see what Sinclair had to say to Dean. Dean, if you're reading this, this is goodbye. You will have many years to read this message. Why you have smiled in my face and held a dagger to me, I do not know. You were rich, respected, even admired, loved by many. When you finally pass away down here, either by your own hand or starvation, know that your greed has led you here for no reason I can understand. You have made a habit in using others for your own ends. Now, the Sierra Madre is your reward. Whether you used blackmail or force, or even played to Vera's greed, it will not help down here in the vault. Greed has led you here. I hope it leaves you as empty as you left me. The door has sealed, the elevator has left. Even Vera's voice will not unlock it. Know that on the night of the gala event, I shall raise my glass and whisper, Fortunato. In pace requiescat. Frederick Sinclair. Afton scratches his face while staring at the message. Seems like he'd not seen all Dean had to offer yet. The ghoul presented himself as a happy-go-lucky, competent, and driven person. Yet he'd not seen any attempts to manipulate, blackmail, or force things to go his way. Though, this is probably because he never got the chance. Who was he going to manipulate or blackmail? Him or Veronica? Fat chance. And the ghoul probably didn't even dare to try forcing things. What's his dinky little revolver gonna do against literal bulletproof armor? Afton was still going to offer Dean a place in Bulwark, but he'd first have the scientists do a psychological evaluation on him. Afton wasn't going to risk leaving a rogue element free to run around his property to cause trouble. Afton's head turns towards the vault door that had quickly sealed itself shut, many mechanisms activating to make it an almost impossible to break blockade. Fortunately, since the terminal had been isolated by Nix, the elevator was still fully functional. The door didn't prove much of an issue either, as he carves his way through it with his ultra chain word. With that, Afton left to go to the hidden laboratory controlling the cloud so the group could finally return to Big MT. While he did that, Veronica and Anya escort Dean and Anya down to the vault, both making sure to explain the circumstances of the vault, Sinclair's intentions towards Dean, as well as what the group intended to do with the treasure, making sure Dean understood that it didn't belong to him, at least not entirely. The ghoul would be compensated a small amount of gold. Should he wish to leave without the group, they'd allow him to take as many gold ingots as he could carry. Which, as it turns out, isn't much considering he'd recently had most of his foot blown off. Afton quickly reaches the cloud control system, and as a sort of cyclone appears around the casino, this removes all of the cloud from above them, allowing them to finally see the clear sky instead of the roiling cloud of corrosive red fog. Afton feels a familiar thrum in his head as Glotto's voice begins speaking in his mind. Creator, your journey has taken far longer than first anticipated. Are you alive and well? Do you need forces to extract you? She asks. Seems like the cloud had been obstructing the Brian wave device that allowed Glottos to speak to him over vast distances. Fortunately, now that the cloud above them was gone, teleportation and the communication could be brought back. Not immediately. I'll have Nix set the coordinates on the Sierra Madre Casino's roof. I need you to send spider bots to carry objects, dismantle technology, and prepare to teleport them all to Big MT, he thinks to himself, hoping Glottos could hear it. Affirmative. Afton nods, leaving the cloud manipulator where it is and quickly heading to the roof, afterwards waiting for Nix to set the coordinates. An hour passes, and eventually many bolts of lightning come down from the sky, all of them hitting the rooftop and leaving behind tens of thousands of spider bots in their wake. Take any technology that isn't present in Big MT, but make sure to leave the cloud controller lab for last. It's currently in the process of condensing the cloud, so we'll probably need GLaDOS to send reinforced glass containers to hold the residue left behind. He says, not completely sure what the residue is yet. He's pretty sure you can quite easily turn it back in a gaseous form, which would make the cloud incredibly easy to deploy when needed. All you need to do is stockpile the residue and turn it all into gas when you wish. This would also prevent any mishaps from occurring. For example, somebody accidentally getting caught in it or a bunch of feral ghouls getting turned into ghosts. With that done, Afton gathers up his companions and takes them up to the rooftop so the spider bots could properly start extracting everything. Dean had refused to go alone for obvious reasons, so he'd be taken along and introduced to Bulwark, then tested to see if he was suitable for a role within it. So, how are we getting to your base again? Dean asked with a dull look. Do you have another vehicle coming? Afton shakes his head. Just hold on to your panties, he states as lightning strikes him and causes him to disappear. Wah! Dean exclaims at the sight of this, quickly looking side to side at those present, only seeing Christine have slight concern on her face. The rest look as if this is an everyday occurrence. What just hapdash? Crack! Asterisk. Lighting strikes him halfway through his sentence, forcing the air from his lungs as he feels a hard tug on his body, pulling in every direction. Then, as fast as it came, it left, leaving him on his knees in front of the think tank, many servants and robots all looking towards the group with interest. A drone flies over and floats in front of Dean as its single orange eye glares at him. Subject designated. Dean Domino, you have been selected for psychological analysis. Please follow this unit. It states and starts slowly moving. Veronica pats Dean on the shoulder. You better get moving. Trust me, GLaDOS is scary when she's angry. Dean just unconsciously nods and begins limping in the direction the drone left. Veronica glances over to Christine and only now notices that the woman is frozen in place, staring up at the think tank building with utter fear written across her face. Chapter 550, Casanova. Afton releases a long sigh as he gets out of his armor, immediately taking off his stealth suit and taking a long shower. He'd spent almost a week in the Sierra Madre, and he certainly felt like it, feeling as if he had inches of dirt, dust, and cloud residue coating his skin. Of course, this was just an exaggeration, but that didn't make it feel any less true. After 30 minutes scrubbing his skin raw, he walks over to the couch and slumps into it, glancing at Blind Diode Jefferson, the sync jukebox, and requesting something quiet and slow. As he's relaxing on the couch, he looks up at the ceiling and calls out, GLaDOS, give me an update. What's been happening in my absence? The ceiling opens up and allows a drone to fly down next to him. Your extended excursion was unexpected, but not unprepared for. I took the liberty of continuing the projects you already had working. Scorpion Man had been allowed out of his cell after a psychological evaluation and loyalty test, but not before being chipped with the intention chip, which was altered from the thought chip at your behest. Afton crosses his arms and nods. Good. Wouldn't want any more heads exploding because they thought of the word escape. The fact it activated even when they had no intention to escape was kind of stupid. Anyway, how is our resident superhero getting on? Scorpion Man has remained distant from other people in Big MT. This is likely caused by your insinuation that he is radioactive and causes sickness to those he is around. Other than that, I have taken the liberty to start his field and combat training. She states, her words trailing off as if waiting for him to retract that decision. Afton nods, good. That guy's talented and could be useful. Maybe we could partner him with Anya once we fix her sight. Considering she'd immune to radiation, that could actually work. He mutters, rubbing his chin. How are the various cybernetic projects going, by the way? He asks. With the influx of volunteers, we have been able to quickly advance our understanding over cybernetics, their integration with nerves and muscles, and reducing the chance of the subject's body from rejecting it. Limb cybernetics are almost entirely complete, only needing small adjustments and customization to each subject. However, intricate machinery such as hands and organs are still being developed, she explains. Have you begun preparing Carl for new legs? He asks. No, I have been waiting for your permission. It is not my place to decide the fate of your workers, she states. He shrugs at that, appreciating her diligence in respecting his position, yet not really caring either way. Well, you have my permission now. Inform Carl that we have developed a way for him to regain his legs. Explain the whole process to him while you're at it. Affirmative. Anything else? Afton asks as some spider bots skitter into the room, an ice-cold glass of whiskey perilously balanced on their backs. He picks it up and takes a sip before setting it back down on the robots, using them as a makeshift stand. We have received correspondence from our spy-designated, Cass. Afton raises brow. Oh, she's finally gotten in contact then. Affirmative. Would you like me to play the holotape? Please, he says, and Cass's voice immediately starts speaking from the drone. Yeah, hey, it's Cass. I'm not really all that sure about using this spy shit, but I think I know how it works. Anyway, I finally set myself up in New California. Their capital Shady, sans to be specific. I don't want to boast, but I've got myself a nice little place to myself now. It's very different from owning a caravan, but nice in its own way. Ugh, I keep forgetting this ain't a social call. Ahem, the journey was relatively peaceful. The squadron of robots and cyber dogs you sent to accompany me scared off any creatures from approaching. That didn't stop a few groups of raiders, but they were annihilated with relative ease. Their presence did cause a bit of trouble when we finally reached an NCR city, but this was quickly resolved as the NCR are one of the primary creators of cyber dogs, so they just chalked it up to me getting a good deal. The luxury clothing store has been properly set up, and we've already received a number of requests from the higher rung of society, though no one important as of yet. Regardless, I've had the tailor robots stitch the recording devices into the suits. You'll probably be receiving information from them around about the time this holotape gets to you. Yeah, your lightning teleportation technology still scares the shit out of me, she sheepishly adds before continuing. Additionally, I have been hearing a lot of information about you. The Capitol seems to regard you as a threat equal to the Brotherhood of Steel. I've compiled a list of the rumors in the other holodisk, but I'll tell you a few of the more interesting ones right now. Afton Parker is a mutant capable of mind control and other supernatural abilities. Uses his supernatural talents. He's been slowly gaining control over the civilians of the Mojave, slowly turning them against the NCR and democracy itself. Yeah, not all the convincing, but enough to get the idiots riled up. Next is, after a disastrous loss in a debate against Ambassador Crocker, Afton Parker summoned a monster to distract from his humiliating defeat, afterwards pinning the attack on the NCR to save face. This one is a bit more believable for people who haven't met you. Crocker has a glowing reputation here, so that one has gained a bit of traction. Last of the interesting ones is Afton Parker has stumbled upon alien technology and is using it to form his own faction, one based on authoritarian doctrine and aiming to crown himself emperor of mankind. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this one was true. She admits semi-sarcastically. Oh, there's also one saying that Afton Parker is gay and wishes to execute all women to promote his lifestyle of sodomy and boy love. She snorts and bursts into laughter. Haha, just kidding. Well, not about the rumor, just of it gaining attention or validity. I for one know it's not true. I distinctly remember your hands wandering when we were kicking the crap out of each other. You horn dog. Anyway, that's all for this holotape. Read the others when you have time. Cass out. Peace. Chapter 551, Foggy Memories. Afton just sits there silently with a dull look on his face after listening to the holodisk. It certainly hadn't been what he was expecting. He'd always considered Cass as a more stern face, hard worker, down-to-the-earth type of person. Seems he'd missed her more boisterous side. Regardless, if you ignore the fluff she hadn't, they'd finally made progress infiltrating the NCR. This was an especially big accomplishment since they now had teleportation coordinates directly into their capital city. If the NCR royally pissed him off by throwing a nuke at him, or something, he'd just send the giant robo-scorpion at them. He honestly doubted that they'd be able to kill it before it completely destroyed and irradiated the entire city. Plus, as Cass said, he should now be receiving transmissions from his micro-receivers. He has GLaDOS tap into it and begins listening to a couple to see if anything interesting was happening. The answer to his query is a big no. Seems like the only people who'd been tapped had been rich young masters with too much money on hand. He'd gone through the around 20-something micro-receivers, and only 3 of which had been close enough to actually hear anything, the others having been stuffed into closets and forgotten. Even with the 3 active ones, one was currently getting his cock sucked by a servant or something, one was in a bar or drinking establishment. It was only the last one that actually had something interesting going on. From what he could hear, they were currently sitting in some kind of hearing discussing the reduction of a Brahmin baron's land. The person wearing his suit seemed to be the son of the baron, and was muttering curses under his breath as the Brahmin baron Geddern has pieces of his land cut away and handed to his competitors. His products also seem to be more heavily taxed than everyone else. The person that's wearing his suit is called Samuel Dern from what he can infer. Yet, Afton can't tell why this hearing is even occurring. Once it devolves into boring paperwork and bureaucratic shit, he turns it off and has GLaDOS keep monitoring it. Perhaps he could start some subterfuge with that disgruntled Brahmin baron? He sighs and stands, deciding to cut to the chase and speak to the scientists about the Sierra Madre. Perhaps explaining what he'd found there would jog their memories? That group of senile, pre-war Braille Bowls better remember something. Otherwise, he might have to consider letting GLaDOS try to jog their memories a bit. He heads down the stairs and enters the think tank, spotting most of the scientists busily researching various projects, writing equations, or drawing up schematics. Though, Klein doesn't seem to be present. He's probably in the Forbidden Zone dome with Mobius again. Shaking his head, he speaks to Dala, 0, Boris, and 8, all of which not knowing anything about the Sierra Madre, or the projects that led to the creation of literal matter manipulators. He quickly finishes speaking to them and teleports over to the Forbidden Dome, finding Klein and Mobius deep into discussion about something. He ignores the substance of the topic and interjects himself in between them. Klein, Mobius, he states, surprising and catching both scientists' attention. Huh? Lobotomite? Seems like you've returned from your expedition. Did everything go well? Did you find anything sciencey? The scientist curiously asks. Afton nods. Yeah, which is why I'm here actually. Does either of you remember the think tank sending any technology to one Frederick Sinclair? Mobius airs aloud, contemplating it with maximum effort. Klein is the same, his biogel fluctuating due to the amount of brain power they were exerting. This continues for around 5 minutes, while Afton waits with crossed arms, allowing the scientists all the time they need to consider this. It was important information after all. He'd definitely need to know if there were other locations that had received similar technology. Mobius loudly and suddenly ejaculates. Oh, I think I remember that. Something about playing a joke on a not-so-rich boy who could barely pay for the tech he was buying. Some socially inept eggheads decided it would be funny to rig that place with potentially world-ending technology, if I'm not mistaken. Afton nods. Yeah, it's called the Cloud, a corrosive red fog that covered miles around the Sierra Madre and was still expanding until I stopped it. Even the sky had been blotted out by it. Now, that just seems like overkill. Klein mutters. Mobius jabs a manipulator at Klein, says the mongoloid who wanted to design self-perpetuating nanobots. Even I'm not that stupid. Why you, Dash? Both of you shut the fuck up. Afton interjects, giving both scientists a firm push away from one another before turning back to Mobius. I'll ask again, are there other locations which receive tech from the think tank? Mobius drops and is silent, pondering yet again, taking another 5 minutes to search his rather vast compilation of memories. I seem to recall Dala sending biometric data to someplace called the Instadash, Instea, Aston in Boston. Afton sends a dull, unamused look at Mobius. You think Dala sent biometric data to the Instant Noddle? he states with disbelief. You try sifting through 200 years of fuzzy memories. You're barely an adult, and I bet you barely remember what you ate yesterday, he exclaims defensively. Afton doesn't actually have a response to his words, since he really didn't remember what he'd had for dinner yesterday. The matter manipulators gave him too many options to pick from, so he'd been having different dishes every day, most bringing up strong nostalgic feelings since they were pre-war foods. Afton sheepishly coughs into his fist and redirects the subject matter. Can you try to recall where the data was sent? Another 10 minutes of silence, and Mobius finally speaks up again. The Institute, I believe they're called, an organization not so dissimilar to our own, one preaching innovation and the scientific method, while specializing with robotics. I think. Chapter 552, Spiel on Wheels. Afton crooks a brow. What would an organization specializing in robotics want with biometric data? He questions aloud. Perhaps they wished for better security. Biometric locks are the way of the future, after all. Klein wonders. Indeed, a shame we can't use them. Mobius mutters. Can we not design some sort of brain scanner? The folds of our brains are as unique as fingerprints. Oh, that might be doable. Mobius mutters. Afton continues, thinking while the duo goes off on a tangent, discussing biometric locks. What could the Institute want with biometric data? Especially data as specialized as Dala's. If they were just designing better security, they'd only need the basics. Were they designing cybernetics, perhaps? But isn't that tech already relatively well known? Excluding the think tank's current troubles with it. His eyes slowly widen as movies from his old world make themselves known. I'm back, Sarah Connor. I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Holy fuck, they might be designing Skynet under our noses. I am not dealing with an army of immortal cyborgs. Afton suddenly exclaims before running out of the room and teleporting back to the sink, where he immediately calls GLaDOS. GLaDOS, I need an expedition immediately sent to Boston to search for an organization known as the Institute. Affirmative. How large would you like the expedition force to be? Enough to successfully reach their destination and transmit accurate coordinates. I have no idea how big a threat they are, or if they are ever still active, but it's better to be safe than sorry, he stated. Affirmative, 2 patrols of cyberdogs will be sent. Is that all? Afton releases a long sigh and slumps into the nearby couch. I think so, he mutters, suddenly feeling mentally exhausted. Figures, he hadn't actually properly slept for 24 hours. The excitement of finding the cloud manipulation device, the shit with Elijah, and finally returning. He'd been quite busy. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. If anyone wants anything, tell them I'll be available tomorrow. He grouses as he falls face first onto his bed, not even bothering to remove the stealth suit, as he instantly goes unconscious. Earlier, Christine was freaking out. She'd not connected the dots when she saw Bulwark's emblem and how much it resembled Big MT. But now that she was here, all the memories she'd wanted to forget quickly flooded back. Waves of terror, despair, futility, anger, and hate all hit her at once as she laid eyes upon the think tank building. It was only Veronica's reassuring hand on her shoulder that stopped her going into a rage and rushing into the building, guns blazing. Christine, calm down. I heard what happened to you last time you were here, but looks around, some things have changed. Veronica slowly and calmly explains. Christine cautiously glances around as she hears this, spotting the many people now residing here, as well as the farms and residences. Indeed, it was a remarkable difference from what she'd been expecting. The Big MT she knew was barren and full of terrible abominations, roaming hordes of lobotomites and hostile cyberdogs. Now, however, there were hundreds of people going here and there, most wearing uniform outfits, while a large portion were female maids. She hoped that was just an outfit and not some kind of fetish Afton was pushing on them. She continues to look around for a couple minutes, slowly calming down despite their current location. Anya had already been led away by Afton and handed off to Dala for medical attention. Really, Christine should have gone too, but Afton was well aware of Christine's hostility against Dala. Hey, you guys finally back? A voice asks from behind them. and both girls turn to see Carl looking at them from his wheelchair with a warm smile. Yeah, we just got back. How are you doing, Carl? Caroline and Carlos doing well. Veronica smiles back before realizing her mistake. Ah, by the way, this is Christine. Christine, this is Carl. She introduces them. Carl nods and presents his remaining hand for a handshake, which Christine reciprocates after a moment of consternation, which an elbow courtesy of Veronica solves. Howdy, I've heard a lot from Afton about a lass named Christine. He meant you right, he says, not commenting on her numerous scars and completely bald head. Christine nods. Depends on what you've heard, she says semi-sarcastically, surprising Veronica at how comfortable she seems to be with Carl. Only good things. Well, he sometimes mentioned beating your ass at knife fighting. He chuckles, which only increases at the competitive look that flashes on Christine's face for a moment. Carl turns back toward Veronica. Caroline and little Carlos have been great, both quickly coming to terms with their new lives. I thought it would take a bit longer, but Caroline wasn't all that keen on the Legion anyway, and Carlos is easy to bribe with all the tech we got lying around here. All in all, I'm just happy to have them back, he quietly states. Veronica nods, glad to have been of help. They continue to make small talk for around 10 minutes, talking about the small improvements that had been occurring during their absence, until a child runs up to Carl's wheelchair. Grandpa, Mom made some special pancakes that are super good. Come try some, he chirps, running around and taking the handles of the wheelchair and beginning to push him away. Carl just lets this happen, though, not bothering to remind the child that the wheelchair could probably go faster than he could run. He gives a small wave to the amused-looking duo of Veronica and Christine. Look like I have other plans. See you two later. Veronica grins at Christine. I honestly never thought I'd see that grumpy old man smile so much. It's a good change. Now, let's get you properly situated. I have a spare room and clothes you can use. Chapter 553, Stormin'. Tamia pulls the collar of her Deathclaw leather duster up as she, Boone, Josie, and Dogmeat march through the heavy desert dust storm. It had been a while since she'd been forced to endure one, but it just refreshes how much she hates it. It's fortunate she'd anticipated this and brought along goggles and a thin scarf to shield her face. Suddenly, she points ahead of the group at the faint outline of a cabin in the distance. Look, let's wait out the storm in there, she shouts to her companions over the storm. Boone and Josie just nod in compliance and follow her as she leads them towards it, all of them having already gotten their weapons out in case the cabin was inhabited. Fortunately, it seems to have been long abandoned, left to collect dust in the desert sun. There wasn't anything inside apart from some leftover trash. Dogmeat almost leaps inside and starts rapidly sneezing, trying to get the dust from its nose and mouth. Boone checks the place for traps, but doesn't find any, allowing the group to sit around and relax while they wait the storm out. Tamia sighs at this, though, the storm probably increasing the amount of time it'll take to reach Jacobtown by a day, or two at least, depending on how long it lasts. She and the others had watched over Novak for a couple days while Afton was gone, but plans changed when he didn't return at the expected date. She'd only left to do this because she was bored waiting around. Yet, now here she was waiting for a dust storm to end. Is this karma? Tamia figured that she was better off trying to complete the task House had set for her instead of house-sitting, as Afton had called it. Though, she hadn't expected Boone and Josie to invite themselves to go with her, even if it was appreciated. One didn't just walk into heavily contested Supermutat/NCR territory alone without troubles, be it raiders, bored troopers, or even worse, bored and hungry supermutants. She felt that she was a competent person, but that didn't mean she could act like Afton and stroll around as if a bullet to the face would only annoy him. Ugh, she really needed to learn how to use power armor. She'd force Afton to teach her once he was back. Fortunately, Glottos had sent Dogmeat with them, allowing them to teleport back should they bite off more than they can chew. It wouldn't be a quick escape, but it'd save them if they were trapped or something. The group wait there for a couple hours, and eventually the dust storm peters out, allowing the group to continue forwards. Tamia leaves the cabin and looks in the direction of Jacobstown, only to stop in place and gape up at the sight before her. A large mountain range towered before her off in the distance, with snow-tipped peaks and large amounts of foliage indicating the drastic change of the biome. The path ahead was clear, with sand fading into dirt that was speckled with grass and bushes, and further ahead with large pine trees. Tamia rubs her eyes and glances at her companions. Boone was the only one who didn't seem affected by the sight, but she couldn't tell if that was because he always looked like that, or if he actually knew something. Regardless, she'd ask anyway. "What's with the big change in scenery?" she exclaims, jabbing a finger at the dramatically different territory. Boone just shrugs. Snow atop the mountain melts. Water flows down and helps plants grow. What's there to say? I didn't hear about this. I thought Jacobstown would be like every other town in the Mojave. Boone sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. Well, it's not. You ever wondered why the NCR needs a presence here? It's because they can't risk the Great Khans or super mutants gaining control over the whole area. It's too fertile and defensible compared to the rest of the Mojave. Even General Oliver isn't dumb enough to try and march an army up a mountain after all, he states. Tamia just shakes her head, feeling as if House or Afton should have warned her about this. She would have at least packed some better clothes if she'd known. She sighs and continue walking again. Whatever, let's just go. Ugh, this is going to be hell on my legs, she mutters as the ground slowly starts to get steeper. Thus begins the long-ass hike up the mountain path. It's relatively easy to stay on track, as the yellowish grass was well worn and likely led to an NCR encampment or camp of Great Khans. Despite the massacre of Khans that occurred at the hidden bunker and the NCR efforts to utterly annihilate them from the Mojave, the Khans were still around, if a bit flighty due to the sheer amount of people targeting them. The NCR had actually raided the Red Canyon and wiped out a good portion of them, leaving them scattered and unorganized. Though, it wouldn't be surprising to find that they've completely relocated from Red Canyon to Mount Charleston. The only reason they used the Red Canyon in the first place was due to its maze-like structure and fantastic placement for trading. They weren't the biggest producers of chems in the Mojave for no reason after all. Well, former biggest producers. Anyway, after around 40 minutes, the group finally managed to reach a plateau that was covered with a thick forest of pine trees. A chilly wind blows past them, causing the group to shiver slightly. The Mojave sun was still beating down on them, but the wind had certainly picked up compared to before. As they're about to step into the plateau, however, they're stopped by a voice in the distance. You will stop or I will. Shoot. You. I understand. Chapter 554, Lead Trader. The trio looks at one another with furrowed brows before quickly jogging over towards where the sound had originated, which wasn't all that difficult considering it was literally just ahead on the path they were on. The group ran between the trees and eventually reached a clearing that held an NCR waypoint. Small chain fences restricted a good part of the area, but not by much. It looked more to stop caravans trying to avoid the waypoint. Tamia couldn't blame them either considering the sight before them. A caravan pulled by a Brahmin had been stopped in front of the NCR encampment, and a ranger wearing shades was pointing his revolver at the trader's head. The bodyguards looked conflicted and didn't seem willing to act either, with the other NCR troopers pointing their rifles at them. "Yes, sir. I need to take my goods," or dash, the trader stutters out, but the NCR ranger just presses his revolver into his forehead. "Or what? I tell you that you can't, and I got my gun pointed at your head. You think you can weasel your way out of this, motherfucker?" "Be but my livelihood," the trader continues, clearly unwilling to be threatened into compliance. The ranger scowls and pulls the hammer of the revolver back. Click. "Your livelihood? Bitch, I'll take your life. Don't fucking play with me. Why you can't do this? The NCR can't do this." Smack. Asterisk. The trader gets pistol whipped and falls to the floor, and the ranger crouches over him. "Well, I ain't the NCR, and I do what I motherfucking want." He glances to the other troopers. "Get his bitch ass off the ground. I need to hit him again," he states, turning around and lighting a cigarette as his men get to work. Josie looks horrified at this, while Tammy and Boone just scowl. All of them had seen corruption before, but this kind of blatant abuse of power had them reeling. The trader had finally been pulled to his feet, but before he could be hit again, Tamia had finally had enough. "Boone, Josie, cover me." Dogmeat with me, she states and walks out of the tree lane towards the group, Dogmeat following by her side. The NCR soldiers quickly notice her, and the ranger puffs some smoke with an intrigued look. Well, what do we have here? You lost, little lady? He chuckles. Tamia's stern face relaxes, and she slowly nods. Why, yes. I've followed this path for hours, but I have no idea where I am. The ranger grins. Well, maybe I can keep you company and show you the map. Good thing you found us. You'd either freeze or starve up here alone, he says, and begins to walk towards her before being stopped by a trooper. He looks down at them with a scowl. You got a problem, soldier? The soldier gulps and nods, pointing at Tamia anxiously. Look at her coat. Didn't command describe something like that? The ranger raises a brow and focuses on Tamia's coat, eventually spotting the bulwark insignia on her chest. Huh, a shame. You were cute, but commies only get one end, he states while pointing his revolver at her. Bark! Asterisk. Before Tamia's even able to move, Dogmeat barks, sending a sonic blast at the group, flipping over the caravan and flinging all the soldiers into the air, some losing their rifles while others manage to keep hold of them. The ranger is hit the hardest due to being at the front, losing his revolver and being flung so hard at the wooden cabin behind him that cracks, ring out. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Shots begin to be fired from the tree lane, some hitting, some not. But the sudden firefight causes chaos in the NCR's ranks regardless. The caravan guards who'd been held at gunpoint had started moving as well, using the upturned caravan as cover while shooting the troopers. Bong! Asterisk. A loud shot rings out as a .50 cal bullet shoots directly at the ranger embedded in the wall. It hits and blows the man apart, punching a large hole in the cabin behind him as well. The ranger looks down at his wound before raises his head. Motherfucker. Thud asterisk. Seeing their commanding officer instantly killed like that certainly had an effect on the remaining troopers, causing a few to flee while others surrendered. The caravan guards weren't willing to be merciful, however, and simply mowed them down with a barrage of bullets. Once the dust was settled, Tamia, Josie, Boone, and Dogmeat walks towards the caravan, the former giving a small wave towards the trembling traitor. Hey, all right? She asks. The man sheepishly nods. What? I just didn't expect to make enemies with the NCR today. It's very, very unlucky, he mutters. Tamia scoffs and looks towards the pile of dead troopers. What are you even doing up here that you'd risk your life for? The man shrugs. I may have made a bad business decision. Are you aware of the super mutants that live up here? Tamia nods. Yeah, Jacobstown, he states. The man gives a dim smile. Well, I thought this was my opportunity. There was a merchant selling irradiated food for almost no caps at all, so I bought the lot to sell to the super mutants. They're the only people aside from ghouls who can actually eat them. I never expected the NCR to threaten me like this. What do they want anyway? Didn't seem like they stole anything. Josie questions from his side. The man shakes his head. They didn't steal anything, but they seem to be stopping any caravans heading for Jacobstown. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they were trying to starve the town out. Boone nods. Wouldn't surprise me. NCR has used similar tactics before. He muses. Chapter 555, Jacobstown. Tamia sighs. What a sad state of things. She glances at the trader and Boone. You guys know if there are any more encampments in the area? I'd rather not run into any of them if this is how they are operating. She leans towards Boone and whispers, plus, I think we should let Afton know what's happened here. Boone nods before shrugging. I don't know if there are any more encampments, probably are some dotted around Jacobstown to keep watch on the town. Hey, are you headed to Jacobstown? The trader hesitantly asks and continues once Tamia nods. W, would it be okay for us to accompany you? I still need to sell these goods, and quite frankly, I'm scared of running into the NCR again. W, what if they question me about what happened here? The man anxiously stutters out. Tamia shrugs. I don't mind, as long as you don't get in the way and pull your own weight. I didn't catch your name. Peter Benet. With that, Tamia, Josie, Boone, and the caravan guards loot the NCR corpses and encampment before flipping the caravan back onto its wheels and strapping the Brahmin to it. The caravan guards had originally been kitted out with revolvers and shotguns, but now they seemed ready for war, with service rifles, grenades, and other provisions. Tamia let them have most of the loot as she and her companions wouldn't be able to carry it anyway. Besides, it wasn't as if they were seriously lacking supplies anyway. The group began moving, following the road to Jackbistown while being very wary of any possible NCR encampments. Whatever operation they were attempting certainly didn't seem above base. NCR laws prevented them from randomly stopping caravans, so the previous soldiers were either corrupt or their orders breached their own laws. Though, this wouldn't be the first time that had occurred. Boone does spot two hidden scout teams hiding amongst the trees as they progress, but the soldiers don't seem to be intending to attack, instead simply watching them. Each team does send a single member off somewhere, though, meaning they were reporting the event to their superiors. Fortunately, the group eventually reaches Jacobs the next day. It couldn't really be called a town per se, as there was only one large building present. There were large log walls surrounding the border of the town, and a large bighorn herd kept safely within its confines. At the gate of the town stood 5 large figures, all wielding guns too small for their physiques. They were all super mutants, all with green skin and hard features. They wore scrap metal armor that seemed to be tied to their bodies without much care. Tamia could spot that the group had a few recently acquired injuries, fresh scars, and wounds that hadn't yet healed. The super mutants all immediately became hostile when they spotted the group, pointing their weapons at the caravan while the guardsman points their own. The standoff didn't last long, however, as a super mutant taller than the rest steps forwards with a pacifying gesture. Wait, everyone stand down. There's no need for bloodshed today, he commands, his authoritative voice causing the super mutants to lower their weapons. Seeing this, the caravan guardsmen do the same, though the tension between the groups was still incredibly high. Tamia takes the chance to step forward and be the ambassador for the group, walking over to Marcus with her hand extended in a friendly manner. Hello, I'm Tamia. Nice to meet you. The supernatant nods with a small smile. Likewise, I'm Marcus, the leader of this place, he states while looking over appraisingly at the rest of her group. What business do you have with us? I can't imagine the NCR let you through to here easily. Tamia scoffs. Yeah, I realized that when we started shooting at each other, she says, causing the mutants behind Marcus to relax slightly. Seems as if the NCR wasn't well received around here. She gestures over at the trader. That fellow there's called Peter and wants to trade goods with you. Me and my group, though, we have more private matters to discuss, matters that might help with your NCR problem, she quietly states, causing Marcus' brow to furrow. Marcus slowly nods. All right. We could do with more supplies considering the NCR's attitude towards us. While I get that handled, could you wait in the resort? I can't imagine whatever you have to discuss will be easy or quick. There's another human who lives here. Enter the resort and go right. You'll find him. Oh, endure. Try not to stare at the nightkin if you want to keep your head on your shoulders, he states before walking towards Peter and his caravan. Tamia, Boone, Josie, and Dogmeat walk into Jackbistown and towards the resort. They're given the stink eye by a few of the residents, but none seem willing to act out. They enter the resort and go right, walking into some sort of laboratory that had a female ghoul and elderly human discussing something. Both stop, though, and look towards them with inquiring gazes, though. The older man looks the group over, but his eyes are quickly drawn towards Dogmeat. His eyes widen as he stands and approaches, only for Dogmeat to back away, slightly with a growl. You got a problem with our dog? She asks. Oh, no. I was just wondering who designed his cybernetic components. It's some of the most advanced tech I've seen to date. Sorry, my name's Henry. The mutants usually just call me Doc, though. Tamia shakes his hand. Tamia, that's Boone, Josie, and Dogmeat, she says, gesturing at each person respectively. Never thought I'd see a human living around here, she admits. Chapter 556, Innocent Savages. Doc Henry just shrugs. I'm old and like to keep busy. This place is quieter than most and provides good research opportunities. I wonder what you're doing here, though. We haven't had traders in a while, and you look more like the mercenary type to me. You could say that. We're just waiting to talk to Marcus. Tamia says. Doc Henry slowly nods. Okay. Would you mind if I looked your dog over while you wait? It's not anything important, just mild curiosity. Tamia glances at Dogmeat, who shakes its head. Sorry, the mutt knows what it wants, she shrugs, taking a seat and relaxing while waiting for Marcus to arrive. Doc Henry just sighs and sits back at his terminal, returning to his research. It takes around 30 minutes for Marcus to finally return, the large mutant popping his head into the room and looking at Tamia. You wanted to talk in private? Follow me, he states. The trio plus dog follow Marcus through the resort as he leads them to his room. Again, they pass by many mutants and nightkin who seem very hostile. It's fortunate Marcus seems to have good control over them, otherwise they may have needed to fight their way out. They enter Marcus' room as the mutant locks the door behind them before taking a seat in a large makeshift chair. All right, what's up? He asks with crossed arms. I've been sent by Mr. House to see if Jacobstown is willing to make an agreement with New Vegas, specifically an agreement to help combat the NCR and Legion from the Mojave, she states. Marcus looks surprised at this, raising a hand to rub his chin while in thought. Mr. House, huh? To be honest, I'm surprised someone like him would be willing to negotiate with mutants at all. Tamia shrugs. Mr. House doesn't discriminate against any race, color, or creed. So long as you aren't a violent bandit, cannibal, or communist, there's a place in New Vegas for everyone. Despite the short time I've known the man, I can see for sure that he is a true blue capitalist. As long as you're non-destructive toward society, he'll defend your rights as sapient beings, she states. Marcus' eyes go wide at this, with his face gaining a look of confusion, hope, and skepticism after thinking about it for a moment. I'm not sure I can believe your words. I've lived a long time, and this isn't the first time I've heard people proclaim equal treatment while conspiring against us in the background. I have to ask, are these words his or yours? Tamia purses her lips. They are mine, but I've been given full authority to negotiate on New Vegas's behalf. I'm basically the only ambassador, so I have a bit of sway with Mr. House. I understand you are skeptical, but wouldn't it be better to secure an agreement with New Vegas before the war erupts? I promise you, regardless of the surprises that occur, New Vegas will come out on top, she states with full confidence. Afton had already made his intention to side with New Vegas in the coming conflict clear to her. It was after the war that he was still on the fence about. He said he wanted to see if House actually stuck to his word before deciding anything concrete, which was understandable. She agreed with him completely. As if House derelict his duty despite his promises, she jumped ship as well. Say we agree to some sort of alliance. What's in it for us, and what would we have to give in return? Marcus questions. Now, nothing. But in future you may be drafted to help fight for New Vegas, though we won't force you onto the front lines if you're worried about it. We already have robots for that. As for what you'll get in return, the ability to live like regular people, without having to hide away in isolated places like this. A chance for equal treatment. Marcus shakes his head. Meaningless platitudes aren't enough for me to lead my people to war. I've fought before, and I know what horrors await us if your position isn't as strong as you suggest. The constant fighting was the reason I left Black Mountain. Yet, he sighs, you fought the NCR in the area. You must have seen the other scouts watching Jacobstown, he questions. Boone nods. Yeah, spotted 2 groups of them watching the roads. They've been harassing us for weeks now, stopping us from sending out caravans for supplies, killing surrounding wildlife, sometimes even shooting at our bighorn herd. I'm struggling enough, as it is keeping the others from running out and slaughtering any human they see. But it's a losing battle. I suspect the Nightkin are already planning to leave, but maybe the others can be saved from destroying themselves. If you want to show your sincerity, try getting rid of some of the NCR encampments in the area. That'd show the others that not all humans are against us. It might even get the Nightkin back to being relatively civil. It would also show that House truly means to combat the NCR. Don't think I'm unaware of New Vegas' current relationship with them. Camp McCarran is spoken of enough over the radio, he states. Tamia glances over at Boone and Josie questioningly. She wasn't sure how they'd react to such a request. Sure, They defended themselves against the NCR troopers, but actively hunting them down? Yeah, that's another can of worms she wasn't looking forward to opening. Boone leans back in the chair and looks at the ceiling with crossed arms. We'll do it. As it is, while they're not technically breaking any NCR laws, as super mutants don't count as civilians, I think a conflict with them is inevitable. Why not spark the war to protect innocents? It'd at least put us on the moral high ground, even if people don't see it that way. Chapter 557 Robocall. Afton was currently standing over Carl as the man lied down on a surgery table in nothing but a patient's gown. Dalla was floating next to him with scalpel, bone saws, and all her other tools ready. Behind them was another table that had 2 customized cybernetic legs and 1 cybernetic hand that had attached to Carl's arm. What was the reason they couldn't simply attack it at the wrist like a regular hand? Well, that'd be the enhancements Afton had added to it. Carl looks up at Afton while sending sideways glances at Dalla. You sure I can't just have you doing this? That crazy robot makes me uneasy. He admits. Afton shakes his head. Unfortunately not. I need her to help with the operation. I'll make sure she doesn't try to castrate you mid-operation if that helps. Carl's eyes bulge from their sockets. She might do that, he exclaims, almost squealing like a little girl. Oh, is the teddy bear giving me permission? Dalla asks while revving up her saw blade. Carl pales at the sound of the whirring blade and tries to get up off of the table, but is unceremoniously held down by Afton. Just calm down. Dalla won't lay a finger on you. I just need her to hold the implant still while I install them. Before we start, though, you got anything you want me to look at while we're here? I've already looked you over, but the patient knows best, he shrugs. Carl purses his lips. You think you can make my fella big dash? No. Yes. Afton starts, but glances at Dalla when he hears her reply. Increasing the size of a human's penis is not a difficult procedure. I simply need to remove it, clone its cells, and stitch the extra-large teddy tube back, she explains. Carl quickly shakes his head. Nope, no. No thank you. Kid, just put me out before I regret agreeing to this. He pleads to Afton, who just nods and sticks him in the arm with a 4 bag filled with a concoction of chems meant to knock him out. Afton had considered letting Carl be conscious for the installation of the implants, but considering they would literally be connecting everything from his pain receptors to his nerves to his tendons to them, Carl was probably better off asleep. Afton looks to Dalla. All right, let's start on the legs first. Thus the operation begins. The cybernetic legs themselves looked sleek and were the familiar light blue/silver color of Saturnite. They kind of looked like skinny plate leg armor you'd see medieval knights wearing. Truthfully, the design was a coincidence, as Afton was just trying to design the most durable and effective limbs possible. The feet of the legs didn't look like feet. In fact, you could walk around without any boots at all with these. They looked like sabatons. Though, Afton had already designed some footwear that Carl could use if he wanted to keep his implants clean. Besides their obvious advantage to human legs in durability, they were actually much stronger than Carl's old legs. In fact, they could probably be considered at around superhuman level. Though, Afton was sure he was still stronger. Honestly, he considered altering himself more, but he didn't know how that'd affect his stats. Would he lose strength if he replaced his limbs? Would his perk still work? Yeah, not something he was willing to risk. Besides, if he wanted to do that, he'd do it via mutations, not cybernetics. The operation was fairly difficult. Afton and Dalla had basically stripped all the flesh away from Carl's legs in order to get to the nerves, tendons, and ligaments in order to connect them to the cybernetics. Currently, it was too risky to try a straight neural interface, which is why making cybernetics operate like they usually do would be the best option. It was messy, gross, and rather unnerving work, but eventually they properly fitted both legs. Afton examines them for a moment before nodding, applying a stim pack to Carl's thigh to heal up a bit before beginning to test that they'd done everything correctly. He applies a light current to Carl's legs and nods in satisfaction at the way the cybernetic legs trembled. This meant they were connected properly and wouldn't have any problems once he woke up. Next was his new left hand, though. Again, the hand looked like a gothic metal gauntlet with segmented, sharp, and pointed fingers with sharp knuckles. The hand actually continues halfway up Carl's forearm. Afton was looking forward to Carl's reaction to it once it was installed. Unlike the legs, Afton had to individually install the tendons of each finger, making it intricate and difficult work. Fortunately, he'd already performed this procedure on some of the criminal slaves he possesses and was relatively familiar with it. Soon enough, the hand was installed, and after a couple more checks, Afton was satisfied with it. Dollar time. The operation took 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 32 seconds to complete. It is now 9 p.m., she states. Afton nods and wipes some sweat from his forehead. Good work, but you know this won't stop your punishment, right? Dalla nods her chassis. I am aware. I still do not understand what you find unsatisfactory. My operation on your friend was a partial success. Afton scowls. Yeah, and a full success would have made her completely brain dead. So shut your mouth and know your damn place. He spits. The only reason he hadn't properly punished Dalla for Christine's sake yet was the fake he intended something really special. He'd have Christine punish Dalla once the robot had pain receptors. Otherwise, it had been like punching a robot, only causing damage, but doing nothing but potentially distressing it. You've got projects to continue with. Attend to them. GLaDOS, inform Carl's family that the procedure was a success. Also, inform me once he'd awake, he states as he takes off his bloody clothing and leaves the room. Affirmative. Chapter 558, Prep Steps. Afton steps out of the changing room, just in time for Caroline and Carlos to arrive. He debriefs them on how the operation went and what to look out for should they notice anything weird. Lastly, he told them that once Carl was up and walking, have him take short walks to get used to the cybernetics. Nothing intense. With that, he left them to attend to Carl while he leaves for the sink, only for GLaDOS' drone to pop out of the wall to inform him that he'd received a message a couple of hours ago from Tamia. Apparently, the NCR was harassing Jacobstown, and they'd already been forced to destroy an encampment already. Tamia had already made an agreement with Marcus, the super mutant leader of Jacobstown, to clear the NCR encampments to secure an alliance with them. Afton releases a slow sigh upon hearing the message. This was essentially a declaration of war. No doubt the NCR troopers had already reported the presence of Bulwark in the area. So once it was known the encampments were wiped out, it'd be regarded as an outright attack, perhaps even an unprovoked one. Ugh, whatever. This just forces some of my plans forward slightly. He mutters before focusing on the drone. Have Klein begin CRR 0107. I think it's time to ramp up the stakes. Elsewhere, Tamia and her group had already eliminated 2 scout camps around Jacobstown, and through some light interrogation, they soon acquired the location of the main NCR encampment in the area. However, once they actually reached the place, it strangely seemed much more heavily fortified than one would expect for an operation such as this. Even Boone was baffled by the number of men and fortifications that were present. Never in his experience as a first recon sniper had he seen anything like it for such a remote location. There were around 130 men give or take the few the group hadn't managed to spot yet. The number of men wasn't the biggest obstacle, however. That would be the small group of NCR soldiers wearing some kind of power armor, which were guarding a large tent. The power armor in question looked as if it had been cobbled together from scrapped pieces of Brotherhood variants, all of which were heavily stamped with NCR regalia. Perhaps it was to distract from the makeshift feel of the armor. Tamia certainly wouldn't feel safe wearing that pile of scrap, especially not after seeing the various tests Afton, Klein, and Mobius conducted on 2 tightly sprung armor. The tent they were guarding seemed to be of particular importance as patrols around it were almost never-ending. Every minute or so a group of soldiers would walk around it while scanning everything of interest. The men in power armor never moved from their designated positions, though. Wait, what's that? Boone mutters while looking through his scope. Everyone else looks through their binoculars and spots it. 2 men and 1 woman wearing white lab coats entering the tent, with an unconscious super mutant being carried being them. A super mutant? What could they want with it? Tamia mutters aloud. Maybe they're testing some kind of mutant killing weapon. Josie questions. Boone shakes his head. No. As far as I know, the NCR abandoned that kind of research when a virus wiped out one of their research centers. They tried to cover it up, of course, but it was eventually addressed by the last president, Wendell Peterson. What are we going to do? Whatever they want with the mutant can't be good. What if they dissect it? Josie asks. Tamia shrugs. We could see if Marcus wants to try and rescue them, but we're only on this mission to secure an alliance with them. Boone, did you see what department the scientists were from? I heard Afton was looking to capture some OSI members. Boone flashes a grin, but his face quickly resumes its neutral expression. They had OSI badges on their chests and shoulders. Tamia nods. We should probably try and capture them then. After that, the camp is up for destruction. Who's going to sneak inside, though? Anya might be the only one trained to do it. Maybe that Scorpion guy once he's done getting drilled by Glottos. Josie mutters. Let's head back to base and see if there are any stealth boys available. If not, we'll just see if Afton is available. Tamia states while getting up and headed off in the opposite direction, wanting to teleport back. The others are in agreement, not wanting to risk their lives doing something stupid or ill-prepared. Neither Jacobstown or the NCR noticed the flash of lightning declaring their exit from the mountain. Once back, Tamia immediately heads to the armory, getting Glotto's assistance to find anything of use. Fortunately, 3 stealth boys have been made, though these were only the failed products that were attempting to make multiple-use versions. While there, Boone swaps out his anti-material rifle with his railgun. It would easily be able to pierce the NCR's makeshift power armor. Its reduced sound would allow him to stay hidden for far longer. Josie, on the other hand, stocked up on explosives, stuffing a backpack full of C4, plasma grenades, and plasma mines. Not to mention a few flashbangs and decoy grenades. Last but certainly not least, they decided to bring the recently upgraded ED. Josie had been given the basics of his upgrades, but she could already think of a couple ways to use them. With that, they quickly left Big MT again via teleportation. Glottos had made Afton aware of their presence and intentions, but decided to let them do this on their own while he continued to try and analyze his father's DNA. He was sure they'd be fine and wouldn't need his help for something like this, especially with how many grenades they'd apparently taken out of the armory. He did make sure that Dogmeat and ED recorded the battle, though. He wanted to see how much they'd progressed during his absence. Chapter 559, Infiltration. Tamia sneaks up to the tree-line, looking over the clearing of the NCR encampment. Boone had already clambered up a big tree to get a better observation point, and Josie was doing God knows what with those explosives. She glances down at the sack Josie had handed her and grins despite herself. It was dense with C4, and she'd been asked to place it around the encampment as she snuck in. She was aware that Josie had already scattered a shit ton of plasma mines around the area Boone had set up. Hopefully, they wouldn't destroy too much of the landscape. After all, not many places in the Mojave are as beautiful as this. Regardless, she now had a mission to complete, one she wasn't really trained for, but that could be ignored for now. She activates the stealth boy and slowly makes her way over to the NCR encampment, making sure to stay on the path to prevent her footsteps from being spotted in the snow. She easily avoids the few patrolling teams who don't notice anything wrong and slips towards the first fortification, the watchtower. Without much effort, she sticks some C4 to the inside of one of the struts holding it up. If the strut was knocked out, it'd probably cause the tower to fall over right onto a group of military tents. Nice. Continuing, she next enters some sort of cabin that had smoke billowing out of chimney. It's a dining facility of some sort, a few NCR troopers eating and chatting while sipping warm coffee. Cautiously, she sneaks over and sticks the C4 to the underside of the table holding the coffee machine. By the time anyone noticed it was there, it had already been too late. She almost brushes past someone as she leaves the cabin, but quickly recovers and staggers around them. If they were more perceptive, they'd have heard her small gasp and panicked footsteps. Tamia continues to rig other high-population or important locations around the encampment, fortunately without being caught. Now, however, it is finally time for her to capture some scientists. She should have enough energy in her stealth boy to kidnap some eggheads and get out, but that presents its own problem in itself. The stealth boy wouldn't render the scientists invisible, so it'd essentially be her sprinting out with them on her shoulders. Worst things come to worst, she could use them as meat shields. The only actual obstacle to reaching the scientist was the group of soldiers wearing power armor standing outside its entrance. There were around 6 of them in total, all of which were either wielding miniguns, anti-material rifles, or super sledgehammers. Luckily for her, though, they were still completely unaware of her presence. She activates her Ultra Chain Word and charges them, easily swinging it at the necks of the first 2 closest soldiers. Their heads quickly tumble from their necks as the others watch in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Tamiya continues, though, and manages to kill 2 more before the 2 remaining men finally recognize the threat to their lives. The first swings his super sledge randomly in the air, almost actually hitting Tamiya with it, while the other begins revving up his minigun. Tamiya wasn't waiting for him to alert the rest of the base, though, slipping past the super sledge wielder and leaping straight at the other guy, stabbing her Ultra Chained Word straight through his chest plate. ***. The sound of squealing metal rings out as the energy blade cuts into the soldier's heart. The man is dead before he could even get his first shot off, leaving the single man with the super sledge. Of course, the man's body language says it all. He's about to shit himself in fear and was stuck between fleeing and randomly attacking in all directions to see if he could get a hit on his invisible attacker. Eventually, he chooses the former, but by the time he decides, it's already too late. Tamiya cuts down against his helmet, getting some resistance from the metal for a moment before the energy blade cuts through, liquefying the man's brain. He crumples heavily to the floor as Tamiya deactivates her weapon. "Your armor is trash," she spits as she glances towards the tent entrance. She didn't know how long she'd have until the next patrol came around, so it was probably best to do this as quickly as possible. She dashes through the tent flaps, her movement catching the attention of the 3 scientists inside who are currently dissecting a super mutant. What was that?" the woman timidly asks. One of the men pushed their glasses to the bridge of their nose. "Not sure, but it probably has something to do with that sound occurring outside ***GHUK. His sentence is cut off as he's bashed on the back of the head by the invisible Tamiya, face planting on the floor in front of the other 2 scientists. "I can only take 2 of you. So, who's the least important out of the 3 of you? And be quick with this, I don't want to waste time killing all of you," she growls, her voice sounding even more menacing with her invisibility still active. The girl cowers but retains enough mental capacity to point a finger at the unconscious man, the other guy choosing differently and pointing at her instead. What? Why you fucking dash? ****, she starts but is knocked unconscious. Tamiya then proceeds to cut the head off of the last remaining guy who'd pointed at the woman. The fact he hadn't chosen the easy, unconscious target to vote out made it likely that he'd be resistant to interrogation. After killing them, Tamiya throws each of them over her shoulders and sticks her head out of the tent, just in time for the next patrol to appear and spot the corpses. What the fuck is this?" the squad leader asks, completely dumbfounded before he takes up his radio and starts reporting, "Alert! We've discovered Dash." It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. "He's an outlaw loose and running," came the whisper from each lip. "And he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip." Big iron on his hip, ***. Sarge, where's that coming from? Chapter 560, Easy Approach. The soldiers glance around for a moment in search of the sound before finally looking up. Far above them was a small shadowed orb that is likely the cause of it. In this town, there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red ***. "Sarge," the soldier repeats, bringing the man out of his contemplation. "Ahem. Soldier, report that we are ***FEWUK. Splash, thud, ***. The sergeant is cut off as some kind of project fires through his skull, exploding it right in front of his men. It takes a moment for them to break out of their shocked states. A few afterwards immediately starting to scream. "Awa! What the fuck? We're under it, Tayak. Boom, ***. Bomb site 1. Hey, do you hear someone screaming?" His buddy scoffs, Probably just Sissy who stubbed his toe. He jokes, giving his friend a shove. Caught off guard, the man slips over, landing next to the table holding the coffee machine. Hey, what's this thing under the table? Dash. The other crooks a brow and leans over to take a look. His expression immediately breaks in a shocked horror once he spots it. What the foo dash? Boom! Asterisk. The entire cabin is enveloped in flames immediately after the shockwave kills or knocks everyone inside unconscious. The walls of the cabin are literally blown out, the doors shooting off of their hinges as if fired from a gun. Bomb sight 2. The three men atop the watchtower run to the side as they hear the explosion, quickly looking down at the now burning cafeteria. Holy shit, one mutters before immediately accessing the radio. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack dash. Boom, asterisk. An explosion occurs below them, completely destroying one side of the watchtower struts. The structure begins to slowly topple from side to side, the soldiers running to either side to keep it from falling over. Unfortunately, their weight alone isn't enough to save them. CREOC? Asterisk. Crash. Asterisk. The men atop the tower are buried alive as it falls over. This includes all of the military tents it had fallen over on, instantly killing the few resting NCR troopers unlucky enough to be caught in the collapse. All around the encampment, explosions were going off like synchronized fireworks, all while the person operating them watched with mixed feelings. As a former NCR soldier herself, Josie could only stifle her tumultuous emotions until they completed the mission. Tamia herself quickly takes the distraction provided by EDS music and the explosions and sprints out of the tent with the two scientists on her shoulders. Her invisible feet leaving heavy footprints as she sprints towards the tree line. Despite the chaos, some NCR troopers quickly notice the two floating bodies rapidly moving away from camp, eventually spotting their lab coats and realizing what was happening. A few sprint towards the bodies in an attempt to rescue them, while others begin lining up their shots to target the likely invisible person carrying them. P***. Another almost light-speed projectile is fired from Boone's railgun. He grunts as he reloads it again and readies another shot. The presence of a sniper certainly stops most NCR troopers from sticking their heads above cover, which leaves Tamia with just a few stupid ones who decided to chase her. She sprints past the marked tree and cautiously makes her way through the foliage, making sure to avoid all the mines that Josie had set up. The NCR aren't so lucky, however, the leading one immediately stepping on the first plasma mine in their way. Click, asterisk. The man looks down and his eyes widen at the slightly glowing green mine his foot was currently on. New dash. Boom, asterisk. A green shockwave envelopes him and a few of the other troopers, quickly reducing their flesh to radioactive mulch, leaving nothing identifiable behind. Seeing this, the other trooper don't dare enter the tree line, but are eventually forced to when Dogmeat sneaks behind them and fires a sonic bark into their backs, launching a few through the tree line. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. Explosions continue to go off as limp bodies ragdoll over and atop the various mines that have been set up, killing all who'd been hit by Dogmeat. The rest of the surviving NCR encampment can only watch on through gaps in the rubble they're using a cover. None were willing to risk their lives for some scientists, nor are they going to throw their lives away after somehow surviving the absolute shit show that had just happened. From around 130 troops to 20, the attack had been a massacre. It was lucky that none of their commanding officers survived, as those unfortunate few would be the ones who'd have to explain what had happened here. Tamia finally reaches the small camp she, Boone, and Josie had set up prior to the attack. Her invisibility had run out as she was making her way through the forest, so it was a pretty close call all considering. She tosses the two unconscious scientists onto the group, just as Boone cautiously clambers down a tree with a large, heavy railgun strapped to his back. Josie appears from somewhere and helps him. The two afterwards look down at the hostages they'd recovered. At least we got the eggheads before you blew everything up, Boone states while glancing at Josie. Never took you for a pyromaniac. Josie shakes her head. I'm not. And look, she shows her backpack still filled with grenades. I didn't even have to use these. See? Boone just shakes his head. You all right? Any injuries? He asks Tamia. She shakes her head after looking herself over. No, I'm good, I think. Also, was that ED playing music overhead? Josie nods, yeah. Fortunately, we didn't have to use him too much. I doubt those troopers would have appreciated having grenades dropped on their heads. Tamia crooks a brow. You strapped grenades to ED? What if he got shot? Josie shrugs. He could be rebuilt, can't he? No, and don't let Afton hear you say that. You've seen how he is with GLaDOS and Nyx, right? Consider ED on the same level, she states, and Josie nods in sudden realization. Whoops. Chapter 561, Hostage Inter Search. Afton was deep in focus with his father's chest open as he examines Mr. X's regenerative properties, as well as how its organs work in real time. Obviously, this wasn't all that informative, but he was determined to do everything to try and cure him. He wipes some sweat off of his forehead as he slowly cuts around his father's liver with a Saturnite scalpel. All he needed to do was cut it out, see what kinds of hormones and chemicals it was currently metabolizing after force-feeding Mr. X a cocktail of various chems. Slowly, closer, reporting, designations Tamia, Boone, Josie, Dogmeat, ED have returned with OSI hostages. GLaDOS' loud voice sounds out over the intercom, causing Afton to jolt in surprise and accidentally stab the scalpel a couple inches into Mr. X's pancreas. RRAAGGMPPH. Afton's sweat drops as he retrieves the scalpel to let the damaged organ heal. Air, sorry, Dad, he sheepishly mutters. While standing up, GLaDOS, could you turn down the volume next time? What if I wasn't operating on a super healing mutant? Affirmative. Nodding to himself, he gets up, washes himself off, and steps outside, quickly spotting Tamia marching into the laboratory with 2 prisoners on her shoulders. Hey, I got you something, she states as she dumps them at his feet. Afton grins. Oh ho ho, that's quite the gift. I don't know if anything I can give would match this, he chuckles. Tamia shrugs. Well, you can start with teaching me how to operate power armor. Afton waves her off. Yeah, once you're done dealing with Jacobstown, we'll get started. For now, let me have my fun with these 2. Tamia nods and leaves in short order, probably wanting to get back to her duties so she can start power armor training. Afton looks down at the scientists and grins viciously, picking them up and walking straight back into the lab holding his father. He drags 2 metal chairs directly in front of his father and ties both people in them with chains, afterwards asking GLaDOS to send Dala down there. Dala arrives and already seems to be aware of what they were doing as she was pushing her own trolley filled with dissection tools, though they look more like torture devices than anything else. Are these the teddy bears that need help? Dala asks in a husky voice. Afton nods while picking up a stimulant and injecting it into the male scientist. After a couple of slaps to the face, the man quickly wakes up and is immediately presented by Mr. X, whose chest and stomach are still pried open, displaying all the writhing and beating organs. The mutant viciously looks down at the man, causing him to go completely white. Afton drops a hand on his shoulder, causing the man to jump in surprise, pushing against the chains restricting his movement. What? He rapidly mutters, only now realizing that he'd been locked in place. He leans back as he could feel Mr. X's hot, smelly breath on his face, hoping to God he wouldn't be fed to the creature. So you're awake. That's good since I have a few questions I want to ask you. Afton cheerfully says as he walks over to Dala's tool trolley. The scientist looks over and somehow pales even further at the sight. He knew who Afton was, and he knew what most of those tools were for, last but certainly not least. He knew what awaited him should he anger this man. Why, you're A. Afton Parker? Afton grins. Ding ding, good deduction. Now, Sherlock, can you figure out why you're here? He asks with crossed arms. The man swallows his saliva, and he considers the best answer. Interrogation, he asks, hopeful that'd be the extent of what is done to him. Afton slowly nods, as if listening to an advisor. Good idea. But Let's make sure everything you say is truthful. Nix, record everything he says. We'll wake up and ask the woman the same. If either differs, then we'll have to use more extreme measure, he says. And no, I'll tell the truth. Gee God, please. The scientist meekly begs, piss already streaming down his legs as he loses control of his bladder. Afton pulls up a chair and sits on it while resting his arms on the backrest. All right, first things first. Do you know who is responsible for creating this creature? Mr. X, he questions. The scientist slowly nods. I do. Dr. Macabre. He is the head scientist of biological research conducted in the OSI. Afton nods. And where might I find this man? Where's the lab he works at? It's not in the Mojave. It's west, F from there, in NCR territory. He stutters out, knowing just saying this was enough to promise his execution at NCR hands. Traitors aren't received well anywhere. After all, Afton nods, getting Nix to note down the specifics. All right, what were you doing near Jacobstown? From what I'm told, you were experimenting on a super mutant. Remember to not lie to me. I'll be asking the same to that girl beside you, he states. WWE were trying to incorporate YYUR cells into super mutants. Dr. Bree thought it would work due to the presence of FEV in their B blood. Afton raises a brow at this, only now remembering the existence of FEV. Could that be one of the components that had helped mutate his father? It was highly likely considering he was essentially a super powerful super mutant with similar abilities to his own. How had he not considered this before? Perhaps the key to fixing his father was to cure super mutants first? The scientist looks up at the thoughtful Afton and sweats slightly. The fact he was near the unstoppable creature his department helped to create wasn't lost on him. Would he have a similar end to Frankenstein, dying at the hand of his own monster? Chapter 562, One Day, Over the Rainbow. Afton eventually breaks out of his deep thoughts and sighs. GLaDOS sent some scouts west of the Mojave to search for the OSI base. Affirmative. Afton nods to himself and turns back towards the man. All right, now it's time to see if you were telling the truth. Dala, wake up the girl, he states as he stuffs a cloth into the man's mouth and ties it to prevent him from speaking. Some stimulants and slaps later, and the woman is up, already paling at the sight of Mr. X with tears of despair streaming down her face. Please let me go. I'll do anything. Well, Mrs. Do anything. Let's first start with where the OSI base holding Dr. Macabre is. Her head whips around at Afton once she hears the name, but quickly purses her lips once she spots a restrained and gagged colleague. I know where it is, she exclaims, still looking incredibly fearful. It's underneath the Congress building in Shady Sands. Afton smirks at the male scientist who's begun to sweat through his clothes. His eyes were wide and disbelieving as if he hadn't expected her to say that. Oh, are you sure? This guy here says the base is located west of the Mojave. The female glares daggers at her colleague, but quickly nods. He lied. That's why he gave such a vague answer, she shouts. Afton slowly nods in agreement, but why would a secret OSI base be under the Congress building? Seems like I'll need to be more persuasive, he states while holding out his hand. Dala, pass me the small bone saw. Thank you. Afton walks between the two hostages while clutching the small tool. How to choose. Girl, you get to decide. Choose either him or yourself. Him, she immediately shouts. Afton nods and turns to face the fearful man. Look like it's your lucky day. She picked you to be spared punishment. Are you lovers or something? He jokes while using chains to restrain the woman's arm, all the while she screams that she didn't understand the question. He locks her fingers in place and begins slowly sawing off each digit, one by one. She screams bloody murder as this occurs, but neither Afton nor Dala take any notice of it. Once all the digits on one of her hands were severed, he took his time to feed each one to Mr. X as the two hostages watched. Sorry, looks like my old man was hungry. You didn't know he's my father, right? He questions and quickly finds that they hadn't. He nods. Yeah, Dr. Maca saw fit to mutate my father into this. Say, I wonder what had happened if I injected his fluids into you. Would you become the same? Or would you simply explode? Oh, I like this. Let's explode. All the teddy bears fluff across the walls. Dala audibly mutters to herself, unconsciously revving her saw blade. P, please. Don't. Elite, okay? IT isn't in shady sands, she suddenly screams out, his spies guys perk along with all his other intimidating related ones most likely helping this process along. So your colleague was right? He confirms, and the woman rapidly nods. He thinks for a moment before grinning to himself, activating his Pip-Boy and turning it to the map. All right, here's one last test. Each of you will point to where you think the base is. If both are similar, then I won't kill you. Cool, cool, he states while choosing the woman first. She does as she's told, quickly using her unmutilated hand's index finger to point at a position a couple 100 miles or so west of the Mojave. Afton nods and lets the male scientist do the same, both pointing at around the same place, confirming the location of the OSI. Thank you for your cooperation. This information will be very helpful in my future endeavors. Dala, do what you want with them. Actually, wait. Let's extract some FEV from my father and see its effects on them. Maybe it'll provide some insight into his mutations. He states, and both scientists immediately start struggling against their restraints. But you said you wouldn't kill US. Please don't do this. Afton shrugs. I'm not killing you, just subjecting you to the same treatment of my father. See, if you paid a little more attention to your karma, you wouldn't be in this situation, he states, glaring at the completely red aura covering the both of them. They both had very limited positive karma, with a shit ton of negative. It wasn't even a question if they were bad people, only how bad. Both of you enjoy your stay. Say your piece to whatever god you worship, because you'll likely be meeting them soon, he says as he leaves, ignoring the terrible screams of the woman as despair overtakes her. He claps the dust and dried blood from his hands and decides to take a walk to clear his head. He'd been stuck in that lab for hours. Plus the discoveries of FEV's influence on his father had his head cramping at all the work he'd have to put in to fix this. He's greeted by the residents of Big MT as he strolls through the place, though most keep a good distance due to the blood covering his hands. He does spot a strange duo sitting on a bench further up the bath, though. Anya? Scorpion dude? He asks, stifling the knowing grin that is threatening to appear on his face. Yeah, sir, Anya scrambles to say, her posture straightening in his presence. Obviously, she hadn't seen him coming because, her eyes. He just chuckles, though. Relax, Anya, I'm not sir right now, chill. She murmurs as she slowly nods. Scorpion Man looks at Afton and frowns. My name is Juan Sienna, he offers, not wanting to be called Scorpion Man for the rest of his life. Afton crooks a brow and somehow manages to hide his snort. Juan Sienna? No relations to John Cena, right? John Cena. Who is that? Asked the superhero, thoroughly confused. Chapter 563, Morino till morning. John Cena. Who is that? Asked the superhero, thoroughly confused. Afton shrugs and waves it off. Never mind. What are you guys doing here anyway? I thought you'd still be training, Juan. The man blushes slightly. Oh, G. Glottos asked me to look after Anya for a bit a couple days ago, and he trails off, obviously too embarrassed to admit it. You hit it off, huh? He chuckles. Juan and Anya nods. Why you how it is with my condition? Even without that, Anya is pretty great. He mutters, both his and somehow Anya's face furiously blushing. Afton just idly nods his head. All right, as long as you two are cool. Oh, yeah, when you better kick up your training. Things are going to get very interesting very soon, he states before leaving, continuing on his walk. Juan glances to Anya after Afton leaves. He is strange, isn't he? Anya smiles but slaps his arm. Maybe, but he's still our leader. Respect is still due, regardless of how casual he acts. Juan Chirac. All right. Say, it's kind of hot. You want to get some ice cream? Elsewhere, Orion Moreno, former Enclave heavy weapons trooper and current homeless vagrant that continues to slowly walk through the desert. He adjusts his glasses and brushes some of his aged silver hair out of his tan face as he searches ahead for his destination. He'd been walking for days since the NCR finally threw him out of his house, and the bag on his back carrying all his valuables was feeling like an anvil at this moment. He squints, and a hand attempted to stifle the sun, but gives a dim smile as he finally spots the walls of Novak. Finally, thought I'd die of dehydration before I reached this damned place, he mutters to himself. The sight of Novak unconsciously increases the strength in his strides. This place better be worth it, Daisy. An hour or two later, he finally arrives at Novak. But as soon as he approaches the gate, he's frozen in place as many high-tech-looking auto turrets spring out of the walls, all pointing directly at him. "You there? Don't move, or your own safety," a guard stopped the wall shouts, looking as if this was a common occurrence. "You fucking think," Marino exclaims, not daring to move an inch. This place looked more fortified than the old Enclave oil rig. He wasn't a robotics expert either, so he'd do nothing that could potentially set those things off. "What business do you have here, stranger?" "I'm here to see Daisy Whitman," he shouts, continuing to stand stock still. The guard looks surprised at his words, but nods regardless. "Stay there. I'll go get her," he says before running off. "You could at least deactivate the Turdash." "Fuck sake," he grumbles, continuing to mimic a statue. 10 minutes later, and Daisy finally reaches the wall, looking surprised to see Marino just standing there as if frozen mid-step. "Orion? What are you doing there?" she asks. Marino looks confused at this. "What do you mean?" "You invited me here," he shouts. Daisy shakes her head. "No. I mean, what are you doing standing there like a street performer? You think I'm going to move with those guns pointed at me?" "Deactivate them for God's sake," he retorts. "Ha ha ha." Daisy laughs, slapping her thigh a couple times at Marino's troubled look. "You think our defenses are too stupid to differentiate between neutral and hostile? Stop fooling around." She turns toward a nearby guardsman. "Open the gate. He's an old friend." The gate quickly opens, and Marino steps inside and is greeted by not only Daisy, but by Arcade Gannon as well. "Hey kid, didn't think you'd be around here too." "What? Those hippies at the FOA not doing it for you anymore," he states. He shakes his head. "For your information, that isn't why I left. But it's still good to see you again, even if you're as grumpy as ever." Marino slaps him heavily on the shoulder. "I got a right to be grumpy. Those NCR bastards kicked me out of my own house." "Fuckers," he grouses. Sounds like something they do. They haven't exactly been the most peaceful group these days." Arcade mutters, "You heard from the others? Johnson or Henry?" Marino shakes his head. "Heard some rumors about Johnson, but I ain't opening that can of worms. As for the doc, no idea. Heard he's still roaming around like an egghead, doing egghead things for egghead people." He shrugs. "Now, why don't you tell me a bit about this town? This ain't like the Novak I remember, and those symbols remind us something I heard over the radio." "MHM, you heard of Bulwark already then?" Arcade questions, and Marino nods with a scoff. "Who hasn't these days? I ain't never seen anyone give the NCR as many problems as those fuckers have. It's fucking hilarious," he laughs. Arcade idly nods. "Yeah, well, this place is technically owned by them. They provide protection, supplies, even research materials for me. Really, the mystery gets more ridiculous the more you try looking into it. We don't receive visitors, yet our supplies are constantly getting restocked." Arcade leans closer. "If I had to guess, I'd say Bulwark has some teleportation technology they aren't willing to speak about." Marino's brows reach his hairline. "Teleportation? You sure? That's some future tech shit that the Enclave could only dream of." He conspiratorially whispers. Arcade quickly nods. "Yeah, but that's only the tip of the iceberg with these guys." Both men almost jump out of their skin as Daisy approaches behind them. "Howdy, Orion. Never thought I'd actually see your ugly face greet my town." She jokes. "Yo, never would have come if I still had a home. Look, my feet have got blisters on top of their blisters. Can we sit down someplace and have a drink?" Marino groans. Daisy shrugs. "Well, I suppose we can show you to your new house. We'll figure out what work you can do once you've settled in," she explains as she begins leading the man on a tour through the town. Chapter 564, Churning Tides. A couple more days pass, and recent events have slowly been pushing the Mojave to outright war. Not just with the Legion, New Vegas, and the NCR, but with Bulwark as well. The NCR recently reported Bulwark's actions around Mount Charleston, destroying encampments and killing their soldiers. Of course, they made no mention of how they were conducting secret experiments on the peaceful super mutant population, which is why Afton made a surprise appearance on Mr. New Vegas's radio station. He explained his operatives' actions and declared the NCR to be unlawfully experimenting on innocent civilians. Of course, most people didn't consider ghouls or super mutants as people, but even the naysayers would be wary of projecting the NCR's actions in a good light. His appearance on the New Vegas radio did have a variety of effects, though. For one, the NCR increased the number of military police on the New Vegas Strip, probably to pressure House to side with them, as well as reminding the populace of who is in control. Still, Tamia, Josie, and Boone and proven to Marcus and the other super mutants that Bulwark and New Vegas was firmly on their side, and were fully willing to go against the NCR to prove it. Though, what the trio didn't realize was that Afton had used this as a test of loyalty as well. It had become something of an obsession for Afton to consider his friends' loyalties and wonder what they'd do in certain situations. But now he could say or sure that Boone and Josie were no longer loyal to the NCR. After all, what loyal person would willingly massacre hundreds of their allies? The only people Afton could think of would be psychopaths, but neither Boone nor Josie had shown any inclinations of such thus far. With Jacobstown becoming a firm ally of New Vegas and Bulwark, Afton had GLaDOS send a number of robots and other defenses to protect the mountain town should the NCR wish to retaliate. If any hostile groups attempted to attack, they'd quickly find themselves stuck in a forest surrounded by cyberdogs. They were already a nightmare to deal with anyway, let alone in a forest setting where they easily thrived. Dr. Henry was ecstatic about their presence, but Afton and GLaDOS continued to disallow him from researching or experimenting on them. He was actually already on his last warning, since a cyberdog nearly took his arm off when he tried to fiddle around with some cybernetics on its leg. Regardless, it wasn't as if it was likely for the NCR to attack Jacobstown now. His recent orders to the clone Caesar had forced a considerable influx of troops near the Hoover Dam. What had he ordered exactly? Well, the operation was essentially designed to kill two birds with one stone. He'd have the NCR and Legion destroy themselves, afterwards allowing New Vegas and Bulwark to claim what's left. The plan was relatively simple, to be honest. Just have the Legion slowly but surely increase their military presence near Hoover Dam. This would force the NCR to react, increasing their own numbers to match the enemy. Afton didn't know how long the plan would go on for, as he wanted Clone Caesar to relocate legionaries from his more eastern territories for the attack. This would weaken the Legion in other areas, while also forcing the NCR to send more troops from California. This in turn would weaken their own defenses back home. The plan was pretty foolproof. No one would doubt Caesar, and the NCR wasn't willing to let go of the Hoover Dam. Afton wondered just how many troops would be gathered for the final battle, but it certainly wouldn't be considered a few. Aside from that, Bulwark was also beginning to train their own soldiers. He was using the non-criminal slaves he'd acquired from the Legion and training any that were willing and able to fight. He'd equipped them all with Bulwark power armor and state-of-the-art weaponry, but that was a far-off dream currently. They'd be far harder to train in some aspects and easier in others. The Legion was a militaristic culture, so most learned how to fight regardless of their rank. This made melee combat somewhat easy to train them in. The only problem was their lack of scientific, engineering, and other simple technological knowledge. A culture that forbids any technology above what the Romans used would be difficult to quickly introduce to such innovations. As such, Afton didn't think it was likely the army would be ready anytime soon. It'd probably take a couple years to properly get them all trained to his liking. This wasn't to say that there weren't a few exceptional individuals, because there were, but they were few and far between, most likely because any exceptional individual wouldn't have ended up as a slave in the first place. This was actually the reason the women seemed far more competent than the male slaves. Women were considered lesser than men in the Legion, so any exceptional woman would be completely disregarded. Afton smirks to himself. If things continued the way they were, he'd have to call his first unit the Valkyries or something. Honestly, that didn't sound like a bad idea. Have them all fully suited in power armor, jetpacks, and vertibirds. Sounds like a plan. Speaking of exceptional women, he'd begun training Tamiya and Josie on how to properly utilize power armor. They were picking it up quickly, but that was to be expected for the protagonist and engineering expert respectively. Other than that, the only other thing Afton was having trouble with was Christine and Veronica. Yeah, Christine still wasn't sure how to feel about Bulwark and their apparent separation from the Brotherhood, which is why she decided to go visit the Brotherhood of Steel to see what they were up to. Of course, Afton would have denied them if he'd been asked, but he'd not been given the option, as Veronica took Christine without permission and teleported away. Christine obviously didn't have access to teleportation, so she'd either manipulated or guilt-tripped Veronica into helping. Afton releases a sigh. Women are going to be the death of me. Chapter 565, Cole Brothers. I'm telling you, this is a really bad idea. Veronica states, behind Christine, as they both walk through the desert. And I'm telling you, I'll believe it when I see it. Christine retorts, concentrating on following the path. Veronica already knew where the base was, but Christine herself had left while the group was still in Helios 1. Veronica just huffs and speeds up to match Christine's pace. And what are you going to do once we get there? Last I heard, you hated your parents. All our old friends abandoned us when they found out our secret. Is there anything left for you to care about? She bluntly states, causing Christine to stop in place with a severe frown. She turns and glares at Veronica. In case you forgot, we were born under the Codex. We grew up under the Codex. We should have died under the Codex. It baffles me that you could so easily throw it away. Like you threw me away? Leaving without a word. I didn't want to go against everything we were taught, Christine. I just thought that family should be valued above it. Family is the only reason I'm letting you go back, but family is also the reason I'll drag you back kicking and screaming if you try to reveal anything about Bulwark, she heavily warns, knowing that Christine knew enough to put Bulwark in some amount of danger. Sure, there wasn't much their enemies could do with such information now. But later on, perhaps. I told you, I didn't throw you away. Elijah manipulated me, all while I was under constant scrutiny by the others. You at least had Elijah's protection. You didn't have to worry about getting raped when you turned the wrong corner. Christine exclaims, causing both of them to go silent momentarily. Was it really that bad? Veronica quietly asks, not having realized how she must have felt. Looking back on it now, Veronica could barely spend any time with her. Christine's parents, friends, and colleagues abandoned and bullied her. Christine just numbly nods, placing a hand on her chest. The only reason I hadn't offed myself or fled into the desert was because of the Codex. I thought that even if I was an outcast for the rest of my life, I could still be useful in serving it. That's when Elijah introduced me to the Circle of Steel. She shakes her head and stares straight at Veronica. That's why I need to see the chapter's degradation myself. I need to see if it's true. Veronica gives a long sigh. Fine, but don't blame me if we have to shoot our way out of there. Your parents might be sorry for how they treated you. But the others? I never asked. But judging on how they received Afton, I doubt they think any better of you. She says, not stating the obvious that her appearance would certainly raise the Brotherhood's more xenophobic traits. Christine's hair hadn't started growing back properly yet, and there wasn't really anything they could do for her scars either. Veronica didn't mind it, but she couldn't exactly be called attractive anymore, nor do the Brotherhood think well of experimental subjects. The Brotherhood was founded due to human experimentation after all, so it wouldn't surprise Veronica in the slightest if they demanded a full examination under threat of execution. Soon enough, the duo reaches the road where the Brotherhood base was currently located. Judging by the many burned remnants of old caravans, Hardin had been busy. Just as they were able to see the new makeshift Brotherhood walls in the distance, they were accosted by a small group of people all wearing power armor. Halt! You are in BOS territory. State your identities and reasons for being here. or we will execute you," one of them states while there is voice muffled by their helmet. Veronica raises a brow and scoffs. "You guys seriously forgot what we look like already?" she asks while raising the brim of her cowboy hat. Their departure from Bulwark had been a rather frantic affair, so neither had elected to borrow some power armor from Afton, especially considering he didn't know what they were up to. Christine's head was also partially covered by a cowboy hat, but it still didn't cover all of her scars. "Veronica, huh? You running around here with another of your mutant friends? Tell me, was that ghoul worth getting kicked out?" Veronica snorts. "Oh, it was well worth it. At least now, I don't have to deal with douchebags like you." Let me guess, nasally voice, cocky attitude, and thinks he's big shit despite only being 5.6. "Jenkins. Hey, even in your armor you look short," she quips. A few of the other BOS members snicker at their companion's face, but quickly compose themselves. The now-named Jenkins jabs a finger at Christine while still glaring at Veronica. "As you learned last time, take your pet ghoul elsewhere or we'll remove it for you. Permanently." Christine had already had enough of this annoying douchebag. If she had a gun that could breach power armor, she might have had half a mind to shoot him. She raises her head and lifts the hat. "I'm not a ghoul. Maybe if you were smarter than the average feral, you'd have realized that," she spits in a low tone. "See, Christine?" A female voice squeaks from one of the soldiers. They step forwards and raise their helmet, revealing Melissa's face. Though, she looked absolutely awful, with heavy black bags under her eyes, clammy skin, and even a few scars around her neck where her armor was less thick. What happened to you?" she exclaims, sounding exhausted, but still managing to muster up her emotions. "Hell," she harshly states before continuing, "but it doesn't seem like you're doing all that much better," she questions. Chapter 566, Hardened. The other men in Melissa's squad were looking between them questioningly. Most didn't know someone called Christine, nor did they recall her existence. After all, it had been many years since she'd left. Even people stubbornly holding grudges would have forgotten about it by now. "Hey, isn't she the one Veronica was banging?" One quietly questions, getting nods of affirmation from the others. Veronica ignores all this and continues to look Melissa over. "Seriously though, you look like shit. What you been doing to end up like this?" Melissa gives a dull laugh. "Overworking. What else is there? Weave dash. Stand down and shut up. Do I need to remind you that giving information to those outside the chapter is strictly forbidden?" Jenkins cuts her off. Veronica frowns at him. "Don't you talk to her like that. I know little guys are always angry, but you gotta deal with that privately." Jenkins grits his teeth, but shakes his head. "What are you doing here anyway? You aren't part of the Brotherhood, and neither is she. Some might say you're trying to spy on us." He trails off meaningfully. Christine shakes her head. "Technically, I never left the Brotherhood. I'm only here to check the place and speak to Elder Harden. After that, I'm not sure." "No," Jenkins spits. "There's no reason for us to bring you to the Elder. Just go on your way and don't come back to our territory, or I might not be so lenient." Christine scowls. "That isn't your decision to make. You think Harden will be happy if you send me away? Fine." She turns to Veronica. "You win. Let's go back to Bulwark," she says while slowly walking back. Veronica gives a small shrug and follows along. "Maybe if we get back fast enough, Afton wouldn't have noticed us leaving," she mutters, deciding not to think about Glotto's almost omniscient gaze around Big MT. Wait." Jenkins suddenly shouts from behind them. "I'll take you to the Elder," he sheepishly says, not willing to risk his career to spite the two women. Good. With that, the duo is led towards the new Brotherhood base, past the makeshift walls, and through all the hastily constructed huts the members were now using to keep their tools and other equipment ready to be used at any moment. Of course, they still utilized the bunkers as housing. No point wasting space after all. Jenkins leads the duo through the place and eventually reaches a building larger than the rest. And once they are inside, they are greeted by quite a weird sight. Elder Harden was slouched in a huge chair. However, he wasn't wearing his elder robes as tradition usually dictates. Instead, he wore power armor without the helmet. But that wasn't what was weird about him. Harden seems to have torn up his elder robes and used them to decorate his power armor. It wasn't even done well, making him look more like a tribal warlord than someone belonging to the Brotherhood. If you consider his almost Caesar-esque posture, Veronica was beginning to get worried for the future of her old group. As soon as they step inside, Hardin's brows begin twitching erratically, a frown now prominent on his face. What does a traitor want now? Shouldn't you be happy we didn't execute you on the spot? He asks, clearly annoyed. Veronica crosses her arms. You don't really believe that, do dash. Never mind. She starts but holds herself back when she remembers the reason they were here. Hardin sends a lazy glance at Christine. And what do we have here? Another freak, maybe. Well, you could say I've physically as much as you have mentally. And physically? You weren't this bald last time I saw you. She shrugs. I have half a mind to have you taken outside and shot. Who are you? I don't know your face, those scars, your voice. Are you an assassin? He suddenly asks, his arm visibly ready to grab his weapon. Well, I guess you wouldn't remember that time someone dismantled your weapon and stuck it back together with super glue. Yeah, I doubt anyone remembers you running around the training field, not firing a shot, while not nodding dash. Hardin begins unconsciously growling at the memory. Christine, he answers, quickly putting two and two together. I'm not one for tearful reunions. So what do you want? I want to know what's been happening around here. Why you're targeting both civilian and military caravans that travel down the road. Why you are so flagrantly breaking the Codex. Christine exclaims, nowhere in the Codex did it allow the Brotherhood to raid civilian caravans without an exceptionally good reason. Such an occurrence had only happened a few times in BOS history. One where the civilian caravan was unknowingly transporting tainted goods, and another when a terrorist rigged bombs inside it. If Hardin couldn't answer this simple question, then it would be a clear and prominent example of the chapter's moral degradation. Hardin squints at her. We require resources to retake our place in the Mojave as protectors of technology and peace. What other reason could there be? He states, sounding like a crappy politician. Resources? That's the reason. Hardin didn't seem to be trying to hide it either. Had he gone mad? The way he was acting, dressing, and moving the chapter, it sounded likely. If it weren't for McNamara, she might have started to think the position itself is cursed. That said, she still had a couple questions for him before they left. She wanted to leave as quickly as they entered, hopefully before her parents got wind of her visit. What is the real reason you threw Afton out of the chapter? Some BOS groups classify non-feral ghouls as humans. As long as they aren't classified as an abomination, they should be allowed to live under our laws. Chapter 567, Crazy Asshole. Hardin struggles to hide his smirk. Why do you think I need a reason to banish a traitor? I am the elder of this chapter, the leader of everyone and everything you see around you. I could have you executed right now, and no one would be able to do anything to stop it, he states ominously. Veronica scowls. That's not how an elder is supposed to act, Hardin. That's how Elijah thought. And look where that got us. You're comparing me to that sniveling old man? He was a weak and cowardly leader. He'd never attempt what I'm trying to create here. He lacked the ambition for it, he says, his eyes seemingly staring past the duo before he blinks a couple times and regains his focus. You two should know your place, or you might not have a place in this new world that I am building, he states. New world? Christine questions. Their chapter's purpose for being in the Mojave wasn't to do anything like that. They were originally here to acquire technology before the NCR and Legion could uncover it, as well as taking Hoover Dam, which is more like a pipe dream at this point. Her nods, yes, my new world, where the Brotherhood would stand above everyone else and maintain the peace. It's clear to me now that people are not able to govern themselves, so we must do it for them. Veronica raises a brow. That kind of sounded like something Afton had said in the past, though she was unsure. Christine frowns. And the other chapters who see differently? The Codex states that we exist for the well-being of humanity, as well as protecting the Commonwealth. They will adhere to my new rules or be dealt with. Hardin coldly states, causing both of the duo to tense at the tone of his voice. Come to think of it, don't you both have close ties to Parker? I'll allow you back into the chapter if you reveal all you know about Bulwark, their location, technology, members. He trails off while giving them a hard look. Shit, Veronica mentally exclaims at his words. Yeah, they probably should have considered a possibility like this. McNamara wouldn't have dared do something like this in the past, but Hardin was clearly a different kind of leader, not to mention his frankly questionable mental state. She holds a reflexive answer, though, not wanting to suddenly get shot for calling him a crazy asshole. Christine doesn't have such a filter, however. The fact that the chapter she grew up in was now becoming a totalitarian dictatorship was too much for her to act rationally. You're crazy. This isn't even a Brotherhood of Steel chapter anymore. You wouldn't even be considered a rebel due to how you were breaching the codex. No, you're just a traitor, she angrily growls. Veronica glances around the room while Hardin's focus is on Christine, looking for an exit should they need to suddenly flee, which was looking more and more likely the way things were going. Hardin's voice morphs into one of utter rage at Christine's words. You would call me a traitor? I have given my life to the Brotherhood, and what have I gotten in return? Nothing. You will obey me, he states while standing, putting his helmet on as he does so. Christine and Veronica back away at this point, the latter grabbing Christine by the arm and quickly running for the door. Paladins, stop them. Hardin commands, wanting to capture rather than kill, to glean some information about Bulwark. The two paladins that have been waiting outside immediately block the way forwards, but that wasn't enough to scare Veronica. She sprints at them and jumps, smashing her fist into the first one's helmet. Crack, asterisk, clang, asterisk. The paladin stumbles backwards, disoriented with the world spinning. Her attack hadn't knocked him out, but it was close to it. Veronica, on the other hand, was looking much worse for wear, having broken her hand punching the man's helmet. The other paladin grabs Veronica, who immediately begins struggling, but is unfortunately unable to do anything. The benefits power armor confer aren't so easily beaten, not unless you're someone like Afton. Christine draws her weapon and is about to attack the man when a projectile smashes into the floor between her legs, clearly as a warning. She glances back and notices Hardin standing there with a Gauss rifle in hand, the weapon still pointing directly at her. Realizing they were beaten, she tosses her revolver on the floor and puts her hands up. Veronica spots this and stops her useless struggling, releasing a sigh and going limp as the duo are handcuffed. You both will regret not accepting my offer. Take them away. Hardin waves them off while returning to his throne. Veronica and Christine are both unceremoniously tossed into a prison cell and are left alone by the guards as the cell doors are locked. Veronica scowls and wraps her broken hand in some rags while sending Christine a disgruntled sideways glare. Christine just sighs, "Don't say it. I already know I fucked up," she states while sitting against the cell wall. "Oh no, I think I deserve this. I told you so." Veronica slowly and carefully says, "Feeling better now? 'Cause I don't." Christine mutters. Veronica scoffs. "Aside from my broken hand and our imprisonment? Peachy, you know you've doomed the chapter, right?" Christine crooks a brow at this. "What?" she asks, surprised. "You think Afton will just let us be imprisoned and not do anything?" "No, he's gonna come down like a ton of bricks. That is, unless the NCR decides to act first." Christine quietly admits. She was logical enough to admit that this was her fault, though she could put some blame on Hardin and the chapter itself, too. How was she to know that the place was run by a crazy asshole? Hardin was nothing like this in the past, so why now? Ugh, maybe she was just being too optimistic about people. Chapter 568, Waste of Steel. Crack, asterisk. Afton appears nearby the Brotherhood base with a flash of lightning. He quickly steps out of the smoke and surveys the area, nodding to himself as he determines that the coast is clear. He was suited in power armor and fully armed, prepared for combat, not just against the Brotherhood, but also the large contingents of NCR that had occasionally passed through the area. "Why are you making me do this?" he mutters to himself as he starts making his way towards the new Brotherhood base. There was a reason he'd come alone, though, the primary one being that he could escape very easily should that be required. He wasn't intending to assault the base now anyway, just determine where Veronica and Christine had gotten off to. If they weren't in the base, then they'd probably been captured by the NCR. He didn't think bandits would be any match for them, so that wasn't even a consideration. Soon enough, mirroring the passage of his companions, he was obstructed by a patrol of Brotherhood members. Though unlike how the girls were treated, these guys looked ready to fire at any movement. The threat of someone wearing power armor wasn't a joke after all. Shut up. I'm Afton Parker, leader of Bulwark. You guys remember me, right? I kicked the shit out of Hardin in front of you, he states, not willing to remove his helmet for obvious reasons. Afton, it's good to see you, Melissa suddenly says, quickly lowering her weapon and hugging him. Melissa, you good? He asks conversationally. She nods. Why, yeah. You're looking for Veronica and Christine, then I'm guessing? They passed through here not long ago. He nods. Yeah, I am. You mind escorting me to the base? Consider it a political visit, he says semi-sarcastically. Melissa nods, and his talk of it being a political visit seems to convince the others who looked very wary of him. With that, Afton was slowly led towards the new BOS base. To be honest, he wasn't actually sure what he was going to do once he gets there. It all really depended on Christine, he supposed. It was her right to go wherever she wanted, so if she chose to stay here, he couldn't really do anything about it. Not without going against his principles. Of course, what he didn't expect was to be sent away as soon as he got to the gate of the BOS. The guard had apparently not seen Veronica or Christine, which directly contradicted what the patrol said. Fortunately, they were willing to inform Elder Hardin of his arrival. Afton couldn't hold back his scoff at that, like Hardin was going to be peaceful about this, especially since they'd apparently captured Veronica and Christine, most likely in some vain attempt to coerce him into working with them. Hardin eventually strolls out of the gate in power armor and with a weapon strapped to his back. He cockily looks Afton up and down before crossing his arms. Parker, for what reason have you decided to visit us? Want to beg to come back? He jokes with a low chuckle. Afton raises a brow and gestures at the former elder robe rags decorating his armor. You not figure out how to dress yet? Or are you too scared to be, without power armor, you just tried your luck? Was it my fault? He mocks sincerely. Hardin stifles a growl. What do you want? Afton shrugs his shoulders. I want Veronica and Christine. You know, the people you've captured for no justifiable reason. The only people we currently have imprisoned are NCR soldiers, he states. Well, that's not what I heard, so I'll just give you a choice. Give me back my people, or we're going to have problems, he firmly decides. Truthfully, he didn't want to be forced into a conflict with his former friends, but if they were fine with Hardin's way of leading them, he'd eventually be forced to. Hardin gives a low laugh and straightens up, his hands clenching and flexing in anticipation. This won't end like last time. You may be able to beat me, but can you be an army? Afton doesn't back down, cracking his knuckles through his gauntlets. I should say the same to you. Your puny forces are no match for Bulwark. That's not even speaking about our weaponry. I have half a mind to reduce your base to a smoldering crater. The other BOS members watching this all tense, wondering if they'd really have to help Hardin fight. As much as most wouldn't like to admit it, Bulwark was probably the biggest ally they had. It was a deterrent for the NCR, and aligned well with the BOS's own intentions. Plus, they didn't doubt Afton's words, especially considering what he'd done to Hardin last time. The duo continued the face-off for a minute or so, until Hardin takes a step back and commands, "Arrest the traitor! I want him beaten and brought before me on his knees." With that, most BOS members jump into action, though there were a few who decided not to act and instead retreat from this place. Still having others do your dirty work, Hardin? How can someone maintain such an ego while acting like a coward? Afton mocks as he's surrounded by men with drawn weapons. Hardin laughs. Let's see you say that once this is over. Afton nods. All right, I'll play this game, but you won't like the outcome. He looks around at the other Brotherhood members. Everyone, I give you this one chance to surrender. I don't want bloodshed, especially not the blood of my family. If you don't lay down your weapons, we will become enemies. A few more Brotherhood members quietly slink away, following the other group who departed earlier. After seeing no one else wanting to leave, Afton releases a sigh and nods. All right, just remember, You guys asked for this, he says while the light around him suddenly distorts and ripples, Afton vanishing without a trace a moment later. Bang! Bang! Pew! Pew! A few men fire where he'd been, but they just strike the ground or makeshift walls of the base instead. He used a stealth boy. Find him! Hardin shouts, and a few members scramble to gather their infrared equipment. Chapter 569, Smash and Grab. John Wick style is in effect. While the BOS were running around like headless chickens, Afton was enlarging his plant arm to prepare for an attack. A couple of seconds pass, and he's finally formed a giant tentacle from his right arm, with which he twirls and swings at everyone nearby. The force of the attack is massive and blows many right off of their feet with large indentations in their armor. The stealth boy affects your entire body, which makes his plant arm invisible as well, which is kind of broken when you think about it. Thud, 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 asterisk. Hardin is launched backwards into the BOS makeshift wall, with a large dent in his chest plate. He didn't know what had just happened, but at least he was still alive. Unbeknownst to him, if it weren't for the presence of other BOS soldiers nearby, Afton would have had no problem morphing his attack into a more lethal variant. Once Afton's attack is over, he swings his arm over his head before launching it at the makeshift wall Hardin was temporarily resting against. The tentacle wraps around the top of it, and once it's secure, Afton gives a grunt as he heaves it backwards with maximum effort. Skiikak, asterisk. The sound of screaming metal eventually reaching Hardin's stunned state. He looks up and notices the structure that's about to fall on him and scrambles to move. Afton spots this, though, and pulls even harder than before, finally bringing the thing down. Clack, asterisk. Crash, asterisk. Dust is kicked up over the area as the thing collapses, but Afton is more interested in whether or not Hardin managed to get away. He waits a couple seconds for it to clear slightly, and eventually spots no sign of Hardin. Afton grins and morphs his arm back to normal before clapping his hands off. I'd call that a job well done. He mutters as he's stepping through the rubble in an attempt to find the prison Christine and Veronica were being held. He was still invisible as he looked, so it wasn't accosted by any of the frantic-looking Brotherhood members who were running from place to place. Some were even trying to dig Hardin out, but that'd probably take a day or two considering the sheer amount of material he'd been buried under. Soon enough, he eventually discovers the holding cells. A hastily constructed building made from scrap metal and poor-quality concrete. Inside, he's immediately greeted by many emaciated people sitting listlessly behind bars, most of which wore NCR clothing. Afton ignores them as he didn't see anyone familiar and marches through the prison while flashes his power armor's shoulder light into each cell. NCR troopers, NCR troopers, NCR troopers. Bandit? Another NCR. Man, Hardin had been busy, hadn't he? He flashes his light into the next cell and widens his eyes. Miles, he unconsciously asks before shaking his head and correcting himself. Miles Stanton? The emaciated figure of his childhood friend slowly looks up from the fetal position he was sitting in on the floor. W, what is it now? He asks, annoyed. Afton leans closer to the cell. It's me, Afton. I've come to rescue my people that Hardin captured. I'm kind of invisible right now, so I'm not a ghost if that's what you were thinking. He says semi-sarcastically. Hey, Afton. Miles tentatively mouths, as if tasting the name as he says it. Honestly didn't think I'd see you again. How are you? Afton shakes his head. No. First, let's talk about why you're in here. He says, want to know how someone like Miles was imprisoned? Miles shrugs. I passed out during a patrol. Exhaustion had gotten the better of me. Hardin was sending me and Melissa out almost every day and most nights as well, leaving us with basically no sleep. When I passed out, he slapped me with dereliction, disobedience, and abetting and aiding the enemy. We try to argue it, but Hardin isn't really in his right mind anymore. Afton scowls. Yeah, I could see that. Was your treatment related to your friendship with me perchance? That cunt seems to have a Hardin for me. Miles gives a low chuckle. Yeah, something like that. Melissa is probably in a similar situation. She visited me yesterday, and she looks terrible. It's only a matter of time before she ends up in the opposite cell, he mutters sadly. Afton sighs and shakes his head. grabbing the bars of Miles' cell and begins bending them. Miles backs up slightly as he spots here the metal screaming, and soon enough the bars can't take the TE stress anymore and simply snap. He does this a couple more times until there's a hole Miles can barely fit through. Come on, I'm taking you out of here, and once we're back at my place we'll plan on fixing the chapter. Miles squints at him. And how would you fix it? Afton shrugs. I bring an army, take the people willing to abide by my rules, and leave the rest to live as they are. Unless you have any better ideas? Miles shakes his head. No, I think force is required in this situation, he says as he squeezes out of the cell. Afton nods and grabs Miles' arm before continuing through the prison, eventually spotting the people he'd come for. Veronica was sitting on the floor reading a magazine, while Christine was trying to dig through the concrete floor with a spoon. Asterisk, ahem, asterisk. Afton coughs into his fist, drawing the attention of the duo. Obviously, they only see Miles due to Afton's invisibility, but they easily recognize him. Miles? You look like shit. Veronica can't help but address. Miles shrugs. Yeah, I know. You two in the cell can be quiet until we get back home. I'm gonna have to think of some creative punishments for you, he says as he begins bending the bars. Veronica pales slightly. Afton, the one and only. Now, both of you crawl out of there. We need to leave before the BOS composes themselves. Chapter 570, Punishment Fit For. He bends the bars and pulls Veronica through, afterwards grabbing Christine, but not letting go. He leans into her ears and whispers, Listen, I know you're the one who dragged Veronica here, and I hope your short time in this cell has given you some perspective. Aside from your punishment, I won't take this further, but you need to promise me you won't do something so fucking stupid again, he states. Christine purses her lips but slowly nods despite herself. I won't. I'm sorry, she solemnly admits. Afton nods. Good. Otherwise, I might be forced to chip you or something, he says as he pushes her at Veronica, who catches the stumbling woman with a raised brow. Christine Royce has become your companion. Perk acquired from companion. Pristine shot. Pristine shot. Increased damage of ballistic weaponry by 50%. Afton stops mid-step upon receiving the notifications. He'd only just realized Christine had never become his companion. Had she just never trusted him enough for it? Or had she been too conflicted between him and the Brotherhood to make a decision? If it's the latter, then wouldn't that mean she's made her decision? Regardless, the companion perk he received was pretty op in its own right. Anti-material rifles would probably disintegrate anyone he hit, and let's not even talk about using explosive ammo. He recomposes himself, and only now realizes that the others were ahead of him. He jogs a bit to catch up, and eventually begins leading the group again. He pokes his invisible head out of the exit and spots a few tense BOS members lingering around, most likely waiting for Afton to attack somewhere. You guys wait here, he whispers as he sneaks up to the few BOS members and cleanly knocks them out. After that, escaping isn't too difficult. They climb up the makeshift wall, and Afton helps them down by creating a rope with his plant arm. After that, the group run off into the desert, and once the coast is clear, he has Nix gather the coordinates before teleporting them all back to base. One day later, Afton stands outside the doors of Miles' new room, waiting for him to wake up. He'd been medically examined and fed, but was so tired he'd fallen asleep not long after. Knock, 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 asterisk. Yo, it's me, wake up, you lazy bum. Afton calls out and hears Miles stumbling towards the door after most likely falling out of bed. The door swings open and reveals a half-naked Miles standing there with a toothbrush in his mouth. Am I late for something? He asks, wondering what's the rush. Afton shakes his head. No. Well, kinda. I wanted to check that you were up to see it. Miles raises a brow. Can you at least tell me what it is? Afton smirks. Well, that would be telling. I'm sure it'd be more interesting to see it firsthand. Miles reluctantly nods. All right, let me just get dressed. After this, can we talk about your plans for the Brotherhood, though? Afton shrugs. Yeah, apparently we've got news concerning it anyway that we probably need to discuss. 5 minutes later, Afton was leading Miles towards the composting area. It's the place where Big MT dumps its rotten or uneaten food, as well as the feces from the various creatures. Of course, the feces is processed to remove all the dangerous pathogens first. Human shit was dangerous enough, not to mention the hundreds of kilograms of deathclaw shit Boris Project produces. Usually, they'd only have robots working in it, as it was an obviously disgusting job that most would refuse to do, which is why he decided to use this place as punishment. Miles squints and covers his nose as they approach. Afton gestures down at the pit where food, feces, and other compostable material was being piped. He points at the two figures that were different from the robots working down there. "Is that?" he mutters, looking slightly green at the sight. Afton crosses his arms and nods. "Yeah, along with stripping their teleportation rights, luxury food and drink rights, maid service rights, and entertainment rights, I'm having them help the robots with their workload." Indeed, both Veronica and Christine look as if they are on the cusp of vomiting as they shovel the compost material into the designated areas. Afton didn't have a problem if they did throw up. It'd only add nutrients to the compost after all. "Is this really necessary?" he asks, holding a hand over his mouth as if to stifle his gap reflex. Afton nods. Yeah, they broke the rules, used unauthorized tech for their excursion, got captured, and potentially risked top-secret information about Bulwark. Honestly, if they weren't family, I'd have them executed or chipped. This is probably good enough to prevent them from doing it again, though. After all, they still have a couple days left of community service. "So can we leave? I'm feeling a bit," he admits weakly. Afton nods again. "Oi, you too," he shouts over at the shit-covered duo whose heads snap up at him. "Get yourselves cleaned up and meet us in the think tank. Make sure you're smelling nice, or I'll add 2 extra days of shit service," he calls out before leaving. The girls don't need him to say it twice and immediately throw their tools down and sprint for the exit. Once outside, they leave a trail of fire as they rush towards the showers. An hour later, Afton and Miles were making small talk in the think tank main room. 2 glasses of whiskeys sitting in front of them on the holographic map. "Tuck, asterisk. Afton," Veronica mutters as she walks inside, while shooting him a pleading look. "Please change our punishment. I'll do anything." Even the Sierra Madre was better than this. Afton shrugs and sniffs the air, nodding at the perfume she'd applied to mask whatever taint was left over from the composting. "You should have thought about that before you let your girlfriend run off. Ain't that right, Christine?" Christine just bites her lip and slowly nods as the duo approach the table. The punishment is just, "Why have you called us here?" Afton grins and leans forward on the table. "We're going to decide how we destroy the Brotherhood." Chapter 571, Quickness. "We're going to decide how we destroy the Brotherhood." "What?" Veronica exclaims after a shock finally wears off. Afton shrugs. "Well, we'll destroy the Mojave chapter at least. First things first, though, let's see what my spies have to say," he says while gesturing at the holographic table in front of them. Its light ripples slightly before it displays a series of pages, all of which seem to be some sort of report. It's rather long and extensive, as you'd expect from spies, but all in all, there were only a few important points. The first was the NCR's continued attempts to covertly turn the public against Bulwark. They did this using a variety of strategies, primarily rumors from their undercover agents, reporting on fake crimes Bulwark has supposedly committed, and by public statement from the NCR themselves. Their attempts were SOSO, though, mainly due to the public's awareness of how biased NCR news is, as well as the rather large amount of resentment against them. While yes, they were a better alternative to the Legion, most people in the Mojave would rather neither be present at all, as both were oppressive foreign forces at the end of the day, regardless of their intentions. The second point of the report were the large numbers of reinforcements that had been dispatched to the Mojave in response to the Legion's own mustering. Ambassador Crocker was very, very worried about it, and has assisted General Oliver in getting more troops to the front lines. Third was the fact the investigation requested by Ambassador Crocker against Macabre concerning the unauthorized experimentation of prisoners and humans was accepted, but not. This was due to the fact that the investigation was handed off to General Poacher, who was well known to be working with Macabre, so it was unlikely anything would be uncovered at all. Ambassador Crocker was rightly furious at this, but there was literally nothing he could do. He'd have to petition for more support at Congress if he wanted anything done, but that'd involve leaving the Mojave, which was teetering on the edge of war. Fourth was the fact the NCR fully intended to go to war with Bulwark due to the recent attack near Jacobstown. The spies weren't able to uncover how the NCR would move, as that was handed off to someone else, but it was a certainty an attack would be occurring. Fifth, and most relevant to what Afton was hoping to hear, was the fact among the reinforcements coming to the Mojave were 3 mobile artillery systems. What were they intended to be used for? Well, their first mission on the books was to assist in the eradication of the Brotherhood of Steel. Once that was accomplished, they'd be shipped to Hoover Dam, where they'd assist in the defense of the incredibly important strategic location. They were set to arrive in around 2 weeks, which gave Afton plenty of time to plan on how to deal with them. Afton chuckles, you guys getting captured didn't really matter in the end. I'd have had to do something before those reinforcements got here, and I doubt Hardin would have reacted any different, though I would ideally like to get my hands on those mobile artillery machines. He admits. Miles sighs and looks at his feet. I'm not really sure how to feel about this, Afton. I know Hardin's lost it, but does it have to be destroyed? Yes, he states before raising a hand to stop the trio's objections. Just be pragmatic about this. The chapter has been dying ever since it arrived in the Mojave. That was only accelerated after what happened at Helios. Bulwark will take its place and be more effective for it. We'll try to recruit those willing, but for everyone else, they'll be on their own, he states. So that's it. Their only options are to bend the knee to you, flee into the desert, or stay and be murdered by the NCR. Christine questions with a hard look. Afton shrugs. Don't act like I'm not giving them choices. If they can follow Hardin with a smile on their faces, then they can follow me instead. I'm not being callous. There just isn't anything else I can really do for them without going out of my way. I'd essentially be misappropriating Bulwark funds for my own ends, which sets a bad precedent. Kind of like Hardin when you think about it. He says, trying to convince them, is there really nothing we can do? I know many good people who would refuse your offer. I don't think they deserve to die for their firm principles. Miles asks, but is clearly not hopeful. Afton shakes his head. I'm sorry, but no. I can allow you to try and convince them, and I'm willing to offer a place in the department that'd handle the research, acquisition, and containment of technology, but that's all. Don't forget that I have loved ones among them as well, friends and acquaintances, but it's up to them whether or not they wish to accept my offer. Miles just slowly nods at him. There wasn't all that much he could do to try and change Afton's mind. They both knew some simply wouldn't be swayed no matter what they were offered, so it would be useless to consider. There'll be a fight. How are you going to handle it? He asks. Afton shrugs again. How else? An army of robots. He smirks, finally getting a chance to put his new forces into action. Of course, they wouldn't be going all out. If the Brotherhood didn't surrender, he'd simply go in there himself and subdue them. Once the Brotherhood was dealt with, he'd use some spare sets of power armor as scarecrows and dummies to make the NCR believe the base was still operational. Once they set up their artillery machines to attack, he'd swoop in and steal them. Oh yes, he was looking forward to it. Chapter 572, Disarming Presence. 2 days later, Hardin was absolutely furious. How dare that boy walk in and so brazenly attack them? It had taken half a day for his people to dig him out of the rubble, and hours after that to splint up his injured arms. His power armor had protected him for the most part, but his limbs had been bent and twisted at their joints in horrific ways, leaving him like this, without his arms and having an assistant spoon food into his mouth. He leans forwards while trying to get a spoonful of the wheat porridge when someone runs into the room, their feet squeaking as their shoes grind to a halt on the concrete floor. Elder, he's back. PPFFFFTT. Asterisk. Hardin spits out his food and receives a hidden glare from the women he'd just covered in it. What? Afton Parker. He's back, and he's brought friends. Hardin pushes himself out of bed and leaves the room, disregarding his injuries and even his armor as he goes to take a look. He arrives at the wall where many Brotherhood members were quietly whispering to one another about what to do, and eventually part ways like the Red Sea once Hardin arrived. Once on the wall, he looks down and spots Afton a good distance away. He was standing there in full bulwark power armor with 3 other people. His friends were setting up strange machines nearby, but no one had any idea what there were. Hardin was in a similar situation, not having even an inkling over what their purpose was. Were they bombs, perhaps? Or maybe turrets? He shakes his head. In the end, it doesn't matter. Parker, you will leave my territory, or we will shoot you down like the dog you are, he roars, finally drawing Afton's attention. He was holding his helmet at his side with a smug smirk. Do you really think you have the capabilities for that? Seems like you got lucky and survived the last time. I'll warn you now, though, if you don't surrender. You'll die for sure, he states. Hardin growls before regaining his composure, his face relaxing as he laughs at Afton's face. Ha! You may have escaped last time, but you and your friends are no match against the might of the Brotherhood. Surrender now, and I might postpone your execution. Afton looks a bit put out at Hardin's words, and the elder feels as if he'd made a small victory from that alone. At least until Afton begins to speak. You were supposed to say, you want what army? And then I'd spread my arms like this dash. Crack, asterisk. Hundreds of lightning bolts fire from the sky behind him in between the boundaries of the machines that had been set up, kicking up dust and almost blinding the Brotherhood members that were watching. Some of my army, and you'd surrender. Afton explains, the dust clearing and revealing his army. What did Afton's army consist of exactly? Well, for starters, there were around 50 cyber dogs on the outskirts, as well as 100 strange-looking sentry bots with blue-tinted metal plating. Those in the know would recognize it as Saturnite, and those even more in the know would recognize the sentry bots as the Ultimo bot that had been guarding the big MT artillery site. The Ultimo bots were larger, stronger variants of ordinary sentry bots, with considerably higher firepower, durability, and processing power. Not to mention the pre-installed military tactics and strategies each came with. They aren't what draws the most attention, however. That would belong to the 2 figures standing directly behind Afton. Deathclaws. 2 large, black Deathclaws. Each were armored with that blue-tinted metal again, and looked larger than the average Deathclaw you'd see in the wasteland. Unlike the rest of their kind, they seemed completely tamed as well, deferring completely to Afton despite their wish to attack immediately. Veronica, Christine, and Miles, who were standing next to him, clearly hadn't been expecting this either, and were barely holding back from firing upon the Deathclaws themselves. Hardin's eyes almost bulge out of their sockets at this display of power. If the act of teleporting large amounts of troops wasn't enough, the troops themselves were enough to cause even the larger factions to pause in fear. He isn't even able to find his voice until Afton starts speaking again. Well, now that you guys have seen my army, I'll ask again. Surrender. I am not a cruel person, so I won't kill you like Hardin has been threatening to do to me. But the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood will end today. Before that, though, I'd like to make an offer to those of you who see the faults in your leadership and can think for yourselves. Join me, and we'll fulfill the duties the Brotherhood purports to serve in their stead. Afton releases a sigh at the lack of reaction. Obviously, he hadn't expected many to jump ship now, as they'd likely be fired upon by their friends for it. But he was hoping at least a few would have the courage. Whatever he'd just have to find those willing after they surrender. Hardin steps forwards, almost foaming at the mouth as he shouts, Never. I'd rather die than surrender to you, boy. You deserve nothing. Not the strength you have, not the army, and not the allies. I will take them all away. Brotherhood. Attack. Thus the battle starts, and quickly ends as Afton's troops decimate the forces of the Brotherhood. It's fortunate the Brotherhood wore power armor. Otherwise, they'd have all been instantly killed when struck by his Deathclaws or Cyberdog's combined sonic attacks. Afton did his best to knock them unconscious as well, to prevent them from getting killed in the fight as well. They certainly hadn't been expecting him to leap onto the wall and start punching people unconscious. Nor had they expected his first punch to completely blow Hardin's head clean off. The man was literally armless and wasn't even able to shout an insult, as his head exploded into red mist. That act alone had a large portion of the Brotherhood surrender, but a few of the more zealous were still unwilling to lose. Unfortunately, this led to a few dying at the hands of his death claws, but the casualties were remarkably low considering the ferocious battle that had occurred. Chapter 573 Hold. The battle lasted less than an hour, yet to those who participated, it felt as if they'd been fighting all day. The surviving Brotherhood of Steel members were all stripped of their power armor and tied up next to one another. Veronica, Christine, and Miles do their best to try and convince some of them to desert the Brotherhood and join Bulwark, but their attempts are unsuccessful most of the time. More than half of them refuse to join Bulwark, determined to stay true to the Brotherhood and the Codex, which was what Afton had been expecting and dreading. There were actually a few people who he was considered refusing entry to Bulwark. Prime examples of this would be Christine's parents. The duo should be begging Christine for forgiveness, as they had basically been doing last time he saw them. Yet, once they laid eyes upon Christine's scarred body, face, and bald head, they did an almost complete 180 in their attitude. Christine obviously still cared about them, regardless of how they'd acted in the past, but seeing them acting like this toward her made Afton's blood boil. Fortunately, his anger with them was stifled slightly as he watched Veronica punch Darian Royce in the face, knocking him out clean. After that, Veronica escorted a rather distraught Christine away from the prisoners. Miles at least managed to find Melissa, who brought along a rather large contingent of Brotherhood members who had been dissatisfied with Hardin or persecuted by him in some way. There were around 20 of them, not including Melissa, which had Afton quite happy. They'd be combat-ready once he'd put them through a psych evaluation for loyalty, given new equipment, including chips, and properly shown around Big MT. Afton himself was unsurprisingly caught in conversation with a familiar face. Former Elder McNamara. The man was sitting on the floor with crossed legs, seemingly unbothered at his restrained state. "Welcome back, Afton." He smiles as if they hadn't just been fighting. "Yeah, thanks. You're looking awfully happy for someone who just lost literally everything." "The chapter is gone, and once we've found all those willing to join Bulwark, I'll teleport you to Mexico without any equipment and minimal supplies," he states. It was a given he'd be forced to do that. If left alone in the Mojave, they could alert the NCR to the trap he's attempting to spring on them. Even if no one rats to them directly, the large numbers of former Brotherhood members leaving the area would be warning enough that something suspicious was occurring. McNamara shrugs. "I knew something like this was going to happen ever since Hardin became Elder. I think I prefer it ending this way," he quietly admits. Afton crooks a brow. "You prefer it ending this way? With me taking your people, stealing your stuff, and ditching you in Mexico like some illegal immigrant?" The man just tilts his head and continues smiling. "Compared to what the NCR would do to us, you came in with non-lethal intentions. Even with the few casualties, this is the best result we could have hoped for. At least we get to live past Hardin's reign. You know, you're actually my favorite Elder. Why not come to Bulwark? You'll receive a similar position to head paladin. I'll put you in charge of the former Brotherhood members, and I'll even have you scanning, searching, and researching dangerous technologies." McNamara laughs. "Favorite Elder? Huh. Well, just between you and I believe I did a better job than both Hardin and Elijah put together," he jokes while tapping his nose, as if trusting Afton with a secret. "As for your offer, I'm sorry that I can't accept. My place is still with the Brotherhood, and I still have a duty to protect our family. Something tells me that they'll need all the help they can get." Afton nods sympathetically, afterwards cutting the man's restraints before leaving and continuing to look around the place. He does end up running into some more faces from his childhood, Otto Lindgren, Ramos, and people his age. He even ended up running into Sandra Torres. Sadly, the latter was the only one among the group that was willing to join Bulwark. The rest, despite their relationship with Afton, chose to follow the others in Mexico. All in all, it took around half a day to get everything completed. During this time, Afton had his robots loot the Brotherhood base and bunker, the latter of which would be stripped for tech later to serve Bulwark. Afton was looking forward to adapting the combat simulators into the holodeck tech that was in Big MT. The Brotherhood Armory was a significant boon, as it contained well-maintained energy weaponry and power armor, all of which would be adapted and improved into the Bulwark variant. There were a few problems concerning Black Mountain, but the army still stationed in the Brotherhood base easily annihilated the super mutant invaders. Seems as if they thought the battle would have weakened them enough to make for easy pickings. They were demonstrably wrong. This attack had drawn Afton's attention, however. He currently had nothing to do, as they were waiting for the teleport enhancers to recharge so they could send the Brotherhood prisoners off to their new home. Afton glances over at Veronica. "You're in charge. Make sure no one dies while I go visit our super mutant neighbors," he says before marching towards the bottom of Black Mountain. "Can we come dash?" Veronica starts, but is cut off by Afton. "No, you're still being punished, remember? Now stay here and imagine all the mutant faces you aren't getting to punch." He jokes as he walks off, leaving his companions and the army behind. Miles gestures at Afton as he leaves while glancing at Veronica. Is he going to be all right? There are over 100 mutants on that mountain. Veronica purses her lips and shrugs. He'll be fine. It's Afton after all. She states non-committally, as if her answer was complete and comprehensive enough for even a child to understand. Chapter 574, Armistice. The start of the path that snaked up Black Mountain wasn't all that different from the rest in the Mojave. Chipped, rotten, and mangled concrete with dead-looking shrugs sprouting from between the huge cracks cover them. Maybe my first action as World Ruler President King, Chief, would be to fix these damn roads. He huffs as he hops over a particularly large crack. Over in the distance, he spots a shack with a super mutant sitting conspicuously outside of it. He already knows who it is, Neil, the gatekeeper of Black Mountain. Despite how ominous the name sounds, the mutant actually attempts to keep unwary travelers from stumbling into the other hostile mutants and getting eaten alive. Hold up there, traveler. You'd best turn back before you regret your life choices. Though, venturing further up this path would count as a death choice. The mutant states, in a far more eloquent tone than Afton had expected. Afton shrugs. "I hope you aren't friends with anyone up there. You should probably start thinking about moving to Jacobstown." "Wait, what? What do you talk? Wait, stop." Neil stutters, jumping to his feet and following Afton as he walks through the entrance and further up Black Mountain. Almost immediately, Afton's attacked by a nightkin that jumps out of invisibility while swinging some kind of makeshift sword. Neil reaches his arm out futilely in an attempt to save the human, but is shocked still when the nightkin is instantly bisected into halves, each side flopping to the floor lifelessly. Afton turns his head towards Neil. "As I said earlier, you should probably think about moving." Neil continues to watch dumbfounded as Afton blazes a trail up the mountain path. Bullets deflect from his armor, and any mutant that gets into arm's length quickly becomes mincemeat. Soon enough, the human gets out of view, and once Neil composes himself, he turns around like a robot, searches through his hidden safe, and pulls out a couple bottles of whiskey. "Mun." Humans are becoming scary. 1 hour later, Afton had finally reached the top plateau of Black Mountain. There were numerous derelict satellite dishes among the large nuclear creates decorating the place. Though, Afton wasn't able to focus on that due to the 20 or so mutants currently firing at him. He dodges most of the fire. His armor deflected the rest. But the biggest threat to him was actually the heavy incinerators some of the enemies wielded. That problem was easily solved with some application of his plant arm, Jutsu Grass-style Razor Whip. Yeah, he wasn't confident enough in himself to shout his special attack names. Afton swings his Razor Whip arm and decapitates one of the mutants that wielded a rocket launcher and pulls the free weapon towards himself, turning it towards his enemies and firing the rest of its ammunition. After every mutant in eyesight is dead, he moves on to the next area, the peak of the mountain where the single working satellite dish sits, along with 2 concrete buildings that look relatively unharmed from the nuclear apocalypse. He takes a single step towards the broadcasting building when he hears a peculiar shout behind him. "Invade my mountain, will you?" Once he turns to face it, his mind halts for a moment at the sight. A large Naikin wearing a blonde wig, pink heart-shaped glasses, and lots of leather rags seemingly designed to look like a dress. Ah, this must be Tabitha, leader of the super mutants and eager radio host. She swings a jet-powered sledgehammer at him, but he easily blocked it by stepping backwards, afterwards swinging his ultra chainsword at them. The strike hits their stomach, disemboweling them, and causing their intestines to burst out of the wound as if they were a failed confetti bomb. Tabitha doesn't even seem to notice the wound, though. "You will die human," they scream, swinging their weapon again. Afton blocks it this time, however, using his armored arms to take the brunt of the force. He doesn't move an inch, either due to his stonewall perk. His power armor combined with the perk actually causes Tabitha to stumble backward from the impact. Additionally, they accidentally stand on a stray intestine and tear a large portion of its length out. Not that Tabitha notices. Despite their stumble, though, they quickly recover, this time sending an off-balance swing at him, which he reciprocates by punching the head of the super sledge, his various perks allowing him to destroy it with ease. The jet of the super sledge explodes as a result, burning a good portion of Tabitha's visible skin, along with its wig. Tabitha's earlier shouting had now quickly devolved into unintelligible shouting, groans, and screams as they writhed on the floor weakly. Their injuries had finally caught up with them, allowing Afton to easily behead the mutant, finally ending the mutant threat of Black Mountain. Something that neither the NCR nor the Brotherhood had managed to do. Welcome to level 54. As always, the world freezes and the selections appear before him, all of which he quickly scrolls past to find the mutation he'd been meaning to acquire. Boviria mordicana durifero. User's arm becomes as hard as steel. Oh yes, this would essentially give him the ability to form a suit of armor wherever he went. And that's not even considering the offensive applications. No longer would his razor whips be so frail, and now he could form an awesome prototype blade like Alex Mercer. Okay, maybe that wouldn't be all that useful considering his advanced weaponry, but it was still badass. He'd also be able to form a shield now that would be as strong as steel. Instant cover whenever he needed it. Plus, he could trap people in steel-strength plant prisons, like how he'd killed Dog, but even more terrifying. He nods his head and clicks confirm, quickly feeling his arm noticeably become denser. It wasn't really explainable to someone who hadn't experienced it, but it was akin to feeling your head become heavy due to lack of sleep. Something like that. Chapter 575, Ghoulish Appearance. It only took a couple hours for Afton to completely annihilate the super mutant presence atop Black Mountain. It took another 30 minutes to loot the place and look for anything worth taking. Surprisingly, and somewhat terrifyingly, the super mutants had in their possession 3 mini nukes. Where had they gotten them? He had no idea. Why had they not used them at all? No idea. Why were they stored in a manner one would a rugby ball? Again, no idea. Regardless, Afton quickly stowed them away before continuing to look around the place. Eventually, he found the machinery that allowed the radio station to function. It all looked in relatively good condition, so Afton had an idea. Why not start his own radio station? It wasn't like anyone would be able to stop him, nor would anyone really care unless he started doing something weird, like broadcasting people's secrets or kidnapping people and forcing them to confess live on air. He shakes those ideas from his head. Even if he tried that, the validity of those secrets would be called into question. After all, people are willing to say anything to stop getting tortured. He plays around with the equipment for a bit, eventually accessing the database that Tabitha had been using to store pre-recorded messages. Afton quickly deletes these and wonders what he should replace them with. Back in the Brotherhood base, Veronica, Christine, Miles, and Melissa were listening to the Black Mountain radio while watching and listening to the battle occurring atop it. That is, until the sounds stop completely, leaving them in relative silence. The silence continues for around 30 minutes until some sort of interference. BZZTCH, BZZTCH, asterisk, asterisk BZTCH, asterisk, and good morning emojavi. A familiar voice blares over the radio, disregarding the fact that it's late in the afternoon already. Afton, the people sitting around the radio all mutter simultaneously, having already experienced his past antics. My name is DJ Aftony Parkininialot, and I'm here to rock your world. Yeah. Now let me introduce the first and last song you'll ever hear on the station. He shouts, but no music seems to start, nor do any instrumentals. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. He starts singing without any accompanying music at all. Afton's voice isn't bad, but it's more akin to something you'd hear singing in your shower than anything else. Despite it all, though, no one in this world had heard this song by Frank Sinatra. It was one of the songs that were lost after the apocalypse. So it was actually fairly interesting to listen to. Afton goes on to sing the entire thing, and after he finishes, he flips a switch and causes the song he just sung to loop on the station. But not before adding a final message to the super mutants who'd been using the station to guide their way. Super mutant brothers and sisters, if you seek salvation and freedom from the chains that bind you, head to Jacobstown and make something of yourselves among your own kind. This message would be played every time his Fly Me to the Moon song was looped, which would hopefully help some of the wandering super mutants looking for sanctuary. It would also draw some negative attention towards Jacobstown, but with Bulwark and New Vegas's protection, that wouldn't be much of an issue. The group only realizes Afton had played a prank on the Mojave after their third time listening to the looped song. Back atop Black Mountain, after Afton had changed what was being broadcast, he searched around the last building he hadn't had the chance to check yet, and was very surprised to find a decrepit-looking ghoul wearing a mechanic's jumpsuit trapped in a room. He'd obviously been imprisoned by Tabitha, judging by the large amounts of sticky notes covering the frame of the door, each saying, "Do not touch my things." Once Afton got the door open, the ghoul inside slowly stood up and bowed in Afton's direction. "Thanks for getting me out of there, boss. You have no idea how hard those crazy mutants can work someone. If I weren't a ghoul, I would have starved to death, died of exhaustion, died from getting manhandled." He shakes his head. "The name's Raul," he says with a Mexican accent. "Uh-huh. Well, now that I've freed you, I should be on my way. I got shit to do," he says and starts to leave when the ghoul speaks up again. "That's a great idea, boss. I'll just head home too, to my lonely abandoned shack, in the middle of nowhere, alone." Afton crooks a brow. "Do you need something?" Raul shrugs his shoulders. "No." "Why do you ask? You need me for something?" It'd definitely beat wandering through the wasteland alone, with a high risk of getting murdered and eaten. Not even in that order. "Look, if you need something, just tell me. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave you here," he states, not willing to deal with this incredibly sarcastic ghoul. "Look, boss, I ain't got much, and I don't even know how long I've been kept here. This isn't all due to gratitude for saving me, but since you helped me out, I want to do the same for you." "You get me?" he asks. Afton crosses his arms. "That depends. You got any talents?" The ghoul looks as if he's about to say something, but purses his lips. I used to work as a mechanic before the war. I can repair shit. Maybe even a vehicle if you find the parts." "That's interesting." Another ghoul who lived before the war, just like Dean. He also needed some extra hands for the development of new vehicles. Their current pace of making them certainly wasn't enough, especially considering they'd be facing bigger factions soon enough. "As long as you keep your mouth shut about my secrets, I think I could find a place for you. But you have to be willing to have a chip installed," he states. "A chip? Like those things you put in animals?" he asks incredulously. Afton nods. "Kind of, but these chips have been specially designed for humans. They will essentially read your thoughts and inform me if you intend to betray me. Trust me, they've been extensively tested, so they aren't dangerous." "That sounds like some sci-fi tech shit, boss." "I'm in." Chapter 576, Seared. Raul has become your companion. Raul grants you a perk. Regular maintenance. Regular maintenance. All equipment used by your party will degrade 50% slower. Interesting, but no all that useful. This perk is rendered useless if Afton is around, primarily due to Mechanicus. Regardless, it would help his companions that were doing missions away from him. With his new follower, Afton ventured back down Black Mountain to get back to the Brotherhood base. Though, on the way, he stops by Neil's shack and spots the super mutant passed out on the floor with many empty bottles of whiskey next to him. Deciding to leave Neil to his own devices, Afton leaves and continues to the base, actually getting back just in time for the teleport extenders to be ready for use. Afton grins as he spots his friends. Yo, Dash! Asterisk clank! Asterisk he's interrupted as Veronica gives him a light punch to his helmeted forehead. That's for doing radio karaoke without me, she exclaims, pointing a finger at the radio, still playing his crappy rendition of Fly Me to the Moon. Afton ignores the punch and just laughs. It was funny though, wasn't it? Kinda. But after listening to it 4 times, it loses its effect. She admits before turning her head towards the ghoul. This ain't a replacement for Anya, I hope? She asks, semi-sarcastically. Anya? That another ghoul you've been keeping, boss? Maybe I should have tried my luck back at my shack. Raoul snarks. Afton shakes his head. No, her cybernetics should still be in development as we speak. Raoul here also doesn't have her feminine charm. Plus he can fix vehicles and stuff. He shrugs. The group makes small talk for a couple more minutes until Afton finally claps his hands and looks towards the Brotherhood prisoners. It's time to send our friends on their way, I think. A few grim nods are given as they walk over to the boundary set out by the teleport extenders. Christine's mother continues to plead for her to stop this, but Christine just ignores her, grasping Veronica's hand tightly with a tense frown. Afton nods to McNamara, who just stands there with his arms folded. I'll leave you all in Elder McNamara's hands. Please don't come back to the Mojave, or I'll be forced to do something even more drastic than sending you all to Mexico. CYA later. He waves as lightning strikes the group, uplifting dust as they all disappear. The teleport extenders power down and begin recharging again while releasing a heat vent sound. Afton turns back towards his companions and grins. All right, time to get this place ready for our NCR guests. With that, Afton, his companions, and the able people in his army all begin repairing, modifying, and preparing the base for the NCR attack that'll be occurring in around 2 weeks. Elsewhere, Shunny can't help but feel as if her end is quickly approaching. This place, Big MT, has quickly started becoming more militaristic than it used to be. Recently, some of the people she had been brought here with have been allowed to go free. Under the condition, they willing had some sort of chip installed. As much as she wished to leave, having those things operate on her in any sort of way made her feel sick to her stomach. As such, she was forced to stay and forced to watch as various things occurred around her. She wasn't even sure if the others had noticed yet, but she'd snuck around and found that large fenced-off area. She'd seen the large monstrosities held inside. She'd checked on that place occasionally, yet the creatures inside changed almost constantly. The color of their hides, their sizes, the way they act. She'd even seen one that looked vaguely human, its snout having been drastically shortened, along with its height. All of this just made her more sure that her vision would be occurring soon. So, she decided to try and escape. She'd been watching how people operated those teleporters, and she was sure they wouldn't work for her even if she tried. So instead, she elected to try and dig a small passage through the train tunnel that had collapsed in the past at some point. And after weeks of work, she finally broke through and was greeted with the gloomy darkness of the tunnels. She was about to enter inside and flee this place when a small whirring sound starts behind her. Slowly and stutteringly, she turned her head and was greeted with the familiar orange eye of a drone. Subject designated. Shunny, you need to return back to your apartment immediately. Attempts to refuse will result in injuries and potential death. Its robotic voice emotionlessly state. W what? And no, I'll be FR-. Screech. Asterisk. The sound of some sort of creature has Shunny's head whip around towards the tunnel, where some humanoid reptilian creatures skitter towards her on all fours. Immediately, she flees in the other direction. She takes one glance over her shoulder towards the drone that had for some reason attempted to save her, only to spot large weapons appear from its chassis. B-E-W-wow, asterisk. Pew 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 pup wep wep pep po pew 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 wee, asterisk. The Gatling laser that had appeared from Glotto's drone immediately begins firing down the tunnel. disintegrating many tumblers as they charge towards it. The drone floats far above them, however, firing at them without the creatures being able to reach the drone. The creatures, suddenly realizing the sheer disadvantage they were under, quickly retreat back into the tunnel. Just in time, too, as large groups of cyberdogs and other robots appear around the tunnel, ready to combat any force that may appear. Glotto's drone retracts its weapon and turns, focusing on Shunny, who is still sprinting away. Foolish meatbag. Chapter 577 Trained. Upon getting back to Big MT, Afton's first reaction to hearing tumblers had broken in was to punch a wall and curse whatever god was shitting on his parade. For fuck's sake, I finally get things going the way I want, and this shit happens, he sighs while pinching the bridge of his nose. After taking a moment to himself, he looks back at Glotto's drone, which had delivered the bad news. And where is Shunny now? I'm still wondering whether I should punish her for trying to escape, or thank her for revealing this rather extreme security risk. One you didn't seem to notice, I might add, he states with a slight glare. Subject is currently resting in their apartment. They appear to have shut all curtains, locked all windows and doors, and is hiding in their bathtub. Glottos explains, somehow sounding awkward about having to say this. Afton crooks a brow, so, like is she having a mental break or something? He trails off. That can neither be confirmed nor denied without a psyche test. I suggest you speak with her before the meatbag tries to end its own miserable existence. Afton releases a sigh and nods before turning and quickly walking towards Shunny's apartment. He ignores the greetings of the maids living here and eventually reaches her room, giving it a couple of firm knocks. Inside, he hears someone panicking and quietly muttering gibberish. This only gets louder with each knock. He raps his knuckles against the door again, but Shunny still doesn't seem to want to answer it. Letting out another sigh, Afton allows his plant arm to infest the lock, and after locating all the pins, he shapes a key from it. With a satisfying click, the door swings open, though he's greeted by Shunny rushing him with a knife that just harmlessly skitters off of his power armor. The woman continues to attack him with tears streaming down her face, as if this was her last stand. Finally having enough, he grips her wrist and clenches his hand, forcing her to drop the knife. Afterwards, he jabs her in the neck with his fingers and renders her completely unconscious. With that done, he tosses her over his shoulder and begins marching back to the think tank so he can get this woman sorted out. Clearly, she wasn't in a healthy state of mind, so he'd have her checked out. Might as well take some fresh samples from her while they're at it. Now they had Scorpion Man's samples, Mr. X's samples, and Shunny's. There is a good chance of some progress being made on Psychers. He leaves Shunny with Dala and makes his way to the tunnel where the breach occurred. Since then, there was a constant military presence patrolling the area, but there hadn't been any expeditions into the tunnels as of yet. Afton was pretty sure any unprepared force would quickly be wiped out. Tumblers aren't your average beast after all. Afton crosses his arms and glances at Glotto's drone that floats next to him. So, how did the tumblers gain access to these tunnels anyway? I thought you had patrols covering the exits? Patrol would routinely check them, Creator. The tumblers must have snuck through our defenses somehow. It is strange and potentially indicates far more intelligence than has previously been observed. She states, Great. NCR attack is coming. Legion bolstering defenses along Hoover Dam. And now tumblers gaining intelligence and committing to a sneak attack against us. Glottos, has Boris found anything from his tumbler test subjects that might indicate anything? He asks, hoping there be a reason for the current situation. Negative. Though, the reason for this could be that we have not found the tumbler variant responsible yet. As you know, the species is incredibly diverse, and it is likely that a mutation that drastically increases intelligence can occur. Afton chews his lip for a moment before nodding. All right, I want a group of Deathclaws, Ultimo bots equipped with flommers, and cyberdogs ready for an expedition as soon as possible. I'll be accompanying them, so inform me when everything is ready, he states. Affirmative, Creator. Elsewhere, H.H. Harg. A feminine roar sounds out as Tamiya lifts the heavy rebar weaved concrete slab. The power armor she's wearing creaks under the sheer pressure it's put under, but after careful training and recognizing its limits, Tamia slowly lifts the concrete from the ground. She lifts it to around her hip before the strain is too much, and she unceremoniously drops the 3/4-ton weight. She sucks in heavy breaths after the exertion. Despite the power armor assisting her in lifting it, she still had to utilize all her strength. This was the last test required for her to finally complete her power armor training. It required you to use just enough of the suit without damaging it, which, as it turns out, is much harder than it'd seem. You have to judge how much strength you are using, while recognizing the few cues that'd indicate the armor is close to failing. Of course, there's a reason the training is so strict. If you overexerted the armor, it could potentially implode under the pressure, crushing everything in the area and more likely killing whoever is wearing it. Everything comes with a price, and essentially becoming bulletproof was a hard debt to pay. She drops the weight with a grunt and looks around, grinning at Josie, who's not even close to completing her own training yet. "Come on, you're almost there," she encourages, but holds herself back to prevent causing Josie to overextend herself. Unfortunately, the engineer gives up, too scared to approach the limits of the armor due to the many risks associated with it. Still, Glotto's drone floats over to them, subject designated. "Tamia, congratulations for completing the mandatory power armor training. You are rewarded with the armor you currently wear and the gratitude of myself." She states the last part in a robotic, clearly pre-recorded way, and the rest of Bulwark. "You have permission to take time off until you are called back for duty." And with that, Glotto's floats away again, not even saying a word to Josie, who looks mightily put out at being ignored. Chapter 578, Coordinated Attack. Regardless of her own discontent at failing the test again, Josie just sends a smile toward Tamia. "Congratulations, Tamia. You've earned it. What are you going to do now?" Tamia shrugs. "Take a break probably. See what else house wants. You know, the usual." Josie purses her lips and glances around conspiratorially. "You sure that's it?" "Yeah, unless you know something I don't," Tamia inquires, wondering where this was going. The duo get out of their armor and head to the showers to clean themselves off of the grime and sweat they collected throughout the day's training. While washing their hair, Josie broaches the subject yet again, though this time more directly. I was wondering, you sure there's nothing going on between you and Afton?" Tamia clicks her tongue at the question she'd been waiting for. "Yeah, I'm sure Dash." Josie continues, "Because to me and the others, it definitely feels like it. As I said last time, we aren't involved in any way. Aside from some friendly flirting, there's nothing," she states with finality. "Then you wouldn't mind if Josie trails off. Tamia crooks a brow. "I thought you were interested in Boone? He not scratching that itch anymore?" she questions, somewhat amused. Josie huffs. "That dour grump won't even look at anything vaguely female. Considering what happened to his wife, I don't blame him, though. If I wasn't aware of his past, then I'd have thought he was gay or something," she says with mirth. Tamia snorts, but accidentally sucks in some water from the shower, breaking into a choked laugh. "All right, can we not talk about this in the shower? I might drown if we keep on." Fine, but we'll continue this later. You have my word," she states, shaking her head like a dog and leaving to dry her hair, all while Tamia is deep in thought, considering the conversation. That night, *BZCH, *send in the decoy, squad keep sights on target. *BZCH, *, a quiet yet firm voice states through their radio. They were currently observing a wall through the scope of their sniper. Which wall? Well, considering the large Bulwark logo painted across it, it obviously belonged to Novak. The NCR presence in the area had been drastically reduced since the debate between Ambassador Crocker and Afton, but this wasn't only due to public outcry and reputation management. It was also to lull the leaders of Novak into a false sense of security. The decoy, a junkie called Derpate who'd been paid with a large sack of jet, timidly steps forth towards the heavily armed walls of Novak. The guards atop the wall quickly notice him and go about the usual procedure, finding out who they are, why they are here, and what level of authority is needed to deal with it. Of course, Derpate had already been drilled in exactly what to say, and while he was a stuttering idiot, he managed to complete his lines with some amount of credibility. He was posing as a merchant from a large Brahmin baron who wished to trade food with Novak, which, of course, required the presence of the town's mayor, Daisy. 30 minutes after Derpate introduced himself, Daisy could be seen walking across the wall to address the junkie, who was getting increasingly more nervous due to the fact he knew exactly what was about to happen. Far away from Novak, the leader of the NCR Ranger squad begins ordering his men through the radio, his sights quickly locking on Daisy as soon as she's visible. *BZ to CH. Sights on target. Aim for vitals clean kill. Retreat as soon as the target is down. I don't want to test how far those defenses can reach. *BZ to CH. The 4 sniper teams all quickly aim their weapons at Daisy, one focusing on her head, one on her neck, one on her heart, and one on her abdomen, which aimed where her spine and vital arteries should be. Daisy stops where Derpate was standing and starts addressing him in a bored tone, wondering why this traitor had decided to arrive so late in the night. She'd been playing a game of Caravan with Orion and Arcade Ganon and was about to win a fair amount of caps from the both of them, which is why she was slightly miffed about having to come out here. She only realized something was wrong when the traitor struggled to even account for what he wished to trade for. But by then, it was already too late to do anything. She never even heard the weapons being fired as lead passes through her head, grazes her neck, punches through her heart, and obliterates her liver. Daisy Whitman, loyal friend of Afton, mayor of Novak, and former member of the Enclave, abruptly dropped to the floor with blood pooling from every orifice. Her death was instant, which would be a small consolation to those close with her. Though, this fact would be outweighed by the manner in which she'd been killed. In a cowardly assassination, the people responsible for which would quickly be named by Afton spies working under Ambassador Crocker. Of course, the defenses of Novak quickly jumped into action to retaliate for the random attack, spraying lightning bolts at Derpate, who was quickly incinerated before turning their sights on where the gunfire had come from. Unfortunately, none of them was able to tag any of the fleeing NCR Rangers, primarily due to the inherent inaccuracy ARC weaponry carried. Orion and Arcade quickly arrive after hearing the commotion, both looking on in horror at Daisy's corpse. They rush over, and the latter tries to see if there is anything he could do for her, but reluctantly admits to himself that she was already long dead before they got there. "And Moreno, she's gone," he solemnly whispers. Orion, however, was less shocked and more enraged. Quickly standing and looking off in the distance for whoever had committed the act, he was so angry, in fact, that he may have been willing to leap off of the wall and charge the enemy with his bare fists alone. Chapter 579. New Reason for Conflict. Beep, 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 asterisk. Beep, 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 asterisk. Beep, beep, smack, asterisk. Fucking shut yup. Afton suddenly roars as she sits up from his bed, crushing the alarm clock that had been sat on his bedside. He'd only just managed to drift off into sleep, yet half an hour later some stupid fuck was trying to message him or something. He just wanted to sleep. SRP, asterisk. A panel in the roof slides away as Glotto's drone floats down. A vein appears on Afton's forehead, but he manages to stifle the urge to smack the robot for interrupting his sleep. This better be really damn important, Glotto's. Glotto's ignores the threat and continues as she had been. Creator, the NCR has performed an attack against Novak, killing one person in the process, she states. He crooks a brow at this. I'm guessing it wasn't an all-out attack then. An assassination? Who was killed? He asks, feeling his heart begin to beat faster. Subject designated. Daisy Whitman was struck multiple times in the head and other vital areas by ballistic weaponry, most likely sniper rifles. The feminine robot explains, as if he hadn't just been informed of a close friend's demise. She's dead? But why? She wasn't all that important to Bulwark, nor to Novak. He mutters, feeling as if this was his fault in some way. Glottos picks up his train of thought and offers her own conclusions, Perhaps it was due to her being the highest-ranked person within Novak. The NCR is unaware of Big MT, so they have no other avenues to retaliate, she states, and Afton nods in agreement. Glotto's explanation explained a lot, but that still didn't make it any easier to process Daisy's sudden demise. After he'd gotten over the initial shock, he was hit with a wave of anger and indignation. How dare they harm someone he'd personally placed under his protection? In his own property, he jumps out of bed and ignores all the personalities trying to talk to him or catch his attention. He splashes his face with water, puts on a stealth suit, grabs his weapons, and marches out of the think tank with Glotto's drone tailing him. Creator, we also have messages from Novak. Subject designated. Arcade Ganon has temporarily taken the mayor position. Would you like to listen to the messages? Yes. He confirms as he continues to the armory, where his power armor is kept and maintained. Affirmative. Glotto states before beginning the recorded messages. Asterisk BZTCH. Asterisk H. Hey, I'm speaking to Afton, right? I hope so. Look, you probably heard about Daisy, and we're pretty sure it was the NCR that are responsible for it. People in Novak are baying for NCR blood. I've taken the role of mayor, but I'm barely holding them back from marching towards the nearest NCR encampment. I'm not even sure if I want to stop them. I wasn't all that close with Daisy, but she was like family. I managed to make a sort of deal with Novak's angry residents. Said you might accept them, give them training, and place them in your military force to combat the NCR. I don't know if I've overstepped my authority with this, but it was the only way to stop an outright invasion. Arcade trails off while releasing a long sigh. There's also my friend, Orion Marino. I don't know where he's gone, but I fear he might be planning something big. The look on his face when Daisy was killed, and the one he had when he left, it didn't promise anything good. You need to watch out for it. Not because it's a threat to whatever you've built, but because Marino and Daisy come from very bloody places, he warns. When you get the chance, come speak to me in Novak. It'd help sort all of this out a lot. Ugh. Honestly, who'd have thought I'd become a leader like this? Asterisk BZTCH asterisk. The message ends with Arcade's quiet lamentation. Afton chews his lip upon hearing this. He was conflicted. If he looked at it from a purely pragmatic point of view, Daisy's death had potentially brought more benefits than her continued existence had. From it, he was getting volunteers for his military, a clear and obvious reason to retaliate against the NCR, and a motivation for his people to fight. Daisy would essentially become a martyr, fueling Bulwark's ambitions. Was he happy that this was the case? No, but he felt conflicted nonetheless. Glottos have CRR01 speed up our plans, he says while looking down at his Pip-Boy map, checking for the closest NCR encampment to Novak. Obviously, he wouldn't be attacking Helios 1 anytime soon, so he'd have to target the next closest place. Camp Forlorn Hope. He could attack Nelson instead, but that place had basically been abandoned when the Legion retreated from the west side of the Colorado. Once having decided his plan of action, he puts on his power armor and heads down to the teleportation array. Once there, he spots a tired-looking Boone standing there already fully armed. Afton stops and stares at him for a moment, wondering what he's doing here. I'm guessing you've heard the news then? He asks, and Boone gives a firm nod. You're going to retaliate? He asks, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Are you going to stop me? He replies with another question. Boone shakes his head after a moment. We were friends, me and Daisy. The NCR assassinated her in cold blood, for no reason whatsoever. Any love I had for my country is gone. Do what you need to, just try and keep innocence out of it, he solemnly says. Afton was still confused as to why he'd turned up fully equipped. Had he been expecting a fight? Or did he want Afton to take the sniper along with him? He watches Boone's back as the sniper leaves, headed straight towards the bar presumably to get shit-faced. With that, Afton activates the teleporter and leaves with a crack of lightning, not willing to waste any more time without retaliating against the NCR's dishonorable attack. Chapter 580, Light Show. Afton appears a good distance from Novak and immediately activates his stealth boy. It was still the middle of the night, which would have made the bolt of lightning very, very obvious for anyone nearby. Thus, a quick retreat was needed. He activates his helmet's night vision while he sneaks towards Camp Forlorn Hope, the rangefinder already sitting in his hand, waiting for use. Eventually, he managed to reach the large hill overlooking the camp, quietly setting up his anti-material rifle once there. Obviously, this wouldn't be his main mode of attack. The sniper would only be used to pick off any soldiers who are unlucky enough to survive the orbital strike. Camp Forlorn Hope itself looked much better than what he'd heard from Boone. In the past, this place had been the prime target of Legion raids, plus the fact the Legion controlled a good portion of the roads leading to it meant that it had always been low on supplies and men. This had recently changed, though. Since the Legion had retreated back over the river, the place had become one of the most fortified positions in the wasteland, aside from Hoover Dam, of course. Now that the NCR had time to properly set up defenses, the Legion would be unable to travel across the river without incurring staggering losses. Not that this would matter in its last moments. The biggest threat to the camp came from Novak, Bulwark, and Afton after all. Not that they were aware of this. The camp looked to be in preparation to reinforce its western fronts. Their assassination on Daisy would obviously draw Bulwark's ire, so they were anticipating an attack soon. The only problem with that is that they weren't aware of how quickly Bulwark could mobilize a response. The assassination on Daisy had only happened a couple hours ago. If Afton had wanted to bribe an army or mobilize Novak, it'd only be ready in the morning. This is probably why the NCR was taking their time setting up defenses. No point working through the night if you weren't expecting an attack. Still, even if they had, nothing would prepare them against Afton's assault. Afton looks through the scope of his rifle and examines the camp. There were many patrols still awake and standing guard over the place. There were also many new recruits, judging by their fresh-looking uniforms. Their young, hopeful faces might have made Afton feel guilty for what he was about to do. If the NCR hadn't assassinated one of his close friends. Well, you guys asked for this, he mutters as he points the rangefinder at the center of the camp. Most didn't even notice the small laser. A few did, but ignored it, thinking that someone was playing a prank or something. Boom! Asterisk. Almost the entire Mojave is momentarily illuminated as the huge laser descends from the sky, striking the center of Camp Forlorn Hope and glassing most of it. There isn't even enough time for the soldiers to scream in terror as their skin, flesh, organs, and bones and melted and rendered nothing but ash. All the tents, equipment, and fortifications of the camp are quickly destroyed as well, leaving almost nothing behind aside from a huge, smoldering crater. As quickly as the light came, it left, leaving a considerable portion of the Mojave reeling from the sudden light show. Ping! Asterisk. Second Apocalypse rewards 1 random stat for ending 1,000 lives. Luck has increased by 1. He'd almost forgotten that this perk existed. He wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, though. Afton looks down at the newly created crater and crooks a brow at the many bones decorating the outskirts of where the laser had hit. The attack was less intense the farther you were from the center, which is why some bones survived it. He didn't have time to waste admiring the destruction he'd caused, though, quickly kneeling beside his anti-material rifle and aiming towards the few patrolling soldiers who'd been away at the time of the attack. Pew! 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 Asterisk. Soldiers began dropping dead left and right, each of them panicking to a ridiculous degree due to what had just occurred. They weren't even able to identify where the shots were coming from due to the silencer on Afton's rifle. Soon enough, every people stationed at Camp Forlorn Hope was annihilated. Afton could have spared a few to tell the NCR what had happened, but he thought it would be more terrifying to have no idea how this feat was accomplished. Sure, they'd recognize that the same weapon used against the Legion was used here, but they'd not have anything concrete on the matter. Nodding to himself, he checks the radio via his Pip-Boy to see what people had thought of the abrupt light show. Asterisk BZCH. Asterisk reports are coming in from all over the Mojave about a heavenly beam of light coming from the sky. I myself have no idea where it came from, but a good portion of folks are saying it's aliens. Mr. Navega's voice trails off. I assure you all that aliens are not responsible for this phenomenon. Maybe some wealthy individuals decided to set off the most extravagant fireworks display the wasteland has seen. If so, just be thankful you were lucky enough to witness it, It probably won't happen again for at least a couple hundred years. The radio host explains, completely playing off everyone's worries. It'd probably work to alleviate the average person's worries, but for House, the NCR, the Legion, and other factions' operation in the Mojave, Afton was sure they were shitting themselves, all scrambling to find what had caused this. Afton takes one last look at the crater before picking up his gear and leaving, deciding that he deserved to sleep at some point tonight. Chapter 581 Shit Show. Ambassador Crocker had just arrived and sat down in his office chair. He'd been woken up last night by some kind of light show that actually warmed his face momentarily from the nearby window. Though by the time he tried to get a good look at it, the event had ended. He sips his coffee while turning on his terminal, wondering what curveballs would be thrown at him today. Somehow, he'd had a really bad feeling since he stepped into the embassy. BZZTCH, asterisk. The sound of the nearby military radio attracts his attention as he raises it to his ear, wondering what the issue was that forced them to talk to him directly through this channel. Crocker here, what is it? MMHM? Yeah, I saw it. No, so why don't you just tell me? He states as he sips his coffee, before suddenly decorating his desk and terminal with it as he spits out the entirety of it. They did what? He screams in shock, but glances up and spots his surprised-looking receptionist giving a small wave indicating he has a visitor. In response, he angrily waves her away while shaking his head, turning his full attention back onto the radio. They did what? He repeats, not believing what he'd just been told. They annihilated Camp Forlorn Hope. And when I say annihilated, I mean annihilated, the soldier announces, not holding anything back. It must be retaliation for the assassination of Daisy Whitman. It's too coincidental to be anything else. We have to mobilize our forces and teach those fuckers not to mess with Dash. Will you shut your damn foolish mouth, soldier? Crocker abruptly interrupts the man, not wanting to hear any more insightful dog's hit come from their mouth. You literally just explained to me that Bulwark instantly annihilated Camp Forlorn Hope, one of our biggest encampments, without leaving any traces or survivors. And yet, somehow you are confident enough that you could take them on? Do you not realize how damned stupid you sound, soldier? He roars down a radio. Crocker rubs his brows with a sigh. What has General Oliver decided to do? Soldier, he repeats, wondering if the connection was shot. Oh well, Ambassador. General Oliver has not said anything. Once he got word of what happened to our encampment, he said he needed to speak with someone and left. We haven't seen him since. Do you think he'll be coming back anytime soon? Despite how I feel about it, he is still in charge of our operations in the Mojave, and don't try play me with the he went out for a cigarette trick. I've seen it before and I ain't falling for it. We'll inform you if he returns, Ambassador. We still need to decide what to do though. Right now, everyone's just running around like headless chickens, wondering if their base would be the next hit. Crocker rests his elbows on the table and links his fingers in a contemplative stance. He could just leave the decision-making to someone else, but he was sure they'd just fuck up the situation even more than it already was. He didn't know who planned the assassination, but whoever it was should be court-martialed. He was well aware that Bulwark wasn't something they could deal with right now. The Legion was preparing for their biggest attack yet, and the NCR didn't even know where Bulwark's main base was located. And now these idiots were thinking of trying another attack? Isn't it obvious Camp Forlorn Hope was a warning? Why else destroy a camp so close to Novak almost immediately after the attack? He wondered if the only reason the NCR was even still in the Mojave was because Afton Parker allowed them to be. There wasn't anything they could do either, judging by the sort of weapon that was used. It could probably strike anywhere, at any time, without much delay, all with destruction comparable to a nuclear bomb. General Oliver's absence wasn't even the worst part. No, that belonged to the fact he had to address what happened at some point to the public. How much panic would he cause if he walked out and straight said air? Yeah, Camp Forlorn Hope was annihilated in an instant. We have no evidence of who did it, no survivors to corroborate the attack, and only circumstantial evidence that certainly wouldn't hold up in any court, kangaroo or not. Yeah, fat chance of that happening. He'd probably get blamed for it, lose his career, and subsequently thrown back to California with a huge fine and dishonor printed on his back. He could try and lie about it, but the public would find out eventually. And then what? The public's response would be way, way worse. The facts would remain the same, just with the added charge of willfully lying to their collective faces. Crocker wanted to do good for the NCR, but there was no feasible way to win in this situation. Thus, he was forced to play his trump card. Sorry, soldier. As much as I'd like to help, I'm on vacation, he states, not managing to hide the grimace as he says this. What? Since when? The soldier demands, knowing exactly what Crocker was doing. Crocker stands up and shuts off his terminal since 2 days ago. Goodbye, soldier. Oh, you motherfuck dash asterisk BZZTCH. Asterisk, he turns the radio off, taking his coffee and quickly leaving the building and heading directly into the Ultralux casino. Hopefully, after a week or two at most, things would blow over and be fine. Elsewhere, the soldier radios yet another general who quickly goes on vacation as soon as he hears what had occurred, leaving only a few colonels like Cassandra Moore to deal with this shit show. Even then, those who could choose not to involve themselves and instead focus on the more pressing issue of the rather massive Legion invasion that would be happening soon, judging by how many troops had already massed. Chapter 582. RoboChop. The NCR wasn't the only faction buzzing about last night's recent events. Even Mr. House had quickly jockeyed on their airwaves. Of course, his own personal sensors had picked up the massive disturbance caused by both the impact side of Camp Forlorn Hope, but also from Helios 1. The last time this had happened, he'd chalked it up to a coincidence, but now it was confirmed that Helios 1 was connected to Bulwark's orbital weapon in some way. Not that he was worried that it'd be used against him. He trusted Afton, Bulwark, and their ability to keep such technology out of unworthy hands. Obviously, he needed to find out why such an attack was required, but he was sure there'd be a relatively reasonable explanation for it. If there's such a thing for basically dropping a nuke on thousands of people. Honestly, he was basically ready to try and claim the Mojave as his own. All that was required now was for the NCR and Legion to start fighting, and for one last boost of power to send his initial detachment of Securitrons into the dam to power the rest. Most of his army was still connected to Hoover Dam, and required a large surge of energy to make them all operable. So he needed to get Tamiya and maybe some other Bulwark insurgents if they were willing to infiltrate Hoover Dam during the battle and gain access to the mainframe. He already had a pre-prepared virus that would take control of the entire facility once introduced. So, all he needed to do now was wait for his partner to return and wait for the war for the Mojave to begin. Elsewhere, Afton stretches himself out as he walks out of the think tank, languidly ignoring the various snap, crackle, and pops his bones make as he does so. He strolls in the vague direction of the firing range while giving a long yawn, thinking that he probably shouldn't have slept in so long. He could hear gunfire in the distance, so hopefully he'd find something interesting to take his mind off of, the thousands of deaths he'd caused at Camp Forlorn Hope. Fortunately, he was quickly distracted by the sight once he reaches his destination. A familiar face was currently firing a large number of weapons from the wide selection placed before him. Carl seemed to be getting very familiar with his new limbs, and, judging by the accuracy on the targets, he hadn't gotten rusty either. "Yo, Carl, I thought you were going to be taking it easy for a bit longer," he calls out, ignoring all the safety precautions and simply strolling straight into the firing range. Carl unloads the rest of his ammunition from the marksman rifle he was using before setting it down and turning around, grinning slightly as he clasps Afton's arm. "I intended to, but since you want to start blowing shit up, seems like I got to pick up some slack," he drawls. Afton shrugs. "They asked for it, doming Daisy like that. Her funeral should be starting sometime tomorrow, if you're interested. You weren't as close with her as Boone or I were." Carl nods. "Of course I'll go, bring my kid and my kid's kid swell, give him some proper perspective on how bad things can get if we let him," he says with crossed arms. Afton crooks a brow at him. "After all they've been through, you sure they don't already know that?" Carl chuckles, but shakes his head. "I know, but they're getting too comfortable here. Caroline might never forget what happened, but Carlos wasn't even aware of what was going on. Easier to keep him straight than to try and pick up the pieces, if you know what I'm getting at. I suppose. Wonder if this'll be the same if I ever have kids. Honestly, I've faced down death claws, super mutants, zombie plants, nukes, armies, and more, yet fatherhood is what scars me the most. Afton sheepishly admits while scratching the back of his head. Carl just shakes his head and gives Afton a firm, closed fist pat with his cybernetic arm. Right, enough of this boring talk. You want to help me test out this new arm? Personally can't make heads or tails myself. Shouldn't GLaDOS or Dala have explained it to you? Afton asks with exasperation. Carl shrugs. Nah, I just walked out as they were talking. I mean, if they work, they work. Didn't think I'd need a damn instruction manual. Afton palms his face, but turns around regardless, slowly headed toward the lower area of the firing range that held a melee practice area. Carl follows without a word, and the two end up in a large underground octagon with a slightly padded floor. It wouldn't do much to stop anything serious, but it might make slamming your skull against the floor less deadly. All right, let's see about your arm. Afton mutters while looking Carl's left arm over, quickly finding a small hidden button on the inside of the forearm, a hard place to knock or hit the B button accidentally. Chic, asterisk. As soon as the button is pressed, a panel opens up in Carl's arm as his hand and fingers fold back. After that's done, a medium-sized Saturnite blade flicks out and locks in place, ready for combat. Obviously, like most Saturnite blades Afton and his forces have in use, it is as close to monomolecular as you can get. Such a blade was fantastic at cutting, but still wasn't a match for Afton's Ultra Chain Word. His perks just made it too powerful to change up, but for others it was more based on preference. Still, judging by the way Carl was standing, he had no idea on how to actually use that thing, his stance looking something like how you were supposed to hold a knife, as opposed to a sword, which would be a more apt description of the blade. Chapter 583, Spar for the Course. Afton gives Carl a basic overview on how he should be using his new weapon, and after teaching some easy movements, he faces Carl with his Saturnite knife in his hand. All right, old man, come at me whenever you want. You asked for it, he says as he charges, left arm ready to strike while keeping his right close to his chest. He swings the blade straight at Afton's neck, not holding anything back as he knew it had a snowball's chance in hell of hitting. Clank, asterisk. Carl's eyes widen in surprise as the world spins around him. He'd been expecting to get parried, but getting flung into the air? Definitely not. Thud, asterisk. Oof. Carl huffs as he lands on his back, looking up at the ceiling and contemplating his life choices. Afton comes into view and stands over him with a cocky grin. Yo, it's not nap time yet, Carl. We aren't finished yet, he says while holding his hand out. Carl accepts it and slowly gets up, stretching his back out and getting ready for another round. They continue like this for a couple more hours, Afton beating martial discipline into Carl until he is relatively competent with his new weapon. The former ranger was already a trained soldier, so it didn't take long to pick up the basics. Still, he'd need some practical experience to properly master his new weapon. Plus, he'd also need to start his power armor training if he wanted to work on the field anytime soon. Things were heating up, and Afton wasn't willing to risk Carl's life in the increasingly volatile battles they'd most likely find themselves in. All right, I think we're done. If you want to get some more practice another day, just let me know. I'll be happy to kick your ass again. Afton shrugs as he sheathes the knife and tosses it back into storage. You want to ask for that? You got another thing coming, kid. I need a drink. He mutters while wiping his face with a towel. BZZTCH, asterisk. The sound of the intercom system activating draws both of their attention. Afton looks up and spots Tamia, Christine, Veronica, Melissa, and Miles watching from the observation window. Looks like we had an audience. All we need to do now is record it and ship it off to movie theaters. We'll call it Young Handsome Guy Assaults Pensioner, Afton remarks, and has to dodge the lazy backhand Carl sends at him. You can talk to him if you want. I'm headed to the bar, he says before walking off, walking past the group which had just entered the room. Something up with him? Josie asks after not getting a response from Carl. Afton shrugs, probably just tired. I doubt he gets much exercise like this nowadays, especially since he only recently regained his limbs. You guys need something? Josie shakes her head, and Veronica steps forward. You got enough in here for a couple more rounds? He glances at his Pip-Boy and notices that it's only around 5 p.m. Yeah, I guess. The group begins sparring with one another, Miles and Melissa getting some guidance from Christine, as they were nowhere near as proficient as her at melee combat. Josie herself attempted to spar with Tamia, but found herself completely and utterly outmatched. The fight looked more like a young child getting attacked by a bear. That's how far their skill levels and physical abilities were. As for Afton's fight against Veronica, it was even, though this was only the case because Afton went very easy. After all, it wouldn't be fair to use his full strength against her. It wouldn't even be fair if she was wearing power armor, as had been shown when he'd fought against Harden. Regardless, people swapped around partners and continued sparring with one another, eventually pitting Afton against Josie, which, as it turns out, was incredibly awkward. Afton knew something was up the moment Josie asked to practice grappling. Once the match started, she immediately went in for some sort of takedown, which quickly devolved into her smashing her breast against his chest while trying to not be thrown to the floor. Are you not wearing a bra? Afton incredulously asks, wondering what was going on. Josie's breasts weren't small, so it was very obvious to him that she was lacking any sort of bra. Josie blushes slightly, but manages to hide it by keeping her face buried into his chest. It's hot, all right. Now shut up and fight me. Afton shakes his head and decides not to retort, pulling her off balance and quickly drops onto his back, pulling her onto his leg, and he kicks her a good distance away. Josie has no idea what had just happened and gives a squeak as she lands in a heap a couple meters away. If you're not going to take this seriously, then we should swap partners. Afton mutters as he walks up to her prone body. I was trying. Then you just flipped me over like boom. What am I supposed to do against that? She exclaims, obviously unfamiliar with any sort of martial art. He had thought the NCR would have taught her some, but then again, she was literally just an engineer. Maybe you should have mentioned you have no training in grappling beforehand. I expected you to at least know how to keep your balance, yet you flailed around like a newborn calf, he states. Josie purses her lips and clicks her tongue. She was hoping to get a bigger reaction out of him before they started fighting. What man doesn't like boobs? She glances over towards Tamia, who just kicked the air from Miles' lungs. The two women's eyes lock momentarily, and Tamia smirks with a knowing look, only encouraging Josie to try harder. All right, so grappling's a bust. How about some wrestling? I know how to do that at least, she says, lying on her back in a defensive position, but making sure to emphasize her ass and breasts further. Chapter 584, Ground Seduction. You want to wrestle? Afton asks while rubbing his face in exasperation. If he hadn't noticed what was up before, he certainly had now. After all, sticking your assets out as far as could wasn't a wrestling technique he recognized. Yeah, unless you don't think you can beat me, she cockily taunts. Fine, but we're done as soon as you tap out, Afton states as he drops to his knees and readies for combat. The subsequent fight could only be described as erotic, painful, and very humorous. Afton quickly charged Josie like a bull in a china shop, putting every kind of lock, choke, and hold in existence on Josie as she pushed herself not to give in. Afton wasn't willing to actually hurt her, so he just took the opportunity to test every technique that was stored in his memories. His unarmed skill had pumped so many into his mind, yet he'd never actually tried most. While this was all going on, Josie did her best to try to grind into him, yet Afton ignored all her attempts at seduction and just moved on to the next technique. It had gotten so funny to watch that everyone else had stopped their own fights to observe, some of them even beginning to cheer Josie on whenever she managed to push her assets into Afton. Afton had just swapped into a rear naked choke when Josie had finally had enough, forcing his hands down onto her breasts and causing him to stop in place. Look, if you just wanted to have some fun, you didn't need go about it like this, he mutters while giving her a firm squeeze, getting a light moan out of her before she quickly covers her mouth in surprise. He glances around at everyone who was watching and leans in her ear. Besides, if this is what you were after, I could show you A to Z in the Kama Sutra. Josie blushes at their closeness but furrows her brows. Afton was wondering if he'd done something wrong when she finally speaks up. What's the Kama Sutra? Huh, never mind, just forget it, he mutters while standing. All right, unless you guys want to stop, we should probably swap partners. Veronica dramatically covers her breasts. And let you grope us too? I thought you saw me as your sister, Afton. Piss off. Afton simply retorts, getting chuckles from the others. Tamia ends up stepping forwards after a moment of collective indecision. I don't think we've ever fought before now. Maybe I won't beat you, but it'll be harder than whatever you just did with Josie, she shrugs. Afton rolls his shoulder and grins. You're on. The others all back up as the duo size each other up. A put-out-looking Josie blows some stray hair out of her face as she watches with crossed arms. She couldn't be too upset, though. Afton's earlier comment didn't sound too bad if she were honest. Afton cracks his knuckles and steps towards Tamia in a light stance, his opponent doing the same in a boxer stance. Suddenly, they clash, Tamia throwing a jab at Afton's face and following it up after it's blocked with an uppercut to his liver. This is easily avoided, though, Afton stepping to the side while throwing a kick at her right leg. It hits, and Tamia stumbles slightly due to her knee bending at an awkward angle. Afton follows this up with a slow spinning back kick towards her temple, which forces her to back away to avoid it. What's wrong? Not as confident now. I'm a bit disappointed. He taunts, which seems to achieve its purpose as Tamia leaps at him, sending punching from every which way in a flurry of blows. Afton easily defends against them, though, eventually grabbing her wrist and stepping into her guard and try to knock her to the ground. Tamia retaliates with a brutal-looking headbutt, but Afton reciprocates, meeting it with his forehead. He's obviously the winner out of this, and the impact leaves Tamia disorientated, as if she'd just slammed her head into a titanium wall. Afton takes this chance and delivers a couple uppercuts to her stomach, forcing the air from her lungs before throwing her heavily to the ground, only for her to roll backwards and spring up, kicking both feet at his face. It connects, and he steps back, grinning at the surprising improvised attack. Huh, still disappointed? She says as she gets to her feet. He shrugs, we'll see. He retorts before charging at her with his full speed. Her eyes widen momentarily at his sudden increase in speed and is unable to do anything as his fist connects with the side of her head, the force of which throwing her clean off of her feet. She'd have instantly been knocked out if she were anyone else. Even still, she'd been rocked and didn't think she would be able to stand if she managed to get up. Afton flexes the hand that had just hit her. You're pretty tough, but you could be better, he says, not willing to admit she'd probably kick his ass if he didn't have the system. You want to continue? Or have you given up? Yeah, just give me a minute. The group continue to watch the duo spar for a couple more hours, their own training completely forgotten as they watch these two impressive combatants slug it out. Afton would have been worried about giving Tamia permanent brain damage if stim packs weren't able to heal any recent damage done. Still, he was making sure to keep the knocks to her head at a minimum to prevent anything from happening. What he hadn't noticed throughout their fights was the blush on her face as they fought. He'd thought it was just a flush from exertion, so he wasn't aware of Tamia's strange arousal to the rather vicious beatdown she was receiving. Chapter 585, Gearing Up. Soon enough, the group ended their training and headed out to get some food. It was fun and relaxing, but Afton still has work to do, so he ended up leaving earlier than most anyway. He heads to the think tank laboratories and delves underground, only to find Dala floating over Shunny, who was currently lying on an operating table. He takes a quick shower in the provided room and puts on some clean clothes before entering the lab. All right, Dala, remember what I told you. Only biopsies and chipping, otherwise I'll be taking you apart as well, he states. The only real reason he was here, after all, was to make sure Dala doesn't go overboard with her duties. If she wasn't so deranged, he'd have left her alone to do it herself. MMHM. The scientist acknowledges and starts the operation, getting biopsies on every relevant organ that may or may need to be involved in psychophysiology. Of course, this meant doing some of the more dangerous organs such as the brain, the heart, the lungs, etc. Still, it wasn't as dangerous as it would have been as Old World, primarily due to the existence of stim packs and cybernetics. If something ever went serious wrong, he could just replace the organ entirely. Everything was going as planned until halfway through the procedure, Shunny's eyes began to glitter open. She's almost awake, sedate her. Afton calmly states, somehow hiding his worry. He himself would be very distraught at finding himself suddenly being operated on. Shunny hadn't even been informed this was happening to prevent her from trying to escape again. He also wondered why Shunny was even awakening. Had Dalla purposely not given her enough sedatives? Or had her psychobiology made her more resistant to it? Shaking his head, he grabs the chart and quickly finds the problem. Indeed, Dalla had applied minimal sedatives. This was the minimum required for a young female, meaning either she was trying to avoid using too many resources or it was purposeful. He'd have to ask her after this. Shunny was wide awake at this point, rapidly looking around the room while hyperventilating. Her whole body was trembling and a ton of adrenaline was being pumped around her body. She scrambles to try and escape the bed, but Afton jumps into action by locking her in place with his plant arm, trapping her head, body, and limbs with many root-like appendages. Shunny would have screamed had she not been wearing a ventilator. She appears to panic further once she'd been trapped in place. Finally, though, Dalla manages to pump her with enough sedatives that her adrenaline can't keep her awake any longer. Her eyes flutter, and despite all her attempts to resist, she falls unconscious again. Afton retracts his plant arm while sending a glare towards Dalla. "Did you mean for this to happen?" he accuses. "Not at all. Consider this more of a test, to see if these psychers are more resistant to sedatives than regular teddy bears. As you can see, my theory was correct." Sure enough, she had done it on purpose. At least there was a valid reason for it, though. Afton couldn't really argue against her methods, at least not without arguing for Shunny's sake, which, considering she'd been trying to break out since she got here, he wasn't all that inclined to do. "Whatever, let's just get this done so we can send her back," he states, urging her to continue the operation. Half an hour later, everything was done. All the samples had been collected and Shunny had been shipped to make sure she wouldn't try to escape anymore. All that was left was to ship her back to her room and get some sleep to prepare for tomorrow's expedition into tunnel territory. Afton throws off his medical gloves and walks towards the showers. "Dalla, send Shunny back, and no additional experiments," he warns. Dalla watches him leave and then looks down at her manipulators, contemplating whether or not to listen to his last order. Eventually, she just decides to leave it as is. There were always opportunities in future, at least as long as she didn't piss Afton off. Not to mention the fat Glottos was probably watching her right now. The next morning, Afton was already up and standing fully geared outside the railway tunnel. He was backed up by Tamia, Veronica, Christine, and Scorpion Man, the latter of which was the only one not wearing power armor. The only reason Scorpion Man was even here was his psyker status. For anyone else, it would simply be too dangerous. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't outfitted in top-of-the-line armor. He was currently wearing the newly created Bulwark Ranger armor, which sounds exactly as the name implies. They'd used the Ranger armor they'd received from the Van Graffs and created their own variant. This one had light Saturnite plating, Saturnite under armor mesh, Deathclaw leather coat. This one not going past the hip due to Scorpion Man's abilities, and the highly advanced Ranger helmet. Scorpion Man already had fairly good low-light vision, but in the tunnels it'd most likely be pure darkness, so night vision was required, plus infrared vision would help identify the enemy. It also came with communication systems, targeting systems, and many more add-ons they were able to fit. Last, but certainly not least, were the weapons he'd been allowed to start using. An ultra chain word, and a silenced SMG, which would support his style of combat, and aid in infiltration when he is eventually sent out on such missions. The only thing he was missing for the gear he'd officially be using was a stealth boy, which probably wouldn't be all the useful against tunnelers anyway. Behind the group was also a large contingent of robots, cyber dogs, and a couple Deathclaws. The Deathclaws were more of a test than anything else. Using large numbers of them together was a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 586, Tunnel Trouble. The Ultimo bots had all been modified to suit the occasion. Their wheels had been replaced with 4 heavy-duty legs that were able to latch onto things. They were able to create footholds in even the hardest materials like granite. Not only that, but each had been fitted with shoulder-mounted flamethrowers, the fuel tanks of which had been installed on their backs. This would be a potential hazard if they were against humans who use ballistic weapons, but Tumblr's doesn't possess any way of igniting those tanks. At least, to Afton's knowledge. He was pretty thankful that GLaDOS had elected to modify them when he'd forgotten about it. He doubted they'd be all that useful if they were still on wheels. Going up and down steep cave passages would be a one-way trip, especially considering the possibility of the Tumblrs only creating vertical pathways. "You guys ready?" he asked his companions. Tamiya nods and rolls her shoulder, still seeming to be slightly uncomfortable wearing power armor into battle. "Think so. Something does feel familiar about the creatures you mentioned. Maybe you fought them before? You know, before you lost your memories?" Veronica asks. Tamiya shrugs. "Maybe. Didn't you say these things are usually quite hard to spot, though?" Afton nods. "Yeah, but Cass has apparently encountered them before, so it wouldn't be strange considering you were a courier. Are you guys sure I should even be here? I haven't properly trained for something like this yet." Scorpion Man, or Juan, asks, seeming quite anxious at the prospect of his first mission. "You've fought humans, so you're probably good to fight Tumblrs." "Probably. All you make sure to remember your anti-venoms." Boris says that these things are quite poisonous, considering how varied their species is. "I wouldn't be surprised to find a venom-spitting version," he warns. Juan looks pretty uncomfortable at that revelation. Had he not thought the anti-venoms he'd been given were there for a reason? "Relax. Hopefully we won't need to get anywhere near melee range to them. We're only there to make sure things go well and to coordinate the troops. GLaDOS isn't able to properly command them that far underground, so we'll be there as insurance." "Are these things really as big of a threat as you said, Afton?" Christine asks. He gives a grave nod in response. "From the reports Boris has given on our subjects, they're a highly adaptive hive-like species which breed quickly, mutate quickly, and are able to bring down creatures as tough as Deathclaws. If left alone, I wouldn't be surprised if they began devouring entire towns. The only limit to their growth is the amount of food they can obtain, so even some countries may be at risk." He shrugs. "And that's not even considering the possibility that they might mutate into a variant that only needs sunlight or something," he says, explaining why they are such a big threat to the wasteland as a whole. "Great. Hey, don't these things remind you of those spore things you've fought before?" Veronica asks. Afton shakes his head. "Not really. As big a threat as they aren't anywhere near as dangerous to the spores. I mean, imagine if a giant mushroom sprouted on land and started releasing millions of spores across the country. That'd be end-of-the-world shit." He states. "All right, enough talk. Let's go." He decides and activates his night vision before stepping into the tunnels. The others follow as he looks around the dilapidated railway tunnel. Elijah had previously destroyed it when he was escaping, so it obviously had another exit somewhere. Wait, didn't Christine leave the same way when she was chasing him? "Christine? Didn't you follow Elijah through here?" She nods. "I did. What of it?" "Well, where does the tunnel lead? You must remember, right?" Afton inquires, while focusing on the small indentations, obviously made by Tumbler claws. It looked as if they were preparing to dig another tunnel, but were given a shortcut by Shunny. Christine shrugs. "I'm not sure. We ended up near some heavily irradiate military bases, but his tracks headed in the opposite direction after that. I just followed until I was trapped in the Sierra Madre." "Huh. Did the tunnels have tumblers in them beforehand?" he asks. She shakes her head. "No. The other exit had been blocked by a large gate, but Elijah was forced to destroy it to exit. That's probably how they got in." She explains. Afton palms his helmet, so it ends up being Elijah's fault. As always, he mutters, wondering if he should have kept that psycho in a prison cell and tortured all the knowledge out of him. Or, better yet, taken his brain out and interrogated that. "You know, I stubbed my toe yesterday. Should I blame Elijah for that too?" He muses to himself but stops in place as he notices something of interest. "Something wrong?" Tamiya asks at his abrupt stop. Afton nods and points at a small hole on the left side of the tunnel. From it, he could see a small bulbous rock. Well, it looked like a rock at first glance, but upon further inspection, he found that its material more matched scales than anything else. He makes a gesture that all of his companions should understand as he allows the Ultimo bots to march in front of them. Once everyone was in position, he had his shoulder-mounted light flash directly at the hidden tunnler. The creature immediately shrieked as it was blinded by the sudden light. Once its position was revealed, all the Ultimo bots fired their flamethrowers, engulfing the creature in fire as it ran out and started flailing. Surprisingly, there were far more tunnelers hiding in that spot than Afton had initially thought, for more run out from it, in a similar manner as the first. It was only then that the ground around the Ultimo bots began churning, and after a couple moments claws erupted from them as tunnelers began pulling themselves out of the ground. "It's an ambush!" Afton shouts, disregarding his earlier words and immediately skewering the closest tunneler. Chapter 587, Tunnel Fumble. After Afton's rather unneeded announcement, everyone jumped into action. The first to act was obviously Afton and his companions, who made quick work of the faster tunnelers who charged ahead of the others. Christine and Juan stayed back and take potshots at a few of them, though both did so for different reasons. Christine was wary of hitting her allies, companions, and robots included, so she took up position on the side and shot at the ones on the roof and walls. Juan, however, was too shocked and afraid of directly fighting against them as he would usually attempt against humans. So he stuck by Christine and followed her example, hoping to be useful in some way. Afton, Tamia, and Veronica were up close and personal, though, slicing, dicing, and punching any who dared get close enough. They stayed in between the Ultimo bots in order to avoid getting hit by their flamethrowers that were forcing most of the horde back. Plus, they needed assistance dealing with tunnelers who would grab a hold of them. The Ultimo bots were incredible at range combat, but their limited mobility and large bulk made them easy targets for creatures like tunnelers, who had brutally sharp claws and good enough strength to pry their Saturnite plating from them. Of course, the tunnelers weren't stupid enough to all charge towards the sea of flames, and continued to climb across the ceiling and walls, afterwards leaping off and attacking some of the rear units. Fortunately, Afton and GLaDOS had been aware of this possibility, which is why they stationed cyberdogs and deathclaws there. Ruhur, asterisk. One of the deathclaws announces as its jaws clamp around the head of the first tunnelers that leaps down from the ceiling, its claws already moving to swipe a couple more out of the air. Their scales provide some resistance, but the deathclaw wasn't named so for nothing. The force behind each of its claw swipes was enough to cut most tunnelers completely in half, though this could only be said for the faster ones that'd lead the group. Soon enough, the larger and bulkier tunnelers made their way into battle. They were larger than the leading ones by at least half, and their scales were noticeably thicker. The sheer strength of their scales was displayed when the deathclaw's claws only managed to cut halfway through its abdomen. This, while a fatal injury, still left the creature enough strength to fight on, forcing the deathclaw to bite or strike it again. The cyberdogs were also having trouble with their scales. Their teeth weren't enough to pierce them, which forced the large group to slowly tear the creatures apart. 5 or 6 dogs on each armored tunneler to finally kill them. Even with their large numbers, it took a while. Even Christine and Juan were unable to easily kill them. Their bullets deflected off of the scales and rendered useless. Christine was forced to swap to her anti-material sniper to finally resolve this, but one was left in the awkward position of having to aim for their eyes and throats to deal damage. One suddenly calls out as he's forced backwards. He ends up performing a flip to get some distance from the tunneler that had just leapt at him. He fires again with his submachine gun, but the bullets slide off of the creature's scales as if they were only 0.22 caliber. He'd almost forced to draw his ultra-chained word when Christine finally steps in, blindsiding the tunneler with a kick to its face before pointing her sniper's barrel at it as it reels back. Bomb! Asterisk. She fires, rendering the creature's head a bloody mist. Bits of skull fragments and flesh rain down for a moment as Juan feels his jaw moving but nothing coming out. Scorpion guy, get your shit together and move, she commands, ignoring shocked look and concentrating on the enemies still charging the group. "Why, yes," he squeaks, mustering up his courage and drawing his ultra chain word. He begins using his psyker abilities and climbing up the wall, slashing at the tumblers as they try to attack him. His confidence quickly rises as he notices that they aren't familiar with fighting in such a way, allowing him to easily cut them down. The only thing he had to do now was making sure the robots below him didn't mark him as a threat on accident. It was around about this time that the horde started thinning out. Once the ground group of tumblers was almost completely destroyed, the Ultimo bots began walking up the walls and spitting fire towards the ceiling and wall entrances that the tumblers had made. Eventually, the final burnt corpse dropped to the floor, only to be split in two by an awaiting Afton. He glances around and notes their casualties, spotting a single thoroughly gnawed and clawed Ultimo bot that had its processing core torn out through a hole under its arm. The robots had the least losses, though, as the cyberdogs had numerous injuries and casualties. Around 8 dogs have been killed, some with their necks fatally bitten or clawed, some with their cybernetics components literally ripped out, and some that had their brain containers breached. He gives a tumbler corpse a probing kick before nodding to himself. "All right, attend to the injured. We move in half an hour," he commands while sheathing his weapon and walking towards his companions. Tamia, Veronica, and Christine weren't anywhere near getting tired yet, their power armor and physical abilities allowing them to fight like this for potentially hours more. One, however, who just jumped from the wall takes off his helmet and wipes sweat from his face with his forearm. Huh, that was tough, huh? "So, do we go back now?" he asks, having somehow missed Afton's earlier words. Afton crooks a brow at him and shakes his head. "No, as I said, we're continuing in half an hour, so take the breather and be ready when we start." What? We just fought an army of those things. Surely there isn't any more?" he asks, dumbfounded. Chapter 588, The Pit. What? We just fought an army of those things. Surely there isn't any more? He asks, dumbfounded. Veronica scoffs. You think this is bad? You should have seen the Sierra Madre. Now, that was an army, she chuckles. Yeah, super zombies tend to be like that. Afton shrugs and focuses back on Juan. Look, if you're going to work under Bulwark, you're going to have to expect this kind of thing. We don't train you and provide the best gear ever produced just so you can shoot a couple people and say job done. If this is too much for you, then maybe you should work as a barman and forget being a hero. Afton states, causing Juan to go silent. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Tamia asks. He's just started. You can't expect him to easily do stuff like this already. I guess you're right. Afton admits. I think I just expected a bit more considering his abilities. Whatever, get rested up and we'll start moving again. I suspect we'll run into more tumblers soon enough. Half an hour quickly passes and the group are on the move again. As it turns out, the railway tunnel was absolutely massive. They'd walked for another hour, and yet Afton felt like they were nowhere near close to the end. There were a few doors on the side that had a few service rooms that were presumably to help with repairs or something. Luckily or not, they didn't lead anywhere, instead only being stuffed with tools and other machinery. This was probably because this wasn't a public railway and more military style, due to its destination leading to Big MT. It was helpful, though, since they wouldn't be forced to look elsewhere for any tunnelers' entrances. Finally, though, Afton spotted something that Christine obviously hadn't seen last time she was here. The tunnel just drops. The railway track cuts off and bends downwards as a massive hole opens up and cuts off the path. Afton walks up to it and takes a look, which he instantly regrets due to the thousands of beady little eyes looking back at him. The hole is incredibly deep, yet he could easily identify the bulbous tunnler eyes glaring back at him. Enemies! Ultimo bots! Fire missiles down there, he commands, quickly backing up and allowing his robots to surround the hole. The first line climbs down the rim of the hole, so they can easily target the enemy, while others climb on the walls and ceiling so they could assist with their own weapons. They had already started firing before the Ultimo bots could position themselves on the other side of the hole, and the screeching coming from the pit had everyone on edge. Afton looks past the robots and can see the tumblers trying to climb up to get to them, but the Ultimo bots just continue firing missiles. Each one obliterates a small group of them, sending limbs and other organs flying. Once the first line runs out of ammunition, the next replaces them. This continues for a minute or so until no more tumblers could be seen in the pit. All that was left was just a pile of bloody, scorched flesh and a few other tunnels which most likely led into a sprawling hive system. Afton wasn't sure how tumbler hives really operated, but he was sure there'd be many more of them the deeper they went. Their numbers weren't what worried him, though. It was the threat of their more combat-oriented variants. For what he could tell, they'd fought workers, scouts, and some sort of warrior or fighter variant. But how tough would the elite ones be? He shakes his head and decides that they'd deal with it once it happened. "Everyone gather up and prepare to descend," he shouts. They'd have to leave the Deathclaws up here, but the cyber dogs could be lowered down quite easily. Not to mention the fact the Ultimo bots could simply walk down there via the walls. As for him and his companions, Afton could jump down there fine because he was immune to fall damage, but aside from one, they'd need to abseil down there. "I'll go first to make sure the area is clear. You guys make sure the cyber dogs get down fine," Afton states and walks towards the pit. Do you need one of us to help?" Tamiya asks, wondering if he wanted them to assist. Afton just shakes his head. "Nah, I'll be fine," he says before igniting his Ultra Chains word and jumping. "Vite! What the fuck, he just jumped? Is he crazy?" They all exclaimed, rushing to the side of the hole and watching as Afton plummets to the ground below. It takes a couple of seconds, but once he hits the bottom, they feel the ground literally shudder as the stone below him explodes from the impact. Once the dust clears, they see Afton cautiously walking around and acting as if he'd jumped off of the last steps of a stairway. "Did that just happen?" Tamiya mutters, unsure of how to process this. "So, let's get started on lowering the dogs. Let's get a robot to help lower them. It'll make it faster," Veronica states, completely ignoring Afton's actions. All the while, Juan just watches all of this happen with a conflicted expression. He hadn't really thought about it until now, but is After like him? A psyker with superpowers? It's a certainty, right? If he can survive a drop like that and looks completely fine? Back in the pit, Afton was scanning the place and checking for enemies. There were around 3 separate tunnel entrances from what he could see, and each of them could potentially lead to the rest of the hive. It'd need to be eliminated to prevent Big MT from getting swarmed and constantly harassed. After that, they need to create some tech to check for tumblers. Perhaps some tremor sensors or something. Stuff that detects earthquakes, but way more sensitive. Chapter 589, Spelunking. It doesn't take long to transport all of their troops down to the bottom of the pit, with the exception of the Deathclaws, of course, which were left at the top with a couple cyber dogs to prevent any more tumblers attacking their backs with an ambush. The air at the bottom of the pit felt stale, and there was a prominent smell of decay. This didn't come from the numerous tumbler corpses strewn around the place, though. It smelt more akin to something rotting instead. Clearly, the cyberdogs had noticed it, and Afton also found himself sniffing towards one direction. One of the 3 entrances seemed to be producing it, though Afton wasn't sure what would be at the end of it. Regardless, they'd check this one first just to see what was up. The Ultimo bots led the group with flame throwers at the ready, Afton and his companions walking slightly behind them with the cyberdogs trailing behind afterwards. It doesn't take long before they start encountering small groups of worker tumblers in the tunnel. Yet, they hadn't yet found anything of interest. That is, until they stumbled across yet another pit. This one was absolutely huge, maybe 4 or 5 times larger than the pit they'd originally entered through. This clearly wasn't just for transport, though. Afton was fortunate his helmet provided ventilation when he wished, as at the bottom of the pit were huge piles of flesh, which were almost fully submerged in either blood or bloody water. Bones and flesh of a litany of creatures floated atop it. Afton didn't even recognize some of them, which was far-fetched considering his maxed-out survival skill. Mole rats, humans, dogs, snakes, lake lurks, super mutants, deathclaws, ghouls. There were bits and pieces of them everywhere. Afton could even spot some mechanical components as well, the tumblers having brought them here accidentally or for some purpose other than eating. To be honest, this all looked like a super mutant flesh pit, a place where they'd collect all their victims and let them stew in lukewarm water. The subsequent soup was apparently a delicacy to them, for some reason. Were the tunnelers perhaps trying to concentrate as many nutrients and calories from their victims as possible? If so, why? Is simply hunting and devouring their prey not enough for their needs? Sir, temperature readings from the liquid below seem to be around 50 degrees Celsius, she states, and Afton idly nods his head in thought. Is it the decomposing biomass that's causing it, or some geothermic activity? He quietly inquires. The latter. This appears to be a sort of naturally occurring hot springs, sir. Afton grimaces at the thought that the pile of flesh at the bottom of the flesh could be considered a sort of casserole or stew. He didn't know what was potentially scarier, the fact that the tunnelers were smart enough to cook food, or that they'd been down here long enough to accidentally stumble across it. We're not going down there, are we? Veronica's incredulous voice forces him from his thoughts. Juan nods in agreement, but Christine and Tamia seem to disagree completely. If we don't kill all of these things, they'll just keep coming. What's getting your legs a bit wet with completing the mission? Tamia grouses. While she didn't want to go in, she knew it was vital for them to destroy all of the tunnelers. Afton shakes his head. I don't know what you're anxious about either, Juan. Can't you just climb on the walls and ignore the soup at the bottom? He asks. Why, yeah, but what if I fall? I'm not in an airtight suit like the rest of you. That stuff will get in my hair, mouth, ears. He shivers. Look, we're going in whether you guys like it or not. He points at the other entrances on the walls of the pit. We need to find where they go and afterwards destroy them. We'll need to get some C4 delivered to bring this entire place down. Afton states, and with that, the group begins moving again, lowering the cyber dogs into the pit as the Ultimo bots navigate around the walls. It wouldn't be good if the soup start clogging up their joints, so they'd not enter it unless forced to. The same couldn't be said for Afton, his companions, or the cyber dogs, though the latter of which seemed very excited to get down there. The pit of flesh probably smelt pretty appetizing to the dogs. It was literally just a pile of cooked, soupy flesh after all. Splash! Asterisk. Afton drops into the pit and finds himself knee-deep in the soup. Fortunately, he didn't have to experience feeling it, as his armor was, as stated earlier, airtight. The others follow him as he slogs through the slop. Strangely enough, the group didn't encounter any tunnelers as they made their way to the other side. Afton just gives a mental shrug and uses an Ultimo bot to climb up to the other entrance. This tunnel, however, just seems to go on for miles and miles and miles. The group had walked for around 1.5 hours before they finally decide to just turn around and head back. No one had any idea where this led, but if Afton had to make a guess, it probably linked up with other tunnler nests or perhaps hunting grounds. This would explain how tunnelers were so widespread, yet unseen by the common populace. The group backtracked all the way back to the original pit that was below the railway, afterwards entering another of the 3 entrances. Truth be told, everyone was getting fairly tired by now. The amount of walking they were forced to do, add the fact they were almost constantly aware that another ambush could be coming had them not only physically strained, but mentally as well. Chapter 590, Egging Them On. After many hours of underground exploration, the group finally seems to make progress. The numbers of tunnelers they encounter had started to increase, as well as the variety of them. They'd already encountered the scout and warrior types, but they'd also fought against other, more specialized mutations. The first one had been a smaller, more agile and sneakier variant, which had a limited ability to camouflage itself in a similar manner to a chameleon. Its scales were able to change color at a slow rate to match the environment around it, allowing it to ambush from any longer it wished. At least, that's what would have happened had Bulwark's advanced targeting software not easily spotted them. Despite their stealth capabilities, the chameleon variants were far more fragile than even the scouts, which made them easy picking for the Ultimo bot's flamethrowers. The next variant was one of the more dangerous ones. It had the ability to emit a poisonous gas from its skin. This wouldn't be too difficult to deal with outside, but in the underground tunnels, it was far more dangerous. One wasn't a problem to deal with, as the gas it produced wasn't enough to threaten anything, but a group of them, if not dealt with swiftly, they could make an entire tunnel uninhabitable. Fortunately or not, the only ones who were at risk of this were the cyberdogs, as Afton, his companions, and the Ultimobots were almost completely immune to it. Afton was resistant to all poisons even without his air filtration systems, and his companions had a big enough air supply to last for a day or so, not to mention the Ultimobot status as robots. These creatures had toxic green scales and looked moist to most eyes. Their mouths dripped with venom, and their claws looked more like needles than anything you'd see on a predator. Last but not least of the mutations they encountered were the gargoyles, as Afton had not so warmly named them. They were slightly bigger than the warrior variant tunnelers, but had much tougher scales that almost resembled rock in their appearance. Grainy and gray, Afton thought they wouldn't be out of place in a Dracula movie. They had vestigial-looking wings on their back, as if they hadn't had enough time to make them functional, larger than average hands with matching claws, and a neck that matched the width of their heads. They also seemed far stronger than the other variants, judging by their ability to easily tear apart any Ultimobots they managed to reach. The only positive was their lack of numbers, maybe having only one for every 100 warrior variant, which, considering that scouts outnumbered warriors by the thousands, was very lucky. By the time Afton's group reached a large cavern that seems to be some sort of nesting ground, they'd lost 20% of the Ultimobots and 35% of the cyberdogs. None of his companions had been injured yet, but their armor had been nicked, scratched, and scorched slightly due to some unfortunate friendly fire caused by an Ultimobot malfunctioning as it was torn apart. Still, they had a large arsenal of missiles that could be used, and Afton wasn't above tearing the robot's flame-thrower fuel tanks off to use as improvised explosives. If used in such a manner, they'd be akin to napalm bombs, coating the surroundings in sticky, flaming liquid. The fight just to get into the cavern was hard enough, with around 2,000 scouts attempting to block their passage. After that was thousands of workers who seemed to be part of their last-ditch attempt to halt them. The reason for this was clear, was Afton got a good look at the place. Large mounds of egg sacs were stuck everywhere, from the floor to the walls to the ceiling. Some looked to be fresh, not being bigger than an average person's head, but others looked almost ready to hatch at the size of an exercise ball. At the far end of the cavern, he could already see the gathering tunnelers attempting to try one last stand, presumably to protect their queen. There were no scouts or workers left, only warriors and gargoyles. That, and a couple hulking tunnelers thrice the size of even the gargoyle variants. They were half the height of an adult death call, went on all fours, had incredibly tough-looking scales, and seemed ready to tear them apart. Well, this is it. Fire your missiles, Afton shouts, gesturing at the group of tunnelers. The Ultimobots do as they're told, streaming forwards and firing their weapons once in position. Smoke immediately fills up the cavern as the missiles fill the air, the cavern shaking once they impact the group. Boom, 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 asterisk. After a couple seconds of firing, they stop, waiting for any indication that their enemy had survived. Afton feared that sustained missile fire may bring down the cavern on their heads, which, while it would kill the tunnelers, would also spell their doom. Flamethrowers, fire, he shouts, wanting to see if fire would reveal anything. Long jets of fire are released down the cavern, and judging by the screeching that occurs immediately afterwards, the tunnelers weren't all dead. He activates his infrared vision to see if he could see anything. He'd always thought that tunnelers would be cold-blooded due to their reptilian appearance, but through their exploration, he found that the species could be both. Some tunnelers were cold-blooded, and others were warm-blooded. He had no idea how this was possible, but regardless, he'd try use it to his advantage. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated their intelligence. Above the entrance of the cavern that they'd entered from, tunnelers were starting energy from the stone, with the smoke obscuring almost everything. This caught the cyberdogs by surprise as they were suddenly assaulted. Guys, assist the cyberdogs with the backline. I'll keep the side of things stable. Afton commands, having his companions go deal with the enemies emerging behind them. Chapter 591, Cleanup. Tamia, Veronica, Christine, and one all quickly move to reinforce the backlands just as the Ultimo bots are charged by another group of tumblers. A good portion of them are incinerated when they dive into the flames, but the heavier variants manage to break through, jumping onto of a couple robots and beginning to tear them apart. Suchi, asterisk. Afton's Ultra chains word bisects a gargoyle as it tries to slam its claws down onto a downed Ultimo bot. He then dodges claws from two other tumblers while literally disarming them in the process. He's forced to duck under a destroyed Ultimo bot that had been thrown by a gargoyle, but retaliates by thrusting his plant arm towards it and extending his limb like a spear. It turns as hard as steel as it punches through the creature's chest. This doesn't instantly kill the creature, though, so Afton had roots spring out of the spear and into the gargoyle's wound, infesting its body and tearing its organs apart. Once it was dead, he lifts his arm up and throws the beast at one of the charging brute tumblers headed right for him. "Fuck!" he exclaims as it tears its ally's corpse apart and continues running, though, bringing down a heavy hand towards him. He twists away and easily avoids it, but the stone beneath cracks from the sheer impact. SHHO, asterisk. ROAR, asterisk. A couple of Ultimo bots that weren't locked in battle turn their flame throwers towards the brute, peppering it with bullets while the flame throwers went to work. Unfortunately, the tumbler brute's scales were simply too thick to harm this way. It turns its attention towards the robots, thus giving Afton an easy path to its back. He leaps towards it, his Ultra chains word swimming through the air as it carves into its back, cutting upwards until it passes through the brute's neck and skull. GUHK? Asterisk. The creature gives a confused grunt as its brain is pierced, its body quickly slumping to the floor dead. Afton turns his attention to the other brute currently decimating his Ultimo bots and scowls. He shoots a root to the roof and uses it to swing across the cavern, allowing him to drop towards the brute. Slash, asterisk. Thud, asterisk. Its head falls to the floor not long after, the creature not having noticed Afton's presence before it was too late. With the threat of the brutes finished, he takes a moment to survey the battlefield, silently nodding at how dominant his troops were compared to the frankly desperate-looking tumblers. The cyberdogs were keeping their distance and firing sonic barks to deal with tumblers with too much armor, and his companions were dealing with the more resilient variants on the backline. The front line was basically almost won, as without the brutes to cause trample the Ultimo bots, the other tumblers stood no chance. He turns his focus towards the end of the cavern as the smoke begins clearing up, quickly spotting a strange-looking tumbler that was drastically different from the rest. It was as big as the gargoyles but clambered around as if drunk. Its abdomen was disproportionately bigger than the rest of its body, and its scales were very colorful. It gives a weak screech as Afton starts running towards it. It tries to escape by burrowing into the stone below, but he just plunges his plant arm into the ground, spreading roots that quickly catch his prey. He pulls it out of the ground, kicking and screaming, retraining it as he takes a better look. HM, so you're the queen then? You don't look all that royal, he smugly remarks as the creature continues to try and escape capture. Whatever, mutters non-committally before locking all of its limbs in place with a harness made from his arm, afterwards snapping off the connection so it stays in place. He'd bring this creature back to Boris to see what he could make of it. Perhaps the queen held secrets to how they could easily deal with these things. At least, that's what he hoped. The battle continues for a couple more minutes, the cyberdogs, Ultimo bots, and his companions exterminating any remaining tumblers. After they're all eliminated, he takes samples from each variant, as well as the egg sac stuck around the room before ordering the robots to incinerate the rest. Once the room is completely cleansed, Afton leads everyone out of the cavern and back up towards the railway. Once they got back up at the surface, they spotted the death claws they'd left behind surrounded by tumbler corpses. Seems like they're still coming from somewhere. Or maybe these were just out hunting. Afton questions. Veronica shrugs. Who knows? Let's just get back and wash this stuff off. We can always come back later. Screech, asterisk. The group turn around and send dull looks at the still restricted and squirming Tumbler Queen. Afton just gestures at his companions. You guys are free to do what you want. I need to get that thing back to Boris, organize more raids, and collect the destroyed robots and cyberdogs. That Ree's still down there. You sure? There isn't something we can do to help? Juan asks, looking tired despite his sudden eagerness to help out. Afton shakes his head. Nah, I got this. Go take a shower, have a drink, the good shit, he states while looking down at the Ultimo bots that were still climbing out of the hole. Don't mind if I do, Veronica announces as she marches towards the exit while pulling Christine along. Juan still looks a bit unsure, but follows them anyway. The only person left was actually Tamia, who was looking past Afton towards the direction directly opposite where Big MT was. Afton notices this a minute later and crooks a brow at her. Something wrong? Her body jolts slightly as she hears him, having apparently been deep in thought. What? Oh no, she shakes her head. I was just thinking while not thinking, Purse. Remembering maybe? She shakes her head again. Something about this all feels familiar for some reason. The tunnelers, cave crawling, even what Christine said about that irradiated military base. Chapter 592, Moods Barred. Well, do you remember anything? Or is it just déjà vu? Afton asks. Tamia shakes her head. Déjà vu would be the word for it, I think. Vague feelings of familiarity, somehow knowing how to deal with tunnelers. She rubs the spot on her helmet where she'd been shot by Benny. Feels like I've been here and done this all before. Yet, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. She admits while sounding somewhat vulnerable. Afton gives a shrug and looks her up and down. Maybe you're just going crazy? That knock to the head finally catching up with you. He says semi-sarcastically. I'm being serious. Tamia instantly retorts with crossed arms. Something's wrong, but I just can't place my finger on it, she states. Afton chews his lip and decides to just throw an idea out there. Even if it were instantly rejected and labeled idiotic and ridiculous, it'd at least be less awkward than whatever this silence is called. This tunnel supposedly leads to that irradiated military base Christine spoke about. Maybe you'll find her answers there? If anything else, you could scavenge it for me, clear it, and make it easy for my robots to take all the valuables. Tamia taps her foot. I'll think about it, but I need to see if House needs me for anything. And I'd have to take some of those robots with me, too. I can't imagine a military base will be all that friendly. Plus the radiation. She trails off, as if trying to persuade herself. Afton nods. Right, well, you get on that. I'll be with Boris, attending to our queen, he says, gesturing for the Ultimo bots, cyberdogs, and deathclaws to follow him as he begins walking towards Big MT. Tamia just watches as he walks back, eyes glazed over as she deep in thought, wringing her mind for any information it was willing or able to grant. Ugh, why can't I just remember? She mutters to herself, frustrated with Benny, Bullet's brains, and anything else started with the letter B. Elsewhere, Boss really has his stuff together, don't he? Raul says as he watches the vending machine materialize a cold bottle of Mexican beer. The humming of the machine stops, and he opens the door, taking it out and marveling at the condensation forming on its surface. I mean, really, how does this thing even work? It's giving me a headache just trying to wrap my head around it, he mutters. Well, you can't hold those things solely under him. He only scavenged and recreated them from a strange and dangerous place. Still, he did save my behind when it came down to it, even when it put himself at risk. Dean says, and raising his beer, cheers my fellow outcast. He chuckles as they clink their drinks together. Raul laughs along with him. Sounds similar to how I first met him. Was imprisoned by some crazy nightkin and forced to operate the Black Mountain radio. Boss stormed the place alone and found me sitting there as if I were a teen masturbating. That must have been a strange sight to behold. Mind you, I haven't masturbated since I turned into a ghoul. Afraid the thing might just drop off, Dean proclaims before bursting into laughter. He and Raul have been drinking for a couple hours now, and were both thoroughly drunk. While their status as ghouls might have made it more difficult, the amount of beer they'd ingested would knock out a few human men. Yet they were still drinking. Once they quieted down, Raul looks around the bar they were sitting in. It was dim with dark walls, yet nicely constructed, unlike most bars the duo had previously been to. The staff serving people were all nice-looking women wearing maid uniforms, and most of the patrons seemed to be of the military sort. Indeed, both ghouls could see a couple people sending sideways glances their way. Seems like wherever they came from weren't all that friendly towards ghouls. It was good enough as long as they didn't bother them, though. Still, Dean had spent hundreds of years on his own, with minimal company, if any. And now that alcohol was loosening his lips, he couldn't help himself. He abruptly gets up out of his seat and walks towards them, while Raoul watches with morbid curiosity, wondering what kind of reaction his fellow ghoul would get. "Hello, amigas and amigos. I was just wondering, do any of you have some matches I could borrow?" he asks while presenting an unlit cigarette. Of course, he had a lighter in his pocket, but he was interested in conversing with them than anything else. The group of former Brotherhood soldiers shuffle uncomfortably. Each had been given long lectures by Veronica, Christine, Afton, and even GLaDOS when things started getting really bad. It was difficult for them to acclimate from their previous isolationist lifestyle to this one. Life in Big MT was strange. There were people from all walks of life here, former Legion slaves, NCR citizens, ghouls, robots, those creepy scientist things. That overbearing creature called GLaDOS. It wasn't uncommon for former Brotherhood soldiers who were tired from training to react badly to things, especially since they'd been brought up from birth to be like that. Miles glances around the table, but finds that no one was willing to help the ghoul out. He releases a sigh and lights Dean's cigarette with his lighter here. Dean takes a couple puffs and blows the smoke in the air, not caring that the smoke catches a few of the soldiers. Fortunately, they managed to restrain themselves from reacting, though, the lectures they received still fresh in their minds. "Thanks for that. I don't think I remember seeing you a lot around here when I first arrived. Where are you from?" Dean drawls conversationally. Miles notices his friends tense up at the ghoul's continued presence and decides to try and resolve this before they do anything they'll regret. "Look, I'd love to talk with you, but we've just finished training and just want to relax. Maybe we can chat some other time," he says, hoping the ghoul would catch the message. Dean shrugs and slowly examines the group before nodding. "All right, fine. I'll leave you to it. But know you can only glare and avoid us for so long. Eventually, there'll be more of us around. I wonder what you'll do then," he states, stabbing his cigarette into the ashtray and returning to his own table. Raoul across the table at Dean with a frown. "You trying to start a fight or something? Boss will know who's right and wrong. His lady's always watching," he warns. Dean chuckles. "Tell me about it," he says while glancing up into the corner of the room where a camera with an orange light is observing everything. Chapter 593, Scientific Specifics. A couple days pass since the Tumbler extermination expedition had happened. As planned, Afton and GLaDOS continued to send small patrols of Ultimo bots to purge any more tumblers who find their way into the cave system. There were still plans to collapse it, but they were being especially cautious as they didn't know how far the tunnels actually went. A sudden, ill-prepared collapse could weaken the foundations of the railway tunnels and potentially even parts of Big MT, not to mention wherever the other tunnels snaked off to. The group of cyberdogs and Ultimo bots that Afton had sent off to explore them had only recently come back. It had taken them 2 days to reach the end of a single tunnel, and strangely enough, the exit was only a couple miles away from a couple villages. Afton was still contemplating whether or not he wanted to contact them and ask if they'd encountered any tumblers. But he suspected the tumblers didn't hunt the humans there, only the livestock they kept. There were also plans in the works to modify the cloud to be the bane of tumblers. Pumping that corrosive mist into the cave system would no doubt annihilate anything it came across, though there was a couple of problems with actually integrating it. The first being the fact that anywhere the tunnels led to would be put in significant danger. It wasn't possible to judge how long they were where they led in good time. And even if the cloud would start weakening the foundations of everything above it, it was corrosive for a reason. If left long enough, it might even eat through stone, soil, and breach the surface, obviously killing everything that had been there. The second problem was the fact tumblers were extremely adaptable. The reason ghost people formed was because air filtration lowered corrosive properties of the cloud, This allowed it to slowly infest the body and alter it. This made them immune to the cloud, while also increasing strength, agility, and unfortunately rendering the victim insane and in a constant state of rage. No one could predict how tumblers would react when presented with the cloud. Some might just dissolve into fleshy goo, while others might adapt to it and begin utilizing it to strengthen themselves, becoming pseudo-ghost people in the process. Hell, the possibility of them acquiring a limited form of air filtration just to become ghost people was not zero. Of course, tumblers adapted to the cloud. It wouldn't be that difficult to kill them. After such a mutation, they'd need occasional upkeep of the cloud to keep their bodies functioning. This is one of the reasons ghost people didn't stray too far from the Sierra Madre. Without the cloud, their bodies would slowly degrade and fall apart. Regardless, Afton would allow Boris to experiment with using the cloud on tumblers in secure locations. Even if it didn't help solve their tumbler problem, it had at least helped them understand exactly how the cloud functioned. Clunk, asterisk. Afton steps through the lab door and looks over at Boris, who is observing the tumbler queen through an observation window. He walks over and looks through, spotting the queen laying eggs in the corner of the room. He's quickly surprised, however, as the queen picks one of her eggs up and devours it. He turns towards Boris, whose monitors weren't moving, as if he'd already observed such a behavior. Why did it do that? One of Boris' monitors turns towards him as the scientist begins to speak. As far as I can tell, it only eats its young when stressed. The scientist turns to look fully at Afton. I've conducted a number of tests on it already. As you can see, when not in complete darkness, these creatures become incredibly stressed. Why would that be? Cass said she'd seen plenty on the surface. Afton asks. No idea. Boris states, I suspect there are some variants more suited to going above ground. Their cave systems receive little to no light, so their eyes have been adapted to be incredibly sensitive. Being in a brightly lit room would be like having high-powered lasers shined in your eyes constantly. The only reason this creature's eyes haven't been destroyed yet is due to the multiple eyelids it possesses. Afton crooks a brow. And is any of this actually useful information, or just merely interesting to you? Boris snorts. Can it not be both? But yes, as you most likely already know, sudden flashes of light that occur before they can shield their eyes can disorient them and perhaps permanently blind some. Perhaps some targeted high-powered light systems would be effective. Isn't that just lasers? Afton asks with a dull look. Yes, Boris sheepishly admits. And you just recommended shooting them in the eyes, as if that wasn't already effective with weapons other than lasers. Well, anything would sound stupid if you put it like that. Boris retorts. Afton shakes his head. No, only your idea sounds stupid in that scenario. Plus, once combat started, wouldn't the tumblers protect their eyes with those films anyway? Thus rendering a laser shot not any more effective than what a bullet would be. Boris' floating height lowers slightly, as if put out at being remonstrated. You asked, I replied. Anyway, the tests you asked to be conducted on the various tumbler samples you brought have been completed, and I am sad to say no, their scales, hides, organs, or claws would not be more effective than what we already have. Saturnite, Deathclaw hide, and cybernetics can easily achieve anything these samples might do. Okay, so tumblers bad. How is the Deathclaw project going? The 2 Deathclaws I took on the expedition were very effective. So how long until we can have an army of them? Chapter 594, Pissing Contest. My pride and joys. As for creating an army, it takes 2 to 3 months for an egg to hatch. After that, it would naturally take around 1 to 2 years for a Deathclaw to fully grow. Of course, we utilize various chemical agents, food, and genetic splicing to speed up that time, but it would take at least 2 years to have a fully army at your disposal, he explains. Afton slowly nods. Mitchum, that's too bad. I was hoping to lead an army of Deathclaws when conflict at Hoover Dam finally breaks out. He chuckles at the thought. Could you imagine their faces? Afton shakes his head and eventually stops laughing. Right, you guys' sense of humor matches Gabe. So, who did you bring with you on the expedition anyway? I looked at the logs, but didn't see any of my tame death claws having gone out. Boris suddenly asks. Afton scratches his head. Air? What do you mean? I mean, the only death claws you could have taken out without my knowing was the group that had controlled chips planted in their skulls. Unfortunately, the procedure had also rendered them infertile. You do know their names, right? Afton shakes his head. Of course not. The only way I would remember them is if you tattooed a number to their chests. I did do that, Boris states, causing Afton's brow to raise. But neither of the death claws I brought were tattooed. Afton slowly says, wondering if there had been some sort of mistake. Did you see the surgical scars around their heads from where the chips had been installed? I put them inside their skulls, so you must have seen those marks. Afton again shakes his head. No, they didn't have any marks on them whatsoever. Boris quickly floats towards the lab door. Then we have a problem. A massive problem. A death claw-size problem, the scientist exclaims. Afton follows the scientist as they fly as fast as they can towards the Deathclaw enclosure. Those Deathclaws were fine, though, well-behaved and followed orders. He asks as they travel. I would hope so. That's what they're currently bred for. But that doesn't mean there aren't risks. That's why I said to use the chipped ones. The duo continue moving until they reach the enclosure, both getting to the observation window, where they examine each creature there. And sure enough, they both spot 2 scarred and numbered Deathclaws. The chipped Deathclaws shouldn't be here. They were infertile and served no purpose other than for combat. So Afton must have accidentally swapped them with 2 unchipped ones somehow. Boris, Afton asks as the scientist just stares dumbly into the enclosure, his voice breaking the brain bowl out of their thoughts. Where are the chipped Deathclaws located? If what you said before is true, then perhaps those 2 you used are the bulls I need to be using for the next generation. But first I need to see them. Afton nods in agreement. He'd seen what some of the Deathclaw variants Boris had created do. Some were mentally unstable and needed to immediately be put down. Some were sluggish and lazy, while others were simply far weaker than their brethren. Soon enough, the frantic scientist and more or less interested protagonist reaches the kennels where the chipped Deathclaws were held. Once there, they quickly spot the 2 unchipped creatures growling, grunting, and making other peculiar sounds towards the chipped ones. It was as if they were trying to communicate with their mentally deficient brethren, but becoming frustrated after not getting the replies they expect. You stay there, Doc. I'll be able to handle them if shit hits the fan, but I'd hate for you to be collateral. Afton states as he approaches the duo. The chipped Deathclaws part and make way for him as he walks towards them, the 2 unchipped ones glaring down at him with their beady eyes. Yo, remember me? He asks with a stern look. In response, the 2 Deathclaws just chuff and growl, as if replying to his words, though he can easily see them flexing their claws. He'd learned from Boris that this was a challenging gesture. They were sizing him up. Seems like they were having second thoughts about following him since he lacked an army this time. He bares his teeth and clenches his hands before them in return, though, matching their gesture with a smug arrogance one wouldn't expect when presented with 2 massive predators. The larger Deathclaw of the 2 takes a step forward and looks as if it would continue, but Afton just forms his plant arm into a massive claw dwarfing his opponent's. Once the Deathclaws witnesses this, it quickly backs down, looking deferential in Afton's presence. He grins and looks back at Boris. I think we found your perfect specimens. Have some studies set up to determine how stable they are. Oh, and try not to get killed while you're at it. We've almost found a way to stuff your brains into living bodies. It'd be a shame if you missed the opportunity, he adds before leaving the scientist to get to work. The 2 Deathclaws watch Afton leave, and once he's out of sight, they turn their attention towards Boris, who is suddenly feeling much smaller than he had earlier. And nice Deathclaws. He almost pleads placatingly as he makes a swift exit from the kennels. Despite his rather panicked departure, though, new ideas for these specimens were already swimming in his brain. It seemed that this new breed was similar to how dogs functioned. They were able to mark another creature, Deathclaw or not, as the alpha. This is exactly what happened earlier between them and Afton. The only problem now was to make sure they saw Bulwark officials as alphas. But if that wasn't possible, then perhaps making Gabe the Alpha for now would work. Chapter 595, Death March. Time quickly passes after the Tumblr extermination expedition, but unfortunately for Afton, his work never seems to be over. Despite having to lead the expedition, fighting on the front lines, and putting his own life at stake to make sure Big MT would be safe, he still had to prepare for the incoming NCR attack on the booby-trapped Brotherhood base. It wasn't just preparing for the attack that took most of his time, however. That honor would belong to the ungodly information gathering and manipulation it took to keep the NCR unaware of his plans. The eradication of the Black Mountain supermutants alone would be enough to draw attention, but he'd stupidly let his irrational and impulsive side act while he was there. If the NCR wasn't aware of his role in the mutants' extermination before, they'd know as soon as they heard him singing over the radio. Yeah, not one of his proudest moments. Despite that, though, his pride forbade him from removing it after the fact. Regardless of how stupid and short-sighted it was too late to avoid attracting attention. And he still thought it was very funny. So nowadays, most of his effort went into three main things. The first being manipulating the NCR and their information to make it look like the Brotherhood was still operational in the region. The NCR still thought he was allied in some way with them. This was especially the case after the failed debate between him and Crocker, in which he'd made known his care for the chapter. His presence near them should not immediately mean the chapter had been destroyed, and with a light sprinkling of laser fire at their scouts, along with pre-recorded messages shouting for the Brotherhood, and "I die by the Codex," the NCR would be caught completely unawares. Funnily enough, his blunder in Black Mountain had actually improved his plan in some ways. With the NCR now sure he was working with the Brotherhood, they'd be bringing far more troops with heavy ordnance with the convoy. Once this group was eliminated and the Legion got word of it, the battle for Hoover Dam would be on the brink of happening at any moment. Another thing he was working on were the various projects that hadn't been started, were left unfinished as the scientists focused on something more important, or were nearing completion but were side-to-side due to time constraints. Indeed, there were far more projects that needed finishing than there were brains to work on them, most of which were far too advanced for any regular scientist to even get a grasp on them. Despite how much he disliked to admit it at times, the think tank scientists were the best Earth had to offer. If he wanted to recruit people into the think tank, he'd probably have to force them to study for 30 years straight just to get up to the basics. This wouldn't even involve the harder concepts the scientists involve themselves in, nor would it help breed innovation due to how structured the education would need to be. Add the fact neither Afton nor the scientists had the time to create an effective syllabus that would teach everything that needed to be known, the possible options for the think tank were little to none. There was the possibility of creating minds like GLaDOS, but that idea was quickly scrapped by not only Afton, but Mobius, Klein 08, and surprisingly enough, GLaDOS. The arguments were thus: more incredibly intelligent and independent AIs increase the chance of one going rogue and attempting to go Skynet. Not that the scientists knew what Skynet was, but they got the gist. Creating said AIs was incredibly difficult, time-consuming, and perhaps even impossible considering how hard it was for Afton to create GLaDOS. He needed the assistance of his perk, Eureka, to even properly finish it. Without it, the project might have taken years at the least. There was also the fact that AIs created in such a manner would think in similar ways, making innovation difficult, if not impossible. It would essentially be like building railways as opposed to cars. Sure, the trains might be faster, but they were limited in their movement and would only reach a few destinations or conclusions. Last but not least was GLaDOS' insistence that there be no more AIs like her. Afton was sure she was exhibiting jealousy, pride, and other emotions, but when questioned on it, she rejected such a notion as so stupid that my creator could not have possibly come up with it. Yeah, that put an end to that conversation. The project Afton had actually been working on in the meantime were combat-ready, miniaturized shielding, specifically in the application of power armor. It was basically already complete. All it needed now was to be integrated into the armor. The third thing that demanded a good portion of his time was creating another edition of the dirt vehicle family. His robots had scavenged the remnants of it from the Sierra Madre, so his Mechanicus perk was getting to work repairing those ruined parts. But in the meantime, he was working on ways to improve it for the coming battle. Obviously, he couldn't go the route he had with Dirt Hog by slapping thick Saturnite plating on it. The thing had to fly after all, and he sincerely doubted their ability to defy the laws of physics, at least in that regard. Thus, he had his new head engineer helping out with it. Raoul wasn't the best, but he could certainly learn. The ghoul had scattered knowledge, most of it centering on pre-war cars, trucks, and road vehicles. After the Great War, he dabbled in scavenging from what Afton knew, learning bits and pieces here and there. Raoul would help him work on improving the vertibird, while GLaDOS compiled the schematics Big MT had on vehicles, engineering, and some bits on electronics. Josie was also assisting him with this, but she was another problem entirely. Chapter 596, Big Sword. Josie had been on the hunt ever since they'd returned from the expedition. Every other day, she'd ask for a date or something, but Afton simply didn't have the time to accept. The more he rejected her, the more blatant her offers began to get. Raoul had just left to go to the bathroom while he was waist-deep in metal while wielding some steel. He'd heard someone come into the room, but he'd just assumed it to be Raoul, but was obviously mistaken when someone gave his ass a firm slap. He wouldn't have really minded it, had said person not cupped his cheek longer than even a prostitute would deem socially acceptable. Here, Raoul, I get I'm not familiar with pre-war Mexican culture, but I am 100% sure this ain't part of it. Afton diplomatically states, I doubt it is you have a nice but though, Afton. Josie's familiar voice says, giving a brief squeeze as she does so. What is true is the fact that this counts as sexual harassment. Maybe I should tell me boss on you. He sarcastically retorts, wondering whether he should change the situation before Raoul gets the wrong idea. Is it the wrong idea, though? I'm sure the boss won't mind it. She drawls as if stating the obvious. Afton shakes his head and pulls himself out from where he's working, giving Josie a steady look. Maybe my daughter will, he asks, his lips upturning as he does so. Daughter, she stutters out, unsure how to respond. Afton nods. Yeah, as much as she wants to forget it, GLaDOS is technically my daughter, he chuckles. Dink, asterisk. A small piece of metal falls from the roof and smacks him in the head, shocking Josie, but just making Afton grumble. Very funny, daughter, he enunciates. Clank, asterisk. He sidesteps the next piece of metal that had fallen from the obviously derelict room. He ignores the orange light shining from where the pieces had fallen and looks to Josie. Was there something you needed? He asks, not wanting to get into this at the moment. Once he was finished wielding the vertibird chassis, he needed to check on the information his spies in the NCR embassy should be sending. She crosses her arms and stares at him for a couple seconds before finally getting to the point. Why are you avoiding me? Why am I avoiding you? He blinks, having expected another date request. Yeah, I thought she agreed on trying this. She gestures back and forth between them. I get that you're busy, but could you spare some time? I'm sure you could get at least an hour, right? Afton shrugs. Squeezing out time in my schedule is not the problem, is the fact I'll be thinking about shit I have to do even if I did. Do you really think that'd be enjoyable to do? Our dates can at least wait until I've dealt with the NCR convoy. After that, I promise I'll make time, he states. Josie's posture slumps slightly at this. She knows it's true, but seems disappointed and put out that it's the case. She releases a long sigh and nods. All right, but don't complain when I'm on you once this is done. Afton waves her off. Don't worry, I won't. Now, you want to help with this? He gestures at the tool cabinet. Grab a wielding mask and help me with this. Elsewhere, Tamia had just come back from speaking with Mr. House. She wanted to confirm that nothing needed to be done before she went out to explore the region where the railway tunnel led. She had no idea how long she'd be, so it would be prudent to make preparations. House needed a few small things done, but said that he had other people working on it at the time. So, she was free for a week or two until the shit between the NCR and Legion finally started. She'd spoken with Afton and acquired a small unit to assist her with this, though she would have liked more than what she got. She had 4 Ultimo bots equipped with flamethrowers and 6 cyberdogs that would be used for combat, scouting, and marking coordinates for teleportation. That was it as far as her troops went. She had received a small equipment upgrade as well, though. Her power armor had been modified by Afton so it could produce small force fields from the wrist guards. Apparently, they'd block most energy weapon projectiles, but it'd be unlikely to stop multiple .50 cal bullets. That wasn't all, though. Afton had gifted her with a new, unique weapon. He said it probably wouldn't be effective for anyone else, and she believed him once she started using it. It was a proto-blade, like the proto-axes before it, and the ultra-chain words that were derived from those. There was one big difference, though. The fact that the sword is huge. It was so big she had to wear it on her back, as the metal spine of it that stabilized the energy blade was almost 6 feet long alone. She'd heard of weapons like it used in the past, though they were entirely made from steel. They were called great swords, but most consider them fantasy as they looked too heavy to properly wield. This proto-greatsword was also heavy, so much so that without her power armor, she'd quickly get tired from swinging it around, but it also provided other benefits. Its weight made it almost as effective as an ultra-chainsword when it came to sheer cutting power. And its blade was so wide that she could literally use it as a tower shield to block weapon fire when she needed to. Truly, anyone who saw her fully armored and charging them with that purple proto-greatsword would undoubtedly shit themselves. She'd even tested it against the same Saturnite plating that was used for Bulwer power armor, and surprise, surprise, it cut through with minimal difficulties. Chapter 597 marked. Tamiya and her troops marched through the railway tunnel for hours, occasionally coming across other Bulwer patrols that were observing the place. This stops around halfway through the tunnel, however, as most signs of tunnelers slowly disappear. The draft blowing towards them gets harder and harder the further they venture, and eventually the group reaches the exit, coming out onto some sort of cliff. The railway bridge that snaked along the cliff seems to have completely collapsed, leaving a desolate and rather dangerous pathway as the only way forward. Tamiya attempt to scan the surroundings around the cliff, but the sandstorm that was currently happening was simply too thick to see through, though she could vaguely see various red and green lights off in the distance. She was thankful Afton had those modified Ultimo bots, otherwise they'd not be able to follow her down this path. As for where she was actually going, that red light off in the distance looked like a good place to start. Maybe going there just to jog my memory is a bad idea, she mutters, but keeps walking despite her thoughts. The path is long, and the sandstorm doesn't seem to be easing anytime soon. Night eventually falls without anything happening, and Tamiya finds a small cave for the group to rest in. The cyberdogs, in the meantime, gathers the coordinates outside the cave in case they need teleportation, though the sandstorm would probably prevent any escape even if they wanted to. The night, again, was uneventful. The sandstorm seems to have eased up slightly in the morning, but hadn't completely disappeared. BZZTCH. Asterisk. Just then, Tamiya's eyes shoot down towards her Pip-Boy that had suddenly burst to life, the sound of her radio automatically going through various signals, until it stops on one unknown number. Asterisk BZTCH. Asterisk thought you would miss the fireworks. Cutting it close, aren't you? The familiar voice asks, in the same raspy tone as always. You? Who are you? What do you want? Are you stalking me? Tamiya demands, not having expected this guy to be around to, nor for him to have seemingly hacked her Pip-Boy. The man chuckles from the other end of the radio. It's not me. Who wants something? Why else did you come here? To find something you lost? Or is it for that new flag you wear? He states, causing Tamiya to look down at her breastplate where the bulwark emblem sits. She cautiously looks around but spots no indication of the man's presence. Scowling, she looks back down at her Pip-Boy. Stop hiding and show yourself, coward. You think I'm scared of some creepy fucking stalker? She exclaims. No, but you must remember that it is you who came to me, so you only have yourself to blame, the man says, but Tamiya's eyes are drawn towards some strange shadowed figures ahead. They're obscured by the sandstorm, but her helmet's visor allows her to get a better look at them. Her eyes widen as her magnified view locks onto their faces, revealing bloody flesh that looks to have been flayed completely of all skin, only leaving muscle and sinew behind. It isn't just their faces, though. Their whole bodies look the same, and it is only their clothing that provides some degree of protection against the sand particles assaulting them. Oh, and if you want my advice, watch out for the locals. *BZZTCH. The man chuckles over the radio before disconnecting. ARRGHHH. One of the bloody, skinless men suddenly shout as they raise their weapons towards Tamiya. Bang, 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 *. They fire, but all the bullet easily bouncing off of her armor and deal no damage whatsoever. However, it does anger Tamiya, who draws her proton greatsword from her back and ignites it, charging the men who continue frantically screaming in agony and firing their weapons. The 6 cyber dogs split into 2 groups and maul 2 of the men, while her Ultimobots fire upon them, forcing the rest into cover. While they look utterly insane, they seem to retain some amount of intelligence and combat ability. Despite that, though, it doesn't matter. Tamiya reaches them without issue and begins swinging her large blade, cutting the men to pieces as they do everything in their power to fight back. The energy blade leaves large, cauterized cuts in its wake as the flayed men fall to pieces. Tamiya looks over and watches the last man get torn to pieces by the cyberdogs. She makes her way over and manages to stop them before they tear the man's throat out, but his wounds were already fatal. "Who are you?" she commands, only now realizing that the man was wearing NCR trooper armor. The man doesn't reply to her question, instead just continually sucking in air and shuddering as if in agony. It isn't surprising either. She could see sand in the air bouncing off and getting stuck in the man's bloody flayed skin. Shaking her head, she stabs him through the chest with her great sword, bisecting him due to how wide it is. "Any more hostiles?" she asks the nearest Ultimobot. "Negative," it states in a harsh robotic tone. She nods and begins examining the corpses, curious at the NCR's armor being present. Most of the men present were wearing similar attire, but she was surprised to find a man wearing Legion armor as well. She'd thought that they were probably just scavengers who'd come across the armor, but was quickly cleared of that thought when she found the NCR soldiers' dog tags and many Legion coins on the Legionary. Clearly, they had each been a soldier at one point, but she was still questioning why they were fighting together. And the fact their skin looked like that, they kind of resembled ghouls, but she couldn't recall any feral ghoul being able to wield weapons. Chapter 598, Red Glare. After the ambush, Tamiya continued walking, quickly noticing that the radiation levels were steadily increasing the closer she got to the red light. She walked for 2 more days, occasionally running onto more of those flayed men, but easily fending them off. After examining their bases, she realized that these men weren't hunting her, but hunting for prey outside the irradiated zone. Animals would stay away from radioactive areas if they had a choice, so prey within the zone was limited at best. Still, that did not explain why they were attacking her. Perhaps they had a history with the Brotherhood of Steel, in which case she could understand if they were hostile, but still, that didn't really add up in her mind. Eventually, she reached some sort of ruined city. The skyscrapers that hadn't collapsed leaned perilously against their foundations, and a small military camp was sitting just outside the city's boundaries. She quickly notices the figures of more flayed men, and has her troops on high alert to prevent any mishaps from occurring. Suddenly, her radio starts activating, and Tamiya sighs while preparing herself for another talk with her mysterious stalker. *BZZTCH. *Welcome to Hopeville. Remind you of anything? He asks, causing Tamiya's brows to furrow. No. Should I? She cautiously asks, wondering if she had a connection to this place. She couldn't imagine she did, as without her power armor and troops, she'd find it incredibly difficult to survive out here. And that's not even mentioning the crap ton of radiation. You should. It's your history and your home. Not the one you were born into, but the one you gave life to. Same thing. He trails off, only confusing her further. She shakes her head. No, I don't remember this place. I would remember this. She angrily gestures with her arm towards the desolate landscape. The man chuckles again, only aggravating Tamia further. You wouldn't remember it like this. It was different before. Now, it's just the remnants of your failure, or your success. Tamia grinds her teeth while racking her mind for any memory of this, yet nothing comes. Stop with this mysterious stranger dog's hit, and just tell me what you want. Why you want me here? Heth. This is a nightmare of your own making. If you survive it, I'll tell you about your history here. Until then, keep walking, courier. *BCH. You motherfuck arg. She growls before kicking a nearby boulder, cracking it with her Saturnite-plated boots. I'll find you, you arrogant prick, she roars, inadvertently drawing the attention of the flayed men from the city. Shadows begin popping up from the street, buildings, and military camp. She could even see some wielding high-tech-looking rocket launchers. Get into cover, she shouts as she throws herself behind the boulder she just kicked. The Ultimo bots and cyberdogs do, as she says, retreating as a large volley of missiles is launched in their direction. Boom, 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 asterisk. Explosions erupt around Tamia as she attempts to use her wrist-mounted shields to block the shockwaves. Her armor protects her well enough, but by the time the explosions stop, the boulder she was hiding behind is completely decimated. She looks around and spots most of her troops still alive, but an Ultimo bots have been destroyed, seemingly having taken a missile to protect the cyberdogs. She looks over towards the city, where the figures seem to be reloading their weapons. Angrily, she tears an arm off of the destroyed Ultimo bot and fiddles with it for a moment, eventually tearing it apart to reveal the hidden missiles that hadn't been shot yet. Fire at the ones on the buildings, she commands to the remaining 3 Ultimo bots as she throws the missiles far ahead on the path, intending to utilize the dust they kick up as a smokescreen that they can pass through. The Ultimo bots thankfully fire before the enemy can get off another volley, their missiles zipping towards their targets and completely destroying the rooftops. The impact is actually enough to destabilize the desolate buildings, causing the lurching skyscraper to finally collapse. This ends up crushing a large portion of the flayed men who'd fired at them. The chaos produced by this is a good enough distraction. She draws a revolver from her hip and fires at the missiles down the path, causing them to explode and kick up a large amount of dust. The flayed men finally fire another volley, just as the group run into the dust cloud. Boom, 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 asterisk. Tamia leads the group into one of the military camp's bunkers as the explosions barely miss them, managing to get out of sight before the dust cloud dissipates. Fucking creepy red bastards, she grumbles, looking around the room for anything that might help combat this annoying enemy. She hadn't expected to meet such great resistance when coming here. If she had, she'd have brought way more forces. It was already too late to turn back, and she couldn't contact Bulwark due to the sandstorm. Plus, the fireworks the man had spoken of didn't sound good at all. Fortunately, the bunker her group had entered appeared to be the armory. Most of it had been looted, but she could see a cage that still contained weapons that those skinless hadn't managed to get. She walks over to it and easily opens it with her power armor enhanced strength, afterwards grabbing the high-tech rocket launcher that was inside. It had an American flag printed on it and wasn't able to take regular missiles. She glances over at a canister and realizes that it's around the same size. She loads it and grins, dropping the weapon on her shoulder and adjusting its telescopic scope. All right, this'll probably work. Chapter 599, Stressed Out. Shunny wakes up with a start, eyes flitting around the room in a slight panic. She's disorientated momentarily, but quickly calms down when she realizes she's in her room. She slowly regulates her breathing and pats herself over, wanting to check if Dala and Afton had done anything to her. Her vision had come true, and she'd awoken on the operating table, only to be put asleep again. Yet she was still alive. Could it be that her earlier assumption of the think tank's malicious nature had been wrong? She looks down at her hands for a moment, but notices a slight twinge of pain behind her neck. She reaches for it and feels a small surgical scar marring her skin in a spot that had been shaved of hair. Apparently, She hadn't gotten off as unscathed as she thought. Still, it beats being dissected and harvested for organs. She gets dressed and heads out of her room, thankful to find herself not imprisoned for unintentionally causing the tumbler attack. 30 minutes later, and she finds herself in a small restaurant which sells sandwiches and other things typical wastelanders wouldn't even dream of. Shunny herself slowly munches on the egg, bacon, and sausage baguette while people watching. She'd have to get to work soon, and so wanted to make the most of her free time. Zuub, asterisk. A panel on the roof opens up, and the surrounding people freeze as a drone of glottos pops out. They wait to see if they were needed for something, all afraid they might have done something wrong. Thankfully for them, the drone floats over to Shunny instead. Subject designated. Shunny, you are given leave of 2 weeks as thanks for discovering the tumbler threat. My creator had a few words to say. Glotto says and activates a pre-recorded message. Afton here, and yes, I knew you tried to escape. Again, but it's fine, you've been chipped, and so can't escape even if you want to. That aside, as thanks for discovering a certain issue, I'll be speaking with you to talk about your future when I find time. Anyway, I think that's it. Glotto's turn this thing of dash asterisk beep asterisk. Okay. W, when am I supposed to talk with him? She sheepishly asks. Wait, I'm not finished. You also have my thanks for discovering the breach. I will now give you your reward. Glotto's pauses, and Shunny nervously looks around as if waiting for an assassin. You are 1 step above Meatbag. Congratulations, Meteor Bag, the robot states, thoroughly confusing Shunny. What's that even supposed to mean? It means should we need a test subject for brutal experimentation, you'll be 1 step above your peers. Again, congratulations. The AI says as the drone exits where it entered, leaving the room in complete silence. Congratulations on your promotion, an elderly woman sitting nearby says, looking unsure how to proceed forwards. Shunny just nods and gets up to leave, taking her half-eaten baguette with her. 3 days later, Shunny anxiously waits outside the sink, having been invited by Afton. She wasn't sure what he wanted, nor what talk about her future really meant, but she didn't think it was anything malicious. After all, why declare it in front of many witnesses if he intended to harm her? Come in. Afton's voice comes from the door, and she enters inside, cautiously looking around the high-tech room. Afton was standing opposite the large table with holographic images floating above it. He gives a brief nod at her and gestures towards the next room, all while various voices attempt to greet her at the same time. Guys, shut the fuck up. If you want to socialize, you can do it after I've sorted shit out. All right. We got it. You dig? The jukebox states, getting murmurs of affirmation from the other personalities. Afton releases a small sigh and turns back to Shunny, again gesturing into the room where a large coach and flat-screen T.V was. Shunny was interested by the strange-looking television, which she'd never seen anything like it before, ignoring the other more brilliant things in the room, like the sentient jukebox, light switches, and tiny Securitron. Afton flops into the chair next to her and kicks his feet up on the coffee table, slouching as if he'd been on his feet all day. Now, Shunny, do you know why I've called you here? She shakes her head, chewing her lip anxiously. Did I do something wrong again? He snorts at her answer and snatches up the T.V remote sitting on the couch between them, pointing it at the T.V and pressing a button. Click, asterisk. Shunny surprised to see an eagle-eye view of Hoover Dam on the T.V. Whatever was recording, it must have been incredibly high to see so much. Yet whatever she focuses on is zoomed in, so she can get a better look. Was the T.V watching her eyes to determine what she wants to see? W, why are you showing me this? She asks, unsure of what Afton wanted to show her. Tell me, what do you see? Don't be shy. I want to hear your opinion, he says, lightly waving a hand towards the television. Cautiously, she begins seriously examining what Afton was showing her. Specifically, she's able to see Hoover Dam in its entirety, along with the regions at each end. On one side, there was nothing except the occasional patrol of NCR soldiers, but on the other, she could see, thousands of legionary troops. She was sure that wasn't all of them either, as they seemed to only be watching the wall they constructed. She feels herself beginning to hyperventilate as she remembers her treatment in the Legion camp. She'd been lucky enough to be spared most of their attention, but that didn't mean she was left unscathed. Suddenly, she's brought back by a gentle hand on her knee. Afton had leaned forward slightly to comfort her, recognizing what was stressing her due to what she was focusing on. Chapter 600, Clear Vision. "You all right?" Afton asks, waiting for her to calm down. She slowly nods, pulling her gaze away from the T.V, causing it to reset to the eagle-eye view of before. Sorry.